Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right you with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody, I'm not sure if you missed the testimony from our girl yesterday. I did premiere that testimony just in case some people missed it, just kind of like a refresher, a reboot before we actually go into our case today. I did gain us a little TiVo time just in case for lunchtime. In regards to some testimony, so we can zoom past some portions and parts in case they are having downtime. But it is Wednesday, hump day, some places, as they would say. And we are on day 2 of our family that decided that they wanted to murder. Well, they did murder the husband, which I don't. The daughter is currently on the stand. She was on the stand yesterday in regards to testify against her mom. Remember, Caitlyn has already testified against her brother. He was already sentenced, and now we are. Let me see here. And now we are at the mom who says that she didn't conspire all of this stuff. She didn't do this. I guess they did it on their own. I think that's maybe her playing this, that this is something that Caitlyn did, that she had nothing to do with this. Self-defense, maybe. I know the brother did use the self-defense model, but just so everybody's aware that He tried the self-defense model, but he didn't take the stand, which is weird. So, and typically in all self-defense cases, we see them take the stand. So I don't know how he was going to claim self-defense and he didn't get on the stand and tell us how he was defending himself. But whatever. But the family set him up. They literally told this man, hey, drive 8+ hours from California to Utah. And all the while, for days of planning, they knew they were going to unalive him. And all this man wanted to do, Matthew, the victim, was see his damn kids and his stank ass wife. He didn't know she was a stank ass then, and his stank ass wife. So there's that. So we left off with her on cross-examination yesterday. She is back up here on the stand this morning. I assume the defense is going to be cross-examining her still. Let's see. We should probably get up a poll. Because I really don't feel like she deserves a deal. Yeah, because I don't know what mom can do to change anything around. Okay, and for those with the TT case, what I can tell you is that we will get back into the TT case tomorrow. This courtroom here starts later. They don't start to 1:30. Okay, so my plan is I am going to get up early, extra early, guys. Early before the birds chirp, but it probably be afternoon for most of my gang. In Italy, Ireland, South Africa, those places, right? So it'll probably be like early, maybe early afternoon for you guys. I plan on starting to stream her trial pretty early tomorrow, my time, so we can at least get through day 7 and 8. So I'm thinking maybe about 4 or 5 a.m. my time. So that's Mountain Standard Time. So real early, probably about 3. It'd be about 3 hours earlier than our normal stream. That way we can get at least 2 or 3 days in. We'll watch it on 1.25 and try to get through some of her testimony, because I know a lot of people are like, where'd TT go? We want to see Letitia. So let me get Letitia back on here for y'all so we can finish watching her trial. All 13 days that we got left. God dang it. All right. So I am going to get a poll up there for everybody. I am going to go ahead and get us in the courtroom so we can start seeing what's going on, and we'll kind of go from there. All right, guys, here we go. Good morning, Marilda. I don't even know if I said good morning. I just up here talking and stuff. Good morning, Marilda. Good morning, anybody that's working and lurking or working and twerking. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Before I push play, let me say my good mornings. Good morning. Good morning to you. All right, guys, here we go.
Everybody, here, one of you from each side for a moment. You want to me to? We do that air. The air.
cameraman better not ever show us her ass like that. I am so good. Like,
Let me formally call it where you're getting ready. State versus Grist case.
he just set up.
1011.
Gee whiz. I almost thought we was flipping out a blanket or something. Like, what the hell?
Excellent.
Just wondering if he's checking his stock report or something.
It is Scott.
He said checking the stock report. I knew the judge was into stocks.
Right now, at his available times, looks like he's available at 10:30 and midday.
I understand you've got 3 short witnesses. Do you want to do them right at midday at noon? Or 10:30? Which one?
Let's do the 10:30 break.
10:30 break. That should probably give us our 3 witnesses and finishing up with Ms. Restelli.
After
Would
that.
put it about right then.
All right, let's plan on about 10:30 then for Mr. Williams.
All right.
So Mr. Brown, so Mr. Mike Brown in the back. So we're not going to call Ms. Restelli till 10:30. So you're welcome to stay and go.
Probably 9:30.
You think
Probably, maybe even quicker than that, honestly.
All right. All right. With that in mind, then let's bring in the jury. Counsel, do you have any of your witnesses in the courtroom? We do have the exclusionary rule.
They say get them out.
Good morning. Why don't you sit back out there and wait? Come here with all the other jurors. Are you a juror? I am not a juror. Okay, don't sit there. Go sit in. Are you a translator?
Yes, I'm your Spanish interpreter.
Oh, your law in motion.
Oh, 4B. 4B. All right. Now I know why I'm so confused.
Everybody is so confused.
The whole courtroom's like, what's going on? Is that hot in here, counsel? Yeah. I'm going to turn the heat down.
Great question. I think they hit traffic too. Yeah. So first witness would be. So we have 911 calls 36. I expected no, but thank you.
Yeah, we talked about foundation.
All right, for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Thank you for being here on time today. A couple of housekeeping matters. Some of you have indicated, one of you actually did bring your computer to work, so to speak, today. You're welcome to use any electronic devices in the jury room during breaks, subject to my admonitions about doing research about the case, using social media about the case. Any of that type of behavior would be inappropriate or shouldn't occur at all. Just remember, though, that your primary responsibility is for this trial, so don't focus in on what's going in there, focus in on this. When you go back to deliberate, those devices shouldn't be used at all until you've completed your deliberations. So just keep that in mind as well. The other matter is the attorneys have asked you to take 3 short witnesses out of order before we continue with Ms. Restelli. There's 3 neighbors that have some conflicts, so they're going to bring them in, do their testimony quick, and then we'll go back and finish with Ms. Restelli. That in mind, I'll turn the time over. Who's going to handle that? Is that you, Mr. Powell?
It is, Judge. Thank you. The state calls Caitlyn Ling.
Oh, so they are not starting with Caitlyn, they are starting with the neighbors. If you remember from Kevin's trial, we did see the
Good morning, Ms. Lane.
neighbors.
You come stand in front of me, I'll swear you in.
So they're taking witnesses out of order, guys.
That works. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah and penalty of perjury that the testimony in this matter today will be true and correct so help you God? Okay, have a seat up there. If you spit out your gun so you don't shoot through that, make it difficult to understand you, that'd be helpful. I know you've testified before, but just please keep in mind to let the attorneys finish asking the question before you respond. Please give them a direct response. We don't need long answers. Short yes or no, that's appropriate. It's just
Okay.
give us verbal responses. I know you're not in your head right now. But we don't
Yes.
have video recorders. Just keep that in mind. Thank you. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Laney, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kaitlyn Laney,
And for the recording, how do you spell Laney?
Laney.
And what would you like to call us? What would you like us to call you today?
Kaitlyn's fine.
Thank you, Caitlyn. Now, Caitlyn, where did you live in the summer of 2024?
And Haymaker.
Okay, and where is Haymaker?
It's in American Fork.
And you say Haymaker, is that the name of a community?
Yes.
And what type of community was it?
It's a townhome community.
Okay, was it gated, not gated?
It was gated.
And did you have a neighbor by the name of Tracey Grist?
Yes.
Okay. Now you called these townhomes and she was your neighbor, but what exactly was the situation? Was it duplex, triplex, detached homes?
I think it was a triplex.
Okay. And so were you in the same triplex with Tracey?
Yes.
And do you recall who else lived in the home with Tracey?
She had 3 of her kids. It was Rory, Kevin, and I'm blanking on her other son's name right now.
Would Jake or Jacob sound
Jake.
correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And Kevin, would that be Kevin Ellis?
Yes.
Okay. And you yourself, who did you live with?
I lived with my husband, Brent, and our 2 kids.
Now, did you speak to Tracey often?
Sometimes, like, we were neighborly.
Conversations in passing then?
Yeah, I would see her outside, gardening. Our garages were next to each other, so sometimes coming in and out. She and Rory, they watched our dog for us a couple times when we went out of town. She's the one who gave me my garage code.
And you said that you shared, or the garages were next door and it was a triplex. So I assume you shared some sort of walls with Ms. Grist?
Yes, I think our condo was partially above like their garage. Our wall going up our stairs we shared, and like kitchen, that kind of side of the house.
Would you generally hear very much noise from their apartment?
No, occasionally in my laundry room, I could hear people, and then her garage door, it was really like hard to close, I guess, so it would slam a lot.
Okay. Based off your description, is it fair to say just because of that layout, you didn't hear many noises other than what you just described?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that this was a gated community. Would you consider it a safe community?
Yes.
And then one last question about the housing situation. Did you ever notice whether Tracey would use a screen door of some sort on her front door?
Yes, it was like one of those ones you can walk through, that like would keep bugs out in the summer.
And was it normally there during the summer?
Yes.
All right, let's move to a different topic. Do you remember calling 911 sometime during the summer of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember the date?
I don't off the top of my head.
If I suggested that was July 12th, 2024, would that sound correct?
Yes.
What was the reason you called 911?
I heard what I believe to be gunshots.
Okay. So what were you doing? Well, let me back up. Do you recall whether it was morning, day, nighttime, evening?
It was in the evening, around 10 o'clock.
Do you recall what you were doing in the evening before calling 911?
My husband and I were out in our living room watching movies with our kids.
And you said you heard some gunshots. Describe exactly what you recall hearing.
It was like 6 to 8 loud bangs.
Okay. Did you take any particular note of the rate of the bangs? And what I mean by that, were they quick succession? Was there pauses between?
They were pretty quick together. There might have been a brief pause between the last one, but it was quick.
So after hearing these gunshots, what did you do, if anything?
I first looked over to my husband because this is around 4th of July. And if anybody lives in Utah, they know that we're crazy for fireworks. So you hear fireworks pretty much between 4th of July and Pioneer Day. So it wasn't uncommon to hear them, especially on a weekend evening. So I looked over to my husband and I was just like, hey, was that fireworks? And he's a positive guy. So he's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, I don't think so. It sounded more like a bang, fireworks pop. And so I was like, I don't think so. So I had seen Tracey at the park a couple days before, and she had told us how her daughter, Kate, who had showed up about 3 weeks prior with the kids, was leaving an abusive marriage. And so when I heard the gunshots, what I thought was gunshots, I was worried. So after we talked for a little bit, I texted Tracey and just asked if they were okay.
Okay. So you texted Tracey to ask if she was okay, and we'll come back to that in more depth in a second. But do you recall about what time that was?
It's like 10:06 or 7.
Okay. And the text was up before or after you called 911?
I texted her right before, like a minute before, maybe I called 911.
Okay. And do you recall maybe just the amount of time between when you heard the gunshots and when you called 911?
Between a minute and 2 minutes. It was pretty quick.
And then lastly, did you look outside to see what was going on? Did you do anything else to kind of see what was going on before you texted and called?
I texted her. I got up and went to my kitchen counter and I texted her. And then I went and looked out our bedroom window. We could see in front of her garage. And sometimes her kids would come over on the weekend and people weren't supposed to park in front of the garages. The townhomes share driveways, but sometimes they would. So I checked for a car there, didn't see anything. And then I went to our bathroom window, which faces the streets, and it's a pretty small window. But I looked out the window and saw a truck running, and it looked like an older Ford. It looked like it was running, but the lights were on, like the flashers were on. And I noticed there was cardboard underneath it, which I thought was really weird. That was when I decided to call 911.
The truck was not a usual vehicle in the neighborhood.
No.
Your Honor, the state has identified the 911 call as Exhibit 36. The state now moves to admit Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Facebar?
No, Your Honor.
So admitted, thank you.
Permission to play for the jury?
Yes, please, thank you.
July 12, 2024, 22:09:42.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
112 South 920 East, my neighbors.
What city?
American Fork.
And the address one more time?
I'm at 112 South 920 East, it's my neighbors, but
What's the phone number you're calling on in case we're disconnected?
559-907-7484.
Okay, so the address is your home, it's your neighbors, and tell me exactly what's going on with them.
I'm pretty sure I just heard gunshots, and
Okay,
there's a car with flashers. I know that her daughter just left her husband in California.
okay,
But I tried getting a hold of her and I haven't heard anything, but
okay. And you said it's the neighbor's daughter is going through a divorce, or?
she left her husband.
Okay. In California?
Yeah,
Okay.
but there's a sketchy truck in front of her house and it sounded like gunshots.
Okay, what kind of truck is that?
It looks like a Ford,
What color?
silver, older, got a lot of rust on it. I can't tell if the plates are California.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then, do you know what direction your neighbor's house is from your house?
I think she's 114.
Okay. At
I'm
114
gonna,
South?
yes,
Okay. And you're gonna what?
I'm gonna see if my husband can try calling her, but I don't know.
And you still see the truck outside? Are you
Yeah,
able to
from
see a
the-
license plate?
I really can't tell, like, I can see it from my bathroom,
Okay.
and it's dark outside, so I cannot tell her.
And the gunshot, was it one shot? Did you hear multiple?
It sounded like, what did it sound like to you? It sounded like I talked to you too. It sounded, I don't know, maybe 6,
6 shots?
I think. I don't know. I don't think it was fireworks.
Okay.
Where's your phone?
And do you know, was the husband still in California or?
I don't know. I don't know all the details.
Okay.
There's a sketchy looking truck in front of their house.
Okay, and you've never seen it before in the area?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to call her from my husband's phone, but
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep you on the line, keep me updated with that.
yeah, I'm gonna try to call her.
What's her name?
Maybe. Her name is Tracey. Her daughter's name is Katie.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of her. It didn't sound like fireworks to me.
And what's your name?
It's Caitlyn.
With a C or a K?
With a K. I'm gonna call her right now.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
She didn't answer.
Okay. And what was your last name again, Caitlyn?
It's Laney. It's Laney.
Laney, okay. Do you have,
It looks like there's,
it looks like what?
it looks like there's cardboard under like the front of the truck, which seems kind of weird, but I don't know. My husband thinks it sounded like gunshots too.
Okay. What's Tracy's phone number?
801-651-2695.
Okay. And we're getting an officer sent into that area now. If anything changes or escalates at all, just go ahead and give us a call right back. Okay, Caitlyn?
Okay, there's a gate code. It's pound 1212, if you want to let the officer know.
Pound 1212?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll get them sent into that area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Caitlin, do you see a binder in front of you?
Yes.
Could you please turn to tab 37? That's what's been marked as States Exhibit 37.
Okay.
Right,
I found it.
first page of those.
Yes.
Previously, you testified about texting Tracy. Are these those texts?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves into evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection? So ordered, thank you.
May we publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's just zoom in on that first message if we could. Caitlin, would you please read the timestamp on that message?
10:08:33.
And please read the message.
Are you guys okay?
The text message you testified about is this message.
Yes.
Okay. And that timestamp of 10:08:33, that's accurate to the time that you texted Tracey?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Now, these text messages weren't just texts on that night. They extend into the next day. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to have you read a select few of these messages. Okay.
Okay.
So the next thing I want you to do is turn the page to page 2. And if we could also move this to page 2. Thank you. And so Tracey didn't respond on the evening of the 12th. She started responding the morning of the 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to you. Let's clarify one more thing. The green bubbles are from Tracey. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the blue bubbles are from you.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to your first bubble on the 13th. What did you ask Tracey?
Was it your son-in-law?
Continue to the next message, please. And how does she respond?
Yes.
And then please read your next message to her.
A bullet went into our garage.
And how does she respond?
OMG.
Do you know what that stands for?
Oh my God.
Okay. Let's continue to the next message. And what did you say in response?
I said, oh man, just him, ?
And what was her response across the next 3 messages?
Yes. Excuse me. He had a knife. And my son, Kevin, shot him.
Okay. And that message, again, the time on that one was
6:58 in the
a.m.
morning.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to just skip forward to page 8. Sorry. Let's go to page 9. The first green message from Tracey on this page. What's the time there?
7:02 a.m.
Okay. So this is just a few minutes after that prior text.
Yes.
So it's the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. What did Tracey ask you?
What time did you call 911?
Okay. And then this next message, this just appears to be out of order. You're responding to something previous in the conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Tracey asked, what time did you call 911? And then her next message to you is what?
Did you call 911 or did another neighbor?
And what's her next message to you?
I was on the phone with 911 and they were there so fast.
And then let's read your last text message on this exhibit.
I called at 10:07, I think. We were in the living room watching a movie with the kids and I heard the shots and texted you. And then I saw the truck with Cali plates and called. I was on the phone with them when I called you.
Thank you. You can go ahead and put the exhibit aside now. Now, after this, did you ever speak with Tracey Grist about the shooting?
Yes.
When was it that you spoke with her?
Later that afternoon.
And was this a phone call, an in-person conversation, or something else?
It was in person.
Okay. Did she tell you what had happened the previous night?
She said that her son-in-law, sorry, I'm blanking on it, Matthew. She said that Matt, she called him Matt, had come into the house with a knife and that he was being erratic, and that he wanted to see Kate, and that she had told him that he was upstairs, and then he turned the corner to go upstairs and then Kevin shot him.
Did Tracey tell you where she was when this all happened?
She said she was in the kitchen by the fridge. I think she said she was sitting on the counter by the fridge.
There wasn't a
Yeah.
question. So
That's fine, but let's just clarify that point is where I was going next. She was in the kitchen. Did she say specifically where she was in the kitchen?
Yes, on the counter by the fridge.
Okay. And did she, let's just be a little bit more detailed if you can from your memory. Did she specifically articulate whether Matthew had a knife and when she saw it, if he did?
If I remember correctly, she said she saw it when he was in the kitchen.
Okay. And did she make any comments about whether Matthew, you said you just testified that she told you Matthew was acting erratically. Did she give you more detail about that?
Not super like that. He just seemed agitated.
Okay. Did she make any statements about whether he had come in and was stationary or moving about the house or anything about that?
Yeah, not directly. I think she just said he had come in through the living room.
Okay. You remember testifying at a previous hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, thank you.
Don't read that out loud. So we have a transcript of one of the prior hearings. That section marked in blue, you can ignore everything else. Just please read that to yourself and not to the jury. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna come grab it from you. Did reading that refresh your memory of other things Tracey may have told you?
Yes.
Okay. And so that last point that I had asked about of her descriptions of what Matthew was doing, what do you remember now?
But he had walked in through the front door and went through the living room. And did you want me to explain the living room?
Maybe that would be helpful to the jury.
Okay.
What is the layout of that home?
Okay. So he walked in through the front door. When you walk into Tracey's door, if you go straight there, you go straight to the kitchen. But there's like a fireplace block just to the right. So if you walk in and go to the right, you're going to kind of go around this block. There's a dining room, kitchen's here. So front door's here, kitchen's here, living room's here. There's a block in the middle. So from what she told me, he walked in, walked around into the kitchen, saw her in the kitchen, asked her about Kate, and then had to go back around because the stairs are also off to the left. Like you're heading towards the stairs. When you walk in the door, there's an office door, a closet, and then there's the stairs to go upstairs.
Okay, thank you. I think that gives a good description of the home. And so you testified that she said Matthew had come in, he had come to the kitchen where she was and where she was sitting, and he had a knife. And that she had also told you that Kevin had at some point shot Matthew.
Yes.
Did she tell you where Kevin got the gun?
She said he had gotten it from the garage.
And where is the garage in relation to these rooms?
The garage from the front door would in the living room. If you walk in and towards the kitchen, before you hit the kitchen, there's a hallway. You walk straight down the hallway, and then the garage door would be there.
And did she say whose gun it was?
Hers.
Okay. And did she say whether she had it stored in any particular way?
She had it in a gun like case.
And did she show you that gun case?
Yes.
When she showed it to you, did she have to obtain it from any part of the house?
I think she grabbed it from the garage.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ross?
Hi, Caitlyn.
Hi.
I just have a couple questions. Do you remember testifying before in a previous trial?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
2 months.
2 months. Okay. And when you called 911, how long ago was that?
Almost 2 years.
2 years. And so you're relying on your memory as best you can, right?
Yes.
And when you described the home of Tracey, is that because you've been there? You've been in her home, or you've been in one exactly like it?
Yes, I've been in her home.
In her home. So when you open the front door, it swings, when I'm walking in, it swings left, right?
Yes.
I don't know how that will work. It swings left, right? But it swings left.
Yes.
Thank you. And when you first are in the doorway, you sort of have to make a decision on how you're going to continue into the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So the home is sort of built in a way to have an inviting area of a living room on your right side and then a hallway on your left side. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I think what you're describing is that when Matt, according to what Tracey had said, when Matt had came in, he had made the decision to go shift to the right to then have a chat with ended up being a chat with Tracey, right?
Yes.
But he could have gone left a little bit, like a dodge left or a dodge right. Is that a good way to describe that home?
Well, if he went the way that I remember her describing, he would have had to go right.
Yeah. And if he would have gone left, he would have like veered left and gone down the hallway toward the kitchen. Is that right?
It was more of like a straight shot, maybe
Okay.
slightly to the left, but it was more of a straight shot to the kitchen.
There's this wall, this obstruction wall, sort of right in front of you, that is where the fireplace is built in and provides this ambience for the living room, right?
Yes.
In your recollection of your conversation with Tracey, are there things that you might have forgotten?
Possibly.
You know, are there things that you're trying your best to remember?
Yes.
Would you say the same thing about during the trial 2 months ago, that the things you could have forgotten and things you're just trying to remember?
It's possible. Yeah.
You used the word agitated. Is that a word that you remember Tracey saying, or is that just a word you're trying to come up with to best describe what you recall?
I believe she said agitated, but I mean a similar word with the same meaning is
Sure.
possible.
Yeah, and I understand that. When Tracey and you talked about what happened, were you at her home when you were talking about it?
Yes, the next day.
Yeah, and she talked about Kevin having a gun, right?
Yes.
And then she showed you where the gun holder was.
Yes.
And did she tell you when Kevin got the gun?
I want to say when Matthew got there, I don't remember if it was when he saw him pull up or when he came into the house.
Do you remember whether she said either?
It would have been that day,
So she said he got it that day.
that evening.
He said he got it that evening. Do you remember her saying that? Or are you just trying your best to understand the story?
No, she did say that he went and got the gun after Matthew arrived. I don't remember if it was when he pulled up or if it was when he came into the home.
Okay. And this was how long after the shooting occurred?
This was the next afternoon.
So how long after the shooting occurred, do you think?
Um,
Shooting occurred around 10 p.m.
yes.
Yeah. And so when were you having the conversation?
It was the next day around 1 or 2.
Okay, it's about 12 hours later.
Yeah.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
30 seconds, Judge.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Thank you for coming today. Please call your next witness.
State calls Brent Laney.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Laney. If you'll come stand in front of me, I'll swear you in, right up here. Roughly in front of the easel. That's it. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah on penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God. Thank you. Can I have a seat up there, sir? While you're coming up, I know you've testified before. Just keep in mind your verbal responses. Wait for them to finish asking the question before you respond, and only respond directly to a question that's pending or been asked. You okay?
Yes.
Thank you. And then speak right into the mic so we can hear you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Laney. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brent Laney.
Thank you. Mr. Laney, do you want us to call you Mr. Laney, Brent, or something else?
Brent will be fine.
Brent, there was a person who testified just before you named Caitlyn Laney. Do you know her?
Yes, that's my wife.
You live with her, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you two live in the summer of 2024?
Trying to remember the exact address.
We don't need the address. A city is fine, or the name of a community.
American Fork, Utah.
Okay. Was one of your neighbors in that community Tracey Grist
Yes.
and Kevin Ellis?
Yes.
Did you know them very well?
Not very well.
Okay. They were your neighbors. Did you speak to them often?
Occasionally, not very often.
Okay. And what was the situation there where your neighbors were? Is it like across the street, duplex, triplex? What was it?
It was like a townhome with kind of like 3 homes in one building. And so they were connected to the building that we were living in.
Okay. What type of community was it?
A gated community.
Was it a pretty safe community?
In general, it seemed like it was.
Do you remember an incident in July 2024 that resulted in Caitlyn calling 911?
Yes, I do.
Why did she call 911?
We heard some noises. Initially, I assumed it might have been fireworks, but it sounded kind of like gunshots also.
Okay. How many noises did you hear?
I think about 4.
Okay. These noises, to your recollection, were they back to back, or was there a delay between them? What do you recall?
I remember, I believe it was like 2 or 3 real back to back to back with a brief pause, and I think another noise pretty quickly after.
Okay. And what were you doing when this all happened?
We were, my kids were getting sleepy. We were just watching movies with the kids, kind of waiting for them to fall asleep.
Okay. Do you recall what movie you were watching?
Some sort of Disney movie. I don't know.
Not Die Hard with gunshots, right?
No,
Okay.
nothing like that.
So the noises were definitely not from inside the home.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall the exact time that you heard the gunshots or the noises?
I remember I was around 10:07, something around there.
Okay. And lastly, do you recall how much time elapsed between hearing those noises and Caitlyn calling 911?
I feel like only a couple minutes. It was pretty quickly after.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross? Thank you, Mr. Lenny. You may step down.
Thank you.
Judge, can we excuse both the Laneys from their subpoena?
Any objection, Mr. Facebar? Thank you. You and your wife are free to go. Thank you. Next.
State calls David Kruger. Are you ready?
Good morning, Mr. Kruger. If you'll come forward and stand in front of me, I'll swear you in. No, that's just fine. If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, on penalty of perjury, that the testimony given in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God? Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Have a seat up there. I know you've testified before. Just a couple of reminders. Please give verbal responses. Only respond to the questions that's been asked of you to give a direct response, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And speaking to the mic as well directly. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kruger, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dave Kruger. I live in American Fork.
Great, thank you. Would you prefer that we call you Dave, David, Mr. Kruger?
Dave works.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Dave, more specifically than American Fork, in the summer of 2024, did you live in American Fork?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know a Tracey Grist at that time?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was my across the street neighbor.
Okay. And did a Kevin Ellis live in her home with her?
Yes.
Okay. And you say across the street, could we be a little bit more specific of how that was?
Yeah, so my home is west facing. She is directly across the street, so west and slightly to the south.
Okay. If I was standing in your driveway looking towards her house, would that be left or right?
It would be left.
And then what type of community was this?
Yeah, it's a small gated community.
Okay. Was it a nice neighborhood?
Yeah, nice neighborhood.
Was it a safe neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any surveillance cameras on your home?
Yes.
Was that just kind of a routine thing you did? I mean, you called it a safe neighborhood.
Yeah, it was. I take extra precaution just for out of convenience.
Okay. What type of cameras were they in the summer of 2024?
They were, let's see, ADT Blue. It was the name of the devices, or that was the service.
Is that one of those paid services where they come do everything, or is it more of a do-it-yourself setup?
Do it yourself.
Okay. And these particular cameras, how would they work?
Off motion sensor. So anything, they don't work extremely well, but when something, it goes by that sets off the motion, starts recording.
Okay. And the cameras that you had on your home at the time, where were they pointed?
The one above the garage was pointed just in front of the driveway. Had another one right by the front door that was pointed just, in front of the front yard. Those were both pointed to the south towards Tracey's home.
At the time, were both of those working?
Yes.
Okay. Does this system record the time the videos are taken?
Yes.
Is the reported time on the video accurate?
Yes.
To your knowledge, does the system record only to the hour, to the minute, to the second?
It's to the minute. I don't believe it counts seconds. So just every minute. So it's not going to record seconds.
Okay. So like if we're looking at this clock, it counts down each second. If you're looking at these videos, it flips every minute.
Every minute, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall police reaching out in July 2024 to obtain some of your surveillance footage?
Yes.
Do you recall the date and time for which officers were looking for?
I don't recall the exact date or time, no. It was a couple days after.
Does the evening of July 12th sound about accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you provide that footage to the officers?
Yes.
Would you recognize it if you saw it again?
Yep.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibits 38, 39, and 40.
Any objection, Mr. Facebar? No objection. Thank you. Exhibits 38 through 40 are admitted without objection.
Thank you both. Please publish 38. Okay, what is this?
This is my app that shows security footage.
Okay. And specifically, I see a couple different things here. Which is the one that was of interest to the police?
The driveway motion detected.
Okay. That would be the black and white image kind of in the middle.
Yep.
Okay. And what's the timestamp of that?
10:06.
And that would be the timestamp of when it activated.
Correct.
Okay. Let's move to exhibit 39 and 40.
We blow those up for the jury.
Thank you. So this is 39. And are you able to, is that already playing? Thank you. Okay. Could you get that up, but then pause it? Yeah, sorry, get it back in. There you go, so pause it. Thank you, right there. Okay, so this was the clip.
Correct.
And this is the clip that started at 10:06.
Yes.
Okay, and we saw the entirety of it just now.
Yes.
And how many seconds is the entirety of this video?
30 seconds.
Okay. And were you able to see the object that caused the movement that triggered the camera?
The truck, yes.
So it was a truck that caused it. Okay.
Mhm.
And that's what we saw in the still frame. And in fact, where it's paused right now, can you still see that truck?
Yes.
Where on the screen would it be?
The top, middle to the left.
Okay, thank you. Now we can go to exhibit 40. Is this that same video?
Yes.
Just enlarged?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ross? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
May he be excused from the subpoena, counsel?
Please, Judge.
Thank you. You're free to go, sir. All right. Please call your next witness, Mr. Pomeroy.
I believe we're returning to Mr.
We're going to return to
Facemeyer.
Ms. Restelli, Mr. Facemeyer. All right, let's bring Ms. Restelli back, and I'll re-swear her in for today. It'll take just a minute. They're bringing her down from another floor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Hey, good morning, Judge Shamrock. While they bringing the daughter out, I think he doing what he want to make it like this marijuana is what messed up her mind, but I think we got to get past that part. Good morning, SD. But he just blah. He just there. He ain't got much to work with. At least I don't think. Besides trying to make it like she don't know what she talking about. She mixed it up stuff.
Ms. Restelli, if you raise your hand, I'll swear you in for today. You swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, on penalty of perjury, that the testimony you give today will be true and correct, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Faceman, I'll turn the witness back to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Kate.
Good morning.
Kate, we left yesterday speaking about your brother Kevin, and I wanted to go on to a different train of conversation now about how this case has proceeded. Previously, Kate, I had shown you a picture. Do you recall this picture?
I do.
And just because we're starting a new day, I'll just ask, what is this picture of? Do you remember?
The interview I had with the American Fork Police Department and the state.
Right. And do you recall the date of this interview?
Vaguely.
If I
June
told you
something.
it says 6/12/2025, June 12th, does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay. Not trying to trick you, but just to give an idea. So on June 12th, you went and met with the prosecutor and the investigating officer, right?
I did.
Your attorney was there, who's here today, right?
Yes, he is.
And in preparation for this, we had talked about, you had provided your attorney with a proffer of evidence, right?
Yes.
And as this proffer of evidence, that's your best recollection of the events leading up to the death of Matt, right?
Yes.
And in return for that proffer statement that your attorney drafted, you received a offer. Is that right?
Yes.
And indeed, there was an offer provided to you by the prosecution even before your proffer statement. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
May I approach a witness here?
Of course.
I'm sorry, one moment, Your Honor. Is she handcuffed?
I am.
Are we keeping her handcuffed?
We did yesterday.
She was looking through exhibits.
I was handcuffed in the front yesterday, but today it has to be.
So she can look at exhibits like we did yesterday.
We'll have to bring her downstairs for our policy. We're not allowed to have our weapons on us while we're restraining, so we have to go download and then.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break and do that then. All right, we'll be in recess while we get that taken care of.
All right.
Change around her handcuffs. Make her clickety click clack. a little bit better. This look like the officer from the first trial, the young lady.
Thank you. Please be seated. Right. Counsel, before I step out for a minute while we work on this, anything you need to put on the record?
No, I didn't mean to embarrass Kate during that.
No, I don't think anybody was. It's just forever. All right. Just call me when they bring her back and I'll reconvene. We're in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
He didn't mean to embarrass her. I wish they would stop showing me the back of her ass. This cameraman better get it together. I don't nobody want to be looking at mama. Oh, yeah. We should have enough TiVo time to take us past this so we can get right back into the courtroom action. And that's what I'll do. See, I think her attorney is very respectful. See, he didn't want to embarrass her or anything like that. Although she didn't care nothing about unaliving her husband, we still respect her in some ways, shape, form, fashion. So we good.
Check. Yep.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Facebar, the witness is yours again.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll approach the witness, Your Honor.
Of course. You have ongoing permission.
All right. So Kate, I've provided you page 1 of a letter. And at the top of that letter, it says what? The very top.
Plea offer letter,
Correct. And what's even above that?
Utah County Attorney.
Right. So this is a letter drafted, it appears by the Utah County Attorney. Is that right?
Yes,
And it's a plea offer letter to you, right?
correct.
And what's the date of that letter?
May 16th, 2025.
All right. I'd like to offer this as an exhibit, Your Honor,
Any objection?
No objection.
and to publish that to the jury.
What exhibit number is this?
2, I think.
Okay, defense exhibit 2 is received without objection.
Thank you. And as a publisher, Your Honor, I think my witness will have that available to her on screen as well.
Let's give the Squatobi's paralegal just a moment.
As they prepare that, I just want to ask a couple questions, if
Of
you're okay.
course.
Excuse me. Kate, do you know what the importance of the date of this letter is? May 16th, 2025.
No, I'm not.
Are you aware, or let me better state, do you recall what your case was doing in and around this time of May 16th, 2025?
I don't recall.
Do you recall coming to court with your attorney and scheduling a preliminary hearing?
I believe I was scheduled for a preliminary hearing.
And do you know when those preliminary hearing dates were?
No, I do not remember.
If I told you that those preliminary hearing dates were May 20th and 22nd, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I would not.
Does that sound right?
I honestly, I don't recall.
Do you recall that we scheduled 2 full days for that preliminary hearing?
I don't recall.
Do you understand what a preliminary hearing is?
I do.
And what's your understanding?
That all the evidence and discovery is presented to the court and they decide whether or not they have a case against us. Me, excuse me.
Right. And so at that hearing, evidence would be presented to your honor and not to a jury, right?
Correct.
And the purpose of a preliminary hearing is not to determine guilt or innocence, is it?
Correct.
It's just to determine whether there is sufficient evidence for you to be charged with what you're charged with.
Correct.
And that hearing was coming up on May 20th, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I would ask the court to take judicial notice that there was a preliminary hearing scheduled on May 20th, 2025, scheduled for 2 days in Mr. Stelli's case.
Any objection? to
No
doing that?
objection.
So noted, thank you.
Just so we don't have to worry about that any longer. Are you aware that there was a preliminary hearing that took place in relation to your mom, Tracey, on May 20th?
I'm aware that she had a preliminary trial. Yes. I do not remember the day.
Sure. And so this letter, now we have it exhibited before us, was before that date of the prelim, right?
Correct.
And as you see, this letter is an offer for a settlement, right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding when this letter was presented to your attorney, it says, "Dear counsel," that this was in and around the time that you were preparing yourself to cooperate to then tell your story of the events surrounding the death of Matt?
Yes. Excuse me.
Thank you. I don't think that was you, but thank you. And takes a lot of work for a prosecutor to put on a case for 2 days, right?
Correct.
Object to speculation.
You see a lot of work being done for, thank you, I'll accept the objection. You see a lot of work that's being done by the state presenting this case today, is that right?
I can assume so.
Yeah, they have lots and lots of exhibits.
Yes, they do.
They have a binder full of stuff for people to look at, the jury, myself, yourself, the court, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't take 10 minutes to put this kind of stuff together, does it?
No, it does not.
Right. And so the state made an offer prior to your preliminary hearing and prior to the time that they had to present these exhibits for the preliminary hearing, correct?
Say that one more time.
I can't, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to rephrase it.
okay.
No, I do think this was asked and answered. She said the date was the 16th. We have an admission that the preliminary hearing was on the 20th.
Do you remember what you did on May 20th?
I was taken to court and I met with Judge Griffin in his chambers and forewent my right to a preliminary hearing.
Thank you. In the law, we call it a waiver. Is it true that on May 20th, you waived your right to a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
And did you waive your right to a preliminary hearing because of this offer that you received from prosecution?
I did.
And you did not have to go through a preliminary hearing and endure the evidence that they were going to present to the court at that time?
No, I did not.
But you did know at that time that you waived your preliminary hearing, the evidence that they were going to present on your case. Is that right?
I was given discovery, yes.
And so you knew the evidence they were going to present at the preliminary hearing.
Not all the audio or picture files, but yes, the discovery.
You certainly were aware that you had taken texts and you had done your texts and you had sent them to Tracey and Terralyn and you had taken copies of phone recordings and you knew of that, right?
Yes, I did.
And you knew that the police had that.
Yes, I did.
And in this letter, it indicates that you're currently charged with murder, conspiracy to commit murder, obstruction of justice, commission of DV in the presence of a child, counts 4 and 5. A little further down on that page, if we could. And so you were informed that that's where your charges, which you already knew of, correct?
Yes.
And now the agreement by the state on what the plea offer would be, correct?
Yes.
Which was murder from a first-degree felony to a second-degree felony, conspiracy to a second-degree felony, which remained, and then felony discharge of a weapon, first-degree felony, right?
Correct.
And in May, you knew that you were going to have to provide in the month of May a statement to law enforcement and the prosecution to preserve this offer.
Yes.
And you were able to prepare for that. And how did you prepare for that? Did you talk to your attorney?
Yes.
And you talked to your attorney so much that he came up with a proffer letter, which is Exhibit 1, right?
Yes.
And the proffer letter was drafted on or about June 6th,
Correct.
which we have seen before. And that gave you a couple weeks to speak to your attorney, to get the story of your under or recollection of the events surrounding the death of Matthew prepared for enough to speak with prosecution, right?
Yes.
So you had a couple weeks between the plea offer, you had a couple weeks between the offer, and then you had 6 days until your actual interview, right?
Yes.
And your purpose before May 16th, before your preliminary hearing, you had told your attorney, I want to give the truth.
Yes, I did.
I want to have justice for my children and for Matt.
Yes. And his family and his community and everyone involved.
You actually didn't say that at the time. You actually said the truth and justice for Matt and your children, right?
That was my main reason. Yeah.
And so you had a lot of time to prepare and to recall and to remember all of the events surrounding this.
Correct.
And during the interview on June 12th, the prosecution asked you questions.
Yes, he did.
Based on that interview, you ended up entering a plea.
I did.
And in the plea, you pled, as shown here in this report, this letter, to murder and conspiracy and felony discharge, right?
Correct.
And then after the plea, the court set it for sentencing. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know what the benefit of pleading to these 3 charges would be as opposed to the 5 charges that you were charged with originally?
No.
You didn't.
I knew that some charges were removed. I don't know what every charge carries.
When you pled, were you aware of the benefit of, well, let me ask this question. I would strike that. Did you know that when you were pleading to the 3 charges in this letter that are indicated right there, that you would be going to prison?
Yes, I did.
When you agreed to this, were you in prison?
No, I was not.
You were actually in the Utah County Jail, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You were in the Utah County Jail for how long? 8 months, 10 months?
11 months.
11 months, thank you. And so in your 11 months, you knew that your time in jail in the county would stop at some point if you took this plea.
Yes.
And that you would be changed to a prison inmate rather than a county inmate. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And that wasn't a real question for you. You knew that was going to be the case if you entered that plea.
Yes, I knew I was going to prison when I got arrested.
And that was my question. My question was, when you entered your plea, you knew that your entry of the plea of those 3 charges would require you to go to prison and not remain in the county jail.
Yes.
And did you know what the time difference between those 5 charges you were charged with and those 3 you were pleading to would be in difference to how many years you'd spend in prison?
As far as I knew, life was always on the table.
So you are under the impression today that you are going to be in prison for the rest of your life.
No, I am not.
So when you just said, I know that life is always on the table, what do you mean by that?
In Utah County Jail, when I was given this letter, I knew that I was going to be charged with this felony discharge of a firearm, and that's a felony 1. And the felony 1s carry a life sentence.
It's a 5 to life, right?
I am not sure of what the parameters are, but I know it carries a life sentence.
It's just life. You'll go to prison for the rest of your life. Right?
I
You'll never get
presume
out,
so.
will you?
As far as I'm aware, a life sentence is 35 years.
Oh, who told you that?
Inmate.com.
Who?
Inmates, other inmates, I've heard that they say a life sentence is 35 years.
And that's what your attorney told you too, that you'd spend the rest of your life in prison with this plea, didn't he?
He did not tell me I would spend the rest of my life in prison, no.
Then why are you saying it now?
Because I knew it was on the table. I knew it was an option.
Do you remember testifying at the trial previously with Kevin?
I do.
Do you remember talking about how you knew how many months you actually were going to spend or years you were going to spend based on this plea?
That is a guideline.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes, it is guideline.
I'm sorry. The question is, do you remember telling the jury at that trial how many months and or years you presume you'd be spending in prison?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell that jury that you'd be spending life in prison?
I don't recall whether I told them that or not.
Okay. This will take me some time, Your Honor.
That's fine.
This is a transcript of your testimony at the trial of Kevin Ellis. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oops. With transcripts at the end, are you aware that the transcriber will put in the words and when they appear in the transcript?
No, I am not aware of that.
Would you like to see it?
If you think it's necessary for me to see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. This is outside the realm of her knowledge of how a transcript works. And there's
I
nothing
think
to
she's already
ref-
told us that she doesn't know, so I think that's on the record.
And what does that page describe?
W words and Y words.
Right. And so those have numbers next to each word, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
What do you think those numbers indicate?
You said that it indicates how many times it is said.
If I told you that it indicates the page and line of each page in which that word was said, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I would not.
If I told you that this page under Y has the word years, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I saw that on the page.
You did. Okay. So now I'm going to go into the years because we seem to have a lack of memory here. And do you know why I'm doing this?
Not a clue.
Because
No.
you said you don't remember telling the jury in the Kevin Ellis case how many years you anticipate staying in prison. You're asserting to this jury that it will be for life.
Yeah, Your Honor, maybe we approach.
Of course.
I don't know, her attorney, the defense attorney, guys. I mean, he real slow with this stuff. I don't think he's being rude or anything. I think that he just trying to show that, hey, you had something to gain out of this, which she did. So yeah, you want to blame it all on your mom. Oh yeah, and that is the officer from the Kevin Ellis trial. That's back there. The lady officer. The lady officer. Yeah, so I am okay with the way, I mean, he's a defense attorney. He has to do his job. He has to try to create some reasonable doubt. So that's why he's doing what he's doing, very slowly and methodically, letting her know, look, you had something to gain for this. At first, when you didn't think anything, that you were not guilty, what you were doing were dating, you were doing your 1-2. It's good stuff until you figured out you had to do life.
Kate, I'm going to show you a document.
Okay.
You pull up the top of the matrix. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what does it look like to you?
It is a page from my pre-sentence report.
And when you have this page from your pre-sentence report, what is it indicating?
It is interesting. It is the criminal homicide matrix.
And when you were sentenced, was this matrix used in your sentencing?
I believe so.
Were you aware at any time before your sentencing that this would be an approximate amount of months and or years that you would spend in prison?
Yes.
Yes. So you were informed before sentencing that your plea deal would have a matrix that would come out to this amount that's right in front of you, isn't it?
Correct.
And in that box that you see squared off, I would ask for the court to allow this as exhibit number 3, defense number 3.
No objection.
Thank you. So noted.
And a publish, Your Honor.
We'll publish it.
In the box on the bottom, there's a squared amount of MOS. What does MOS mean to you?
MOS is indicated for months.
And in your sentencing report, how many months does it say the board would have? Well, how many months does it say is the approximate time that you would spend in prison?
For that one charge, 108 months.
And you have been telling us for your first degree, 5 to life, right?
I believe so.
That is not calculated here. Is that your understanding?
That the life isn't calculated?
That your 5 to life discharge of a firearm, first degree felony, is not calculated here. Is that right?
Not on this page, no.
And where is that calculated?
There's a little box with, this is active convictions. And then if you go across, it says time, and there's 108 twice, plus 72, for a total of 288 months.
And so is it your understanding that you're going to spend 288 months?
Yes, if the board allows me to be released.
Do you remember saying something completely different to the prior trial?
No, I don't.
Do you remember saying that you would spend about 11 years in prison, but it's up to the board?
That was before I was fully knowledgeable in how the board works.
Do you remember saying that to the jury?
Yes, I do.
But you now, once again, are changing your testimony?
Because I have new knowledge of how the board works, and I have spoken with my case manager in prison.
And you didn't know that at the time that you accepted your plea, did you?
I didn't know what.
Of the new knowledge you now have.
No, I did not know that.
Matter of fact, when you set your plea, you were looking at the 108 months, weren't you? As a guideline for the board to review.
When I set my plea, the guideline was 288, but I knew that life was still on the table. I knew that I could still spend a possibility of life in prison.
Why did you not tell the jury in the Ellis trial that?
Maybe the question wasn't asked in the way that I understood. I'm not sure.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we take a break. I don't want to waste the jury's time watching me look through papers. I'm going to ask that we take a break.
Let's take a recess.
All right, for the jury.
Mr. Facebar, did you see maybe your papers on the floor? You might
Yeah,
want to-
I think. Thank you, Judge.
Please be seated. All right, council, we'll be in recess until Mr. Facebar has found the information that we need. Thank you.
All right. All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Facebar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kate, is it fair to say that you know more now than you knew 3 months ago about your prison sentence?
Yes.
When were you sentenced?
I don't recall. I don't remember the day.
Do you remember the month?
September.
September.
I believe September.
So you've had an opportunity to be in the prison system for September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 8 months, right?
Yes.
You have an opportunity to learn a little bit more about life in prison and about your sentence, right?
Yes.
But there's certain things you know now that you didn't know at the time that you were negotiating for a plea resolution, right?
Correct.
And what I'm asking you is what you knew at the time of negotiating for your plea, did you know and think about your sentence to be? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And although it might be a little different than what you know now, it is certainly relevant to talk about what you thought at the time of not only the negotiation for your plea, but the actual sentence of your plea on the amount of time you would be serving. You understand that?
Yes.
In the offer letter, you would get the offer to plead to murder from a first degree to a second degree.
Correct.
And you understood the difference between a second degree and a first degree.
Yes,
Was it explained to you by your attorney?
it was.
A second degree has an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 15 years, whereas a first degree felony, and if it's murder, is 15 or even 20 years to life in prison, right?
Correct.
So you moved from a 20 to life to a 1 to 15 in your indeterminate sentence. You knew that was going to be part of the plea bargain that the government gave to the person who lured Matt to his death, right?
Yes.
And some included that you would plead to some other things, and one of them had to be conspiracy.
Yes.
They're saying that if you want a deal to get the reduction, then you got to plead to conspiracy too, right?
Correct.
Now, the conspiracy, you understand, he ran all this through your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And he would have provided you good assistance, wouldn't he?
Yes.
And I think he told you, he understood, he answered all your questions, and you thought you understood the legal process and the fact process and the plea bargaining process, right?
Yes.
So with these other offenses, again, they're reduced. Now the felony of discharge of a weapon, that says felony 1, right?
Correct.
Now felony 1 is a 5 to life, right?
Correct.
However, there are matrices that give you an idea, at least, of what kind of sentence might result from one kind of plea, right?
Correct.
And in reality, even though that third degree felony, number 3, first degree felony, even though it's an F1 5 to life, your sentencing at the board, the matrix that's going to mostly apply is the second degree murder, right?
I'm not sure on that fact.
You've got a matrix that applies and it shows the likely sentence might be from the Board of Pardons at various offense levels, right?
Yes.
So as we have the matrix before us, you can publish that, please. At the time of negotiation, at the time of plea, at the time of sentencing, after discussing matters with your lawyer, matrix. It's working.
It's just slow. It's like
Oh,
turning on the
there it
faucet
came.
with the hose.
After working with your lawyer, what we're talking about in terms of time is if you're down on the matrix, as there being a pre-sentence report, which is prepared, and your lawyer speaking to this, as you indicate, there's a square of 108 months, right?
Yes.
That's because you were allowed to plead to a second degree that resulted in death, right?
Yes.
And you were shown that if you were given a first degree murder, that it's 11 years, that 11 years goes to 240 months, right? Which would be on the matrix to your left of that box. Do you see the 240 months first degree murder?
I do.
And what is the months in that?
240.
So that matrix gives you an idea, and your lawyer talked to you about this, and it gives you an idea of the difference between murder and a second-degree felony that you're allowed to plead to.
Yes.
But there could be a board meeting and a board hearing where the parole board actually varies from one extent to another.
Yes.
And people can come and talk at those hearings and ask that your sentence be longer than 108 months, right?
Yes.
And people can come and say that she did a good job testifying. And as a state of Utah, we think she should get some consideration for that, right?
It's possible.
And they can actually help you out with that for you to get 100 months, for you to get 108 months later. The government can help with that, right?
Yes, if they saw fit.
And so at the time of negotiation, at the time of plea, at the time of sentencing, it was your understanding that you were moving from a murder 240 months to a second degree death 108 months. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now today, you don't agree with that. Is that right?
I'm agreeing.
You are agreeing. And so your board review of 108 months is still standing, isn't it?
I will see the board. I have a tentative board hearing in June of 2036.
2036,
Yes, sir.
which is approximately 108 months.
I'm not sure on the math. It's 10 years from now, 11 years.
120 months would be 10 years, right?
I don't know.
10 times 12, 120.
Sure.
So 120 months.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. A lot different than the 240 months if you're convicted of murder.
Correct.
So there is a great advantage to enter into the plea in which you did enter into, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And you took advantage of that by cooperating to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
It virtually cut your sentence in half, didn't it?
I'm not sure of the math on that.
Well, 240, that's 20 years, right?
If life is still on the table, there's nothing cut in half.
240 is 20 years, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And you said you have a board date in 120, right?
Yes.
And the recommendation on the matrix is 108, right?
Correct.
And you've essentially cut your sentence in half, haven't you, with that plea offer?
On that charge, yes.
Well, on that charge, it's 108, not 120. Says it right there, doesn't it? 108.
I have 2 charges of 108 and 1 charge of 72 months.
And your 2 charges are concurrent with one another, aren't they?
I'm not sure how the concurrent and consecutive work.
If I told you that concurrent means they go as you're sentencing at the exact same time, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
If I told you in your plea statement that you made, it talks about concurrent, meaning the time goes at the exact same time with one another, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I was under the assumption that 2 run concurrent and 1 runs consecutive.
Do you remember my question?
No.
My question was about concurrent. Do you remember me saying the word consecutive?
No.
Because I didn't. So,
Object argumentative.
I think we're getting a little argumentative.
thank you, Judge. So in your plea statement, it describes the difference between concurrent and consecutive, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And in concurrent, it describes your sentence as concurrently would, not does, but would concurrent run together at the same time.
Correct.
Right. Which means if you had a 1-year sentence and another 1-year sentence and it was concurrent, you would do 1 year on both charges, correct?
I believe that's how it works.
And in your plea statement, which you signed, didn't you?
Yes, it did.
And you read, didn't you?
Yes, it did.
And it tells you all of this, doesn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And then it says consecutive would be 1 sentence, and then when you're done, the other sentence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on this matrix, it says on your second degree death, 108 months, right?
Yes.
But you know that consecutive sentencing, you know now that consecutive sentencing has a percentage attached to it, don't you?
I believe so, yes.
And you know that that percentage, even consecutive sentencing, which is one after another, doesn't go the whole term, does it?
I had that explained to me, yes.
Yeah. It just gives a percentage of that term, right?
Right.
Yeah. Do you know what that percentage is?
40%, I believe.
Is that because you read it at the very bottom of these little words right here?
No, I was remembering from my memory.
That's because that's what you've learned since you've been at the prison for a while, right?
No, I remember that from my meeting with my attorney while I was still in Utah County Jail.
And at the time of the trial with Kevin Ellis 2 months ago, you were expecting the 108 months to be a good range of time you would spend, but not a perfect amount of time you would spend. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
Kate, I want to go back in time a little bit now to June and May of 2025, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I need to take a drink. I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, take it up there if you want.
Smart water, it helps. Tracey, at the time you went to speak with the prosecutor,
I'm not Tracey.
sorry, I apologize. I did not mean that intentionally. Kate, at the time that you went to speak with the prosecutor and the investigator, June 12th, were you prepared to tell the truth?
I was.
Do you remember how that event occurred?
Yes.
How did that conversation occur?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, we have this picture. It shows you and Mike Brown. There's Mike in the back of the courtroom. You and Mike Brown on one side of the table, right?
Yes.
And then on the other side of the table is our prosecutor friends and then the investigator, right?
Yes.
And how did that conversation transpire? Did they ask questions or did you just say, hey, I have something to tell you?
I believe they asked questions.
And did you respond to the questions?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you respond truthfully?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you find that during your questions with them that they were telling you things that they thought were true?
I believe so.
And were you telling them what you knew to be true?
Yes, I was.
And during that conversation with them, did you tell them about whether or not there was a plan to hurt Matt when you left California?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say? Do you recall?
I believe there was no plan to hurt Matt when I left California.
You believe there was no plan. Indeed, you said there wasn't any plan at this point to hurt Matt.
Correct.
So I need to get my dates right. On June 20th, right? There was no plan to hurt Matt.
Correct.
But there had been a conversation about a plan or about hurting Matt previous to that. Is that right?
As a figure of speech, possibly. Yes.
As a joke.
It's a joke until it becomes true.
Didn't you refer to it as a joke?
I thought it was as a figure of speech. Yes.
When did you start to realize that there may be a plan to hurt Matt?
About a week and a half after being at my mom's, give or take a couple days.
And what did your mom say?
She said we could get him out here and we could shoot him and have it look like self-defense.
So do you remember in that interview that you actually said, my mom just mentioned ambushing him? Like if he came out, like because of the state of Utah laws. I don't remember things like that. It's more, it was in passing. It was like she said it as a joke.
If that's what the transcript says, then
Is-
that's what I said.
Were you telling the truth that day?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Yeah. Did you find that during this interview, you started changing your ideas on the events to satisfy the narrative of the investigator?
I don't believe I changed my narrative to satisfy the investigator.
Then why would you say during this first interview, when this is your first chance to just tell the truth, that you said a week after you came that your mom talked about an ambush, but it was in passing and it was like a joke? Were you lying?
No, because no, I
Is
was
that the
not lying.
truth? Is that the truth?
I remembered a lot even after the interview.
So you're saying what you were saying to the prosecution was not the truth that day?
To the best of my ability, I was trying to recollect the truth.
You said it more than once, that your mom said it in passing as a joke. But like I said, my mom mentioned it in passing as a joke. Are you saying that that's not the case now?
It may have started as a joke, but it ultimately became the plan to murder Matt.
Well, I didn't ask about what it ultimately became. I asked about when you said she first mentioned it a week after you got there, that she said it in passing as a joke.
Yes.
And then you doubled down saying, but like I said, my mom said it in passing as a joke.
What I assumed was a joke, yes.
Were there any details in that first conversation with your mom, or did she just not have any details?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any details about hurting of Matt?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I asked if you had any details of that first conversation with your mom a week after you got there that you referred to as a joke. Were there any details about how to hurt Matt? What the way to hurt Matt was?
I think it was always shooting him.
Do you recall if that was the conversation in that first conversation you had with your mom about it?
No, I do not recall.
Do you recall testifying to the court today, or not today, yesterday, about the knife?
Yes, I do.
About how your mom showed you the knife?
Yes, I do.
About how you didn't touch it? Your mom showed it to you.
Correct.
It was in a glove or something,
Yes.
in a wicker basket in the laundry room.
Yes, it was.
Do you recall talking about the knife when you were with the prosecution and the investigator on June 12th?
No, I do not.
Do you remember saying that I just grabbed it? And I was like, I don't want to touch it.
I never grabbed it. I went to grab it and then I thought, oh, I'm not touching that.
Do you recall saying it was a really short conversation? She showed it to me and I don't know where. There was so much else to the conversation. And then they said, what was your response? And you said, I just grabbed it. And I was like, I don't want to touch it at that point. So here we are, still a week out from coming in. I think so. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that because I know that for a fact that I never grabbed the knife.
Then why did you lie to the prosecution and to the detective saying that you grabbed it?
That may be a misprint, honestly, because I never grabbed the knife. I thought about it. And when I went to grab it, I said, nope, I'm not touching that.
So you had the first time about a week after you got to Utah saying that your mom was going to ambush or hurt Matt or something. You said it was a joke. When was the second time?
I don't recall.
When was the next time?
There was many little conversations about it.
little conversations about it?
Yes.
Like what kind of details?
Like that I needed to say that Matt liked digital camo because the knife was digital camo and Matt owns nothing in camo to make the story plausible.
Are you making this up today?
No, I am not.
When the question was asked, when was the next time that she made a comment to you about hurting or anguishing Matt? Do you remember what you said at that June 12th interview?
No, I do not.
When he decided to come out to pick me up. So you said at that initial interview, because you were being honest and you wanted to be honest, didn't you?
I was doing my best to be as honest as possible.
You wanted to be honest, didn't you?
Yes.
And you were doing all you could to be honest with the detective, right?
Yes.
And they asked, when was this next time that she made a comment about it? And you said the day he was coming out. And do you remember what day that was?
What day he came out?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was murdered on July 12th.
So the next comment that she made about it was on July 12th, according to your truthful testimony to get the plea agreement, right?
If that's what it says, yes.
And on that day, you told her by text that he's coming out, right?
On July 12th?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
You texted, he's coming to California, he's coming to Utah.
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yes.
we have that as an exhibit, right?
Yes.
You've seen that text, right?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I don't recall what she said. Should we open the binder?
I think she said, I'll call you.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Do you remember when you were asked about that with the detective in your interview?
No, I do not.
I told her, I said, Kevin's on his way. And she said, oh, okay. Was this a telephone conversation you had with her after? You told her that Kevin was coming or Matt was coming?
Yes.
And we've seen the reports of the telephone conversation, right?
Yes.
And what did she say when you told her? Did she say, I'm coming home?
On the phone call?
Yeah.
Yes, she said that she was coming home. She was finishing up her appointment that she had, canceling her appointments that she had in the afternoon, and that she'd be home in the early afternoon.
And then you said she seemed ready to do it.
She did.
Why did she say that?
That she seemed ready to murder Matt
Oh, yeah, why did you say she seemed ready to do it?
because she seemed ready. She seemed like she was preparing herself mentally to pull the trigger if she had to.
Okay, that's not what you said in the interview. In the interview, you said, because they said, why did she say that? You said, because she was prepping the house. She's putting blankets on the couch. So you talked about a telephone conversation you had with her, and then you automatically revert to many hours later where she's prepping the house. And so you said she seemed ready to do it.
She did.
So why did you say she seemed ready to do it at the telephone conversation?
I don't recall what was said in the telephone conversation
Isn't it true that
per word.
Isn't it true that at this point in your conversation with the detective that they were getting frustrated with your lack of insight to this case?
I cannot speak on how they were feeling.
Didn't you hear them say their frustration with you about lack of insight and being honest during this interview?
I don't recall them voicing their frustration, no.
Did she discuss any other logistics with you that day?
Logistics as far as what?
The killing of Matt,
On how it was going to happen?
the logistics. Yeah.
Yes, on who was going to pull the trigger, where Kevin was going to be, where she was planning on being, where Rory and Jacob were going to be. Yes. Where my children were supposed to be. Yes.
Do you remember what you said to the police officer on June 12th? When asked that exact question?
No, I do not.
Did she discuss any logistics with you? And your response was, I don't think so. Remember saying that?
If that's what it says, then that's what I said.
There wasn't really much like how it was going to happen. Do you remember saying that?
We talked about where Kevin was going to be.
No, you didn't say that. On this day of the interview, you said there wasn't really much like how it was going to happen. She kind of left me in the dark with that. Remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that, but if it's written, it must have come out. of my
Do you
mouth.
acknowledge you said that?
Yes.
And this is the day you're there to be as truthful as possible, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
And this is the day that the prosecution had all your text messages available and they had opportunities to question you about your story on how this homicide of Matt occurred, right?
Correct.
And then right after you said, she left me in the dark. Then they asked, like Kevin was going to be downstairs and I was going to be upstairs. Is that what she told you? And you said, yeah. You said she was making preparations. What other preparations? She removed my kids' toy baskets in front of the fireplace. My son steals toys. And so she moved those into the garage so they'd be out of the way. Remember saying that?
Yes.
But she didn't talk to you about what was actually going to happen in relation to his homicide, did she? I mean, you said she left me in the dark on that.
I'm going to object to vague. Is he asking for what she said then, or is she asking for now?
What she said then.
All right, let's rephrase it so with it being understood what you said then.
State that one more time, please.
Do you recall on various occasions talking to Matt on his way to Utah?
I do.
And do you recall what you're talking about when he what to do when he arrived?
I do.
And do you recall asking him multiple times if he was going to come inside?
I do.
Why did you ask him that?
Make sure that he came inside.
Do you remember what you said to the detective or prosecution when you were asked that question?
No, I do not.
Because I wanted to have a conversation with him.
Is that the detective the night of?
Yeah. Do you recall having asking him multiple times he's going to come inside? Yes, I do. Why did you ask him that? Because I wanted to have a conversation with him. Isn't it true that the first idea of luring Matt to the house through these conversations and these text messages and all of these things came from the detective and prosecution, and that you never had an idea of your luring until they presented that narrative to you?
I knew I was luring him to Utah. I didn't acknowledge it.
You acknowledge it after your plea when you got a reduction in your sentence, though, don't you?
Yes.
And you acknowledge it when you're here today, don't you?
Yes.
But you didn't acknowledge it when you're being as truthful as you could, right?
Yes.
Until it was first presented to you that you were luring Matt to Utah.
Yes.
Did you want Matt to come to Utah?
No, I did not.
So the whole idea of luring him to Utah had nothing to do with any plan. Your plan was to keep him in California and avoid him, right?
I wanted that as an option. Yes.
What was your other option? To murder him?
A peaceful divorce.
Okay, then it wasn't to murder him. It was to keep him in California and a peaceful divorce.
That would have been the happy ending.
What did you think was going to happen when Matt finally said, I'm driving the truck, the 250?
I knew what it meant. As
What
far
did you
as-
think was going to happen when Matt decided to drive to Utah?
I knew it would end in his death.
Really? Do you remember what you said to the detective and the prosecution on the day you were going to be your most honest because you wanted to be honest? Do you remember what you said?
No, I do not remember.
I honestly thought she was going to let me talk to him. Remember saying that?
No, I don't.
Who is the she in that sentence?
Tracy.
Yeah, you thought that Tracy was going to let you talk to him, right?
On some level, I guess. Yes.
Thank you. Because that's what you really thought, didn't you? You thought you would have to have that very, very awkward conversation about divorce, right?
She told me not to come downstairs. She
I'm
told
asking,
me.
I'm asking what you thought. I'm asking what you thought. I honestly thought she was going to let me talk to him. Are you being honest when you're saying that? I mean, you started it with honestly. I mean,
Unfortunately, I don't think I was being 100% honest. When I
you
said
weren't.
that. No, I don't think so. Because
So-
I know for a fact that she was going to kill him.
So when you went there and spoke to them, you decided you're going to go there and lie to them.
I'm sorry?
When you went and spoke to the prosecution and the detective on June 12th, you decided that you're actually going to go and lie to them.
That wasn't my intention.
That's what you're
how it
saying
came
right
out.
now. Isn't that what you're saying right now?
Yes, that wasn't my intention, but it's how it came out.
I honestly thought she's going to let me talk to him. And then they said, what do you mean? I didn't think that she would ambush him like that. Is that a lie? Were you lying on June 12th on that one too?
Honestly, I didn't think that she was going to ultimately kill him. I didn't
Thank
think that
you.
she would actually pull the trigger. I asked her not to do it that day, and she told me she was going to do it anyway.
Do you remember my question?
Nope.
Okay, I'll rephrase my question. I'll restate my question. Was that a lie? I didn't think that she would ambush him like that. Was that a lie?
Yes.
So you actually went to the state and to the detective to lie.
It wasn't my original intention. That's how it came out. And maybe I was being stupid and trying to protect my mother and my brother
Protect them from what?
from life in prison.
Why? You're going there to testify and to provide them the information of their involvement in the murder. So how are you going there to protect them if your purpose was the opposite? That doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. You're
Then
right.
why are you saying that?
Why am I saying what?
That you went there to protect Kevin and your mom?
Because on some level, they are still my family. And as the time has progressed, I have learned things about my mother.
Okay, so let's get back to the question. Why did you go to the prosecutor, to the detective, through your lawyer, through the proffers, to protect your mom and your brother when your purpose was to go there to tell them that you conspired to murder Matt?
Because I wasn't thinking.
Okay. I thought that I would be able to at least talk to him and have a little conversation with him. I'm trying to get to you, Kate, is you're telling the truth here. You actually did think you'd have an opportunity to have a conversation with him, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Even though you said it 3 times to these detectives, to these prosecutors.
But I also said it.
Asked and answered
Let's
several
ask
times.
Nancy. Let's move on.
However, you had talked to your mom earlier or later that day and asked to not go through with it, didn't you?
I did.
You said that. Told her you didn't want to do it, right?
Yes.
So when you told her you didn't want to do it, you thought you'd be able to have at least a chance to talk to him, have a conversation when you told her, I don't want to do it, right?
I didn't think that I would be able to talk to Matt. Not in person
Do you
anyway.
remember the question? I mean, I know you want to always answer the way you want to
Objection,
answer.
argumentative.
I think it's argumentative.
Then I'd ask that she be instructed to answer the questions and not to give her narrative of whatever she wants to narrate about.
Restelli, you need to ask the question that's asked you, not the question you want to answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't it true that you wanted to talk to Matt and that's why you said to her, I don't want to go through with it?
No,
Then why did you say it to her?
because I didn't want him to die.
So you didn't want to talk to him, but you didn't want him to die.
Correct.
So you didn't want to have a conspiracy to murder him. You wanted to retreat from that.
Yes.
Thank you. At 9:17, you texted your mom, right?
AM or PM?
AM. July 12th, 9:17. Right?
Yes.
And then she said, I'll call you, right?
Yes.
And then at 10:45, so it's like an hour and a half passed away, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And what did she say?
I'd have to open the binder.
No, the telephone conversation.
She said she was coming home early.
Mhm.
She was canceling her appointments and that she'd be home.
Do you remember saying, she said, don't worry, we'll handle it. Just don't worry about it.
Sounds plausible. Sounds like something she would say. Yes.
Is it something you said, she said?
Yes.
Yeah. And did you indicate you were troubled and upset because you didn't want him to come out?
I believe so. Yes.
And right at that point is when the prosecution and the detectives were just sort of fed up with your lack of accountability, weren't they?
Object to speculation.
Sustained. It's argumentative as well.
And right at that point, they said,
I'm going to object to hearsay if he's going to quote something we said at this point.
didn't they say to you, we need you to be truthful?
I believe so.
Why did they say that, do you think?
For that exact reason. They
What-
needed me to be truthful.
Well, you had just spent 11 pages on talking to them. Why are they now saying you need to be truthful?
I don't know.
Well, maybe it's because you said that I
Objection,
only
Your Honor.
had,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Ms. Grant.
Objection, he's testifying. He's just speculating as to what her reason is for her answer.
Yes, sustained.
thank you. Do you think they asked you to be truthful because they weren't believing your story?
Quite possibly.
They weren't believing that you said, she said it as a joke?
I'm not sure what they were not believing.
Do you think it's because you said, she said, don't worry about it, it will be okay?
I don't know.
Do you think it's because you said, honestly, I wanted to talk to Matt and I didn't want it to happen?
I don't know.
Do you think that they said that because they had a conspiracy charge and they wanted you to confirm the conspiracy charge?
More than likely.
Yes. And so you started changing your story at that point, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Including today, changing your statement.
Being more truthful, yes.
And including the day of the Kevin Ellis trial, when the last thing you said on one day was, really didn't talk to Kevin. And then the very next day you said, oh, I had a full conversation in the lawn right after sushi. Right?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
And when they said to you to be more truthful, they asked, you didn't have a plan in place. Right?
I believe so.
They said, but you had to do something with the plan for him to come out. And you said, right? Do you remember saying that?
Not off the top of my head, but if that's what's in the transcript.
So
yes.
you knew that to be correct. And do you know what you said to that?
No, I do not.
You said, yes. And they wanted, I want to hear it. And you said, yes. Their narrative for you to comply with. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. At one point, you had to tell them, I'm being honest with you. Remember that?
No, I don't.
I'm being honest with you. And that's what happened. If I told you you said that, do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
And then they said, you keep saying I didn't want him to die. And then you said, I didn't. Was that a lie?
No, because I didn't want him to die.
And it was at this point where they used the word lure. Do you remember them using that word with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that when it clicked in your mind that I did engage with him and lured him to the house?
That's a strong possibility.
Do you remember them asking you then, what is your role in this murder of Matt?
I don't recall that, but I'm sure it was asked.
The very end of your interview. And then you offered getting him to come out.
Yes.
And when did you and your co-conspirators decide that was your role? When she first offered the ambush?
More than likely.
That's not true, is it?
What's not true?
Well, you said previously the ambush was a joke. You didn't know what your role was when you said it was a joke? How would you know your role when you said it was a joke? You didn't know when your role is. Do you know what the right answer is? Don't you?
Object is either argumentative or a compound question. I think there were 3 questions in there. It was definitely argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to 1 being argumentative and 2 it's a compound question.
You couldn't know your role when you already referred to it as a joke from your mom. Do you agree with that?
No.
You disagree. So you did know your role when it was a joke from your mom.
Yes.
You knew your role a week after you got to Utah when your mom joked about the ambush because your role was to get Matt out, right?
That would have been my role, yes.
Yes.
Because she sure couldn't get him out there.
No. And you did everything you could in those next 2 weeks to get him out, didn't you? You hired him a car, didn't you?
No,
You bought him an airplane ticket, didn't you?
no,
You had his friend's neighbor's sister drive him out for you, didn't you?
no.
Then how would you know your role? When did you know that he was coming to Utah?
On the 12th?
Exactly. You didn't know your role when she first made the joke about an ambush, because the only time you knew of that potential role would have been the 12th, right?
No,
So you did know that you were going to lure him to Utah before the 12th.
in the context of a joke, yes, I would have to lure him out.
So when did you know your role?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it true? It was July 12th. That's the only logical answer, isn't it?
That's when it was solidified.
And you talked about it with her about your role before that.
Yes,
Even though in this interview you said you didn't talk about any logistics.
yes,
Do you see you're contradicting yourself, Kate?
I understand that.
Here's a second picture. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is, I believe, the second interview I had with Detective Nordine.
Same day as your interview, right?
Is it the same day? I know that I had a follow-up interview with Detective Nordine.
Do you consider these to be the same day?
Yes,
And so after you concluded your interview with Detective Nordine and the prosecution, there was a break in the interview, wasn't there?
I believe so.
And then you waited, and then at least Detective Nordine came back in to talk to you again. Do you remember
Yes.
that?
Yes, to ask follow-up questions.
This is after you came to be truthful, right?
Yes,
And after you said your story in the beginning, right?
yes,
And after they then had to remind you, you're here to be truthful, right?
yes,
And then after you said, I'm being honest, right?
yes,
And then you came back for your second batch of conversations. And you started talking about Matt and the things he had done to get better, didn't you?
I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Stop drinking.
Yes, for 2 weeks.
Yeah. So while you were gone, Matt made an attempt to improve himself.
Yes, that's what he claimed.
You just can't say yes, can you?
Nope.
Why?
I don't like the,
Being honest.
I do like being honest.
Why don't you just say yes? Why is it hard?
Because I feel like you're not telling the whole truth.
Just reading your words, Kate. Do you believe that?
Yes,
Thank you. And isn't it true when you came back after your round of interview and came back with the detective, you said like at this point it was solidified that he was going to be murdered. And they asked what time? And do you remember when that time was?
no, I do not.
You said 2:10. Why would you say 2:10?
I was assuming the time.
I misspoke. You said, like at this point, it was not solidified that he was going to be murdered. Do you remember saying that?
No, I do not.
And what time was that? And you said 2:10. Do you know what 2:10 was referring to?
No, I do not.
It's referring to July 12th, wasn't it?
That's what it says.
Well, do you have any reason to disagree with it? Did you say, I was super happy I'd stopped drinking?
I was hopeful, yes.
Did you say, I was super happy that he stopped drinking?
Yes.
Thank you. And were you being honest about that?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you said at 2:10, it was not solidified that he was going to be murdered?
Yes.
And then a little bit later, you talked to the detective about the hotel money that your mom offered.
I'm sorry?
You talked to the detective about the hotel money your mom offered.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
yes.
And your mom offered to let Matt stay at the house, right?
She told
Is
me.
that a yes?
She told me to tell him yes.
Yeah, okay. So your mom offered that, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Your mom also offered, instead of staying at the house, that she could provide a couple $100 for hotel if needed, right?
Yes.
Your mom also indicated she knew he had driven 10 plus hours, right?
Yes.
And that if you're leaving right away, there might be a hotel maybe in St. George that she would provide for, right?
Yes.
Your mom knew that he was coming for a long drive, right?
Yes.
And you said, I feel like at this point it was 50-50. Didn't you?
Yes.
So even after the texts about the hotel, after the texts about staying at the night at the house, at that point you're being honest and you still felt like it was 50-50 whether or not he was going to be murdered, right?
Yes.
That means there really isn't an agreement at this point, is there? It was still 50-50.
To my understanding, yes.
Which is quite different than your story earlier in your testimony, that it was always the plan, that it was going to happen, that it's for sure going to happen. But the day you're going to be truthful, until you started getting questioned about your truthfulness and had to come up with an idea of your luring, did you start changing your story to the narrative of the detective? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Sorry. We ended yesterday's testimony with my question regarding your contact with Kevin. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Excuse me. And the last question, virtually asked in your testimony, the question was asked, did you have any interactions between him, meaning Kevin, between 3 and 9:30 or 3 o'clock, 3 to 10? And what was your answer? Do you remember?
No.
You said, I don't believe so. So specific question, what was your interaction with Kevin between 2:30 and 9:30 or 3 to 10? And did you have any interactions? He said, I don't believe so. And then that was the end of the day, wasn't it? The end of your testimony that day.
Yes,
Yeah. And then the very next day you came to court, right?
yes,
And then you came up with a whole new story, didn't you?
came up with.
Yeah. You testified about a whole new story, didn't you?
I shared new details, yes.
You testified about a whole new story, didn't you?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think she does answer it, Judge. She gives a narrative and then I don't know. I lose it on the narrative.
I think she's asked it.
So was that a yes, Your Honor? Did she say yes?
I thought she said.
Okay, yes. And the new story that you're saying, your new testimony is that now you had a meeting in the yard area, front or back, I don't know which, with Tracey, yourself, and Kevin after they get back from sushi, right?
Yes,
Never told that to the prosecutor on June 12th, right?
right?
Never told it to the prosecutor on your first day of trial, did you?
I don't believe so.
No, you even ended by saying, I didn't have any interaction with him, right?
Yes,
Right. But you got a chance to sleep on it. During your interview, when did you decide that you had a meeting with Tracey and Kevin in the yard after sushi?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When did you decide you had a meeting with Tracey, Kevin, and you after sushi on July 12th, 2024, the day Matt was murdered?
When did I decide? I'm not sure I understand why you're using that question or
Well,
using that word.
You didn't decide to tell people of it during your interview on June 12th, right?
I'm going to object as vague. If it's, when did you decide to tell or when did you decide?
I think you changed your question. Let's rephrase it so we know what you're asking.
Well, I didn't say, when did you decide to tell, Judge? Because,
That's vague.
so now I'm going to make some argument. I didn't ask, when did she decide to tell? Because we all know when she decided to tell. It was the next day at court. My question was, when did you decide
When did you decide what?
to tell the story that you said the second day of court?
All right, we'll say that question so it's clear what you're asking.
When did you decide to tell the story about a meeting between you, Tracey, and Kevin in the yard after sushi?
I don't recall.
But you would acknowledge your time and interaction with Kevin was minimal, right?
Yes,
Did you ever have an occasion to talk with your mom about Kevin in March of 2024?
I believe there was text messages about Kevin's mental state.
And was there a conversation about Kevin being one to kill Matt?
Yes,
Was that done jokingly?
I don't believe so.
So you think in March, before Matt even came to Utah, before you even left to go to Utah, before you found out about you're not doing Las Vegas, and right after Disney, you think it was serious,
Yes, I do.
even though you said it was a joke on June 12th.
Did I say that the March one was a joke?
Well, the question was asked. That's a good question, even though you're not allowed to ask me questions, but that's a good question. You were asked, what was the context of that conversation? You said, just simply that. It was sad. She was talking about Kevin feeling, how Kevin was feeling, and it was, again, she made it sound like, what do you think I'm going to say?
A joke?
Yes. like a joke. And then a few seconds later, she's like, well, Kevin's sad and he'll take care of it if you need him to take care of it. As a joke, right? I mean, time to be honest, so.
What she was thinking was probably a joke, but I knew that she was serious, and I know that I shared that information with Carolyn, and we both thought
I
it was
can't
very
talk
sad.
for Carolyn, Your Honor, and I ask that she not talk for someone else. She can only talk for herself.
Let's hear, say, only talk about you, please.
I know when I spoke with Carolyn that I thought it was very sad.
And you considered it a joke.
I don't think it was a joke.
Okay. At that time, you were sending texts like, I hate Matt, right?
Yes,
I can't stand having kids with him, right?
I believe is I hate the fact that I have kids with him.
Right.
Yes.
Indeed, the detective said, at this point, do you still think it's a joke? This is June 12th. He's following in on the joke. Or do you think it's getting a little more serious? It's getting a little more serious, you said. So he even asked, do you think it's a joke? And he said, it's getting a little more serious. At this point, so if we're still a week out, what do you know of her conversations with Kevin? And do you remember what you said?
No, I do not.
A week out. I don't know of any conversations with Kevin. Were you lying to him?
I was not a part of any conversations between my mom and Kevin.
Well, you know of a conversation between your mom and Kevin on the day of sushi when you had it in the yard that you decided to drop a bomb during the last trial.
Yes, that is true.
Weren't you just really being honest here when you said that?
In which?
When you said, I don't know of any conversations with Kevin.
No, I don't believe I was being honest.
Your testimony yesterday, you talked about Kevin being downstairs watching video on the couch when all the prep for the murder was to take place, right?
I don't believe that's what I stated.
What did you state?
That he was downstairs on the couch watching movies when Matt was said to arrive, not during the prep of the house.
Do you remember being asked, did Kevin watch mom make any of the preparations?
No, I don't remember that question.
And do you remember what your response was?
Nope.
I don't believe so. I think he was
Sorry,
still,
I'm just going to ask for clarification on
I'm sorry,
when that question was being asked.
June 12th, the day she was before the prosecution and the detective, to be honest. Remember that conversation?
No.
You remember that day and that conversation with them, right? Not the
I
specific.
remember having that conversation, yes.
Yes. And you said, I don't believe so. I think he was still upstairs in his room. Did you see Kevin that day? Do you remember what your response was?
My response was no.
Your response was, in passing. Not in the front yard having a conversation about the murder. On the day you're there to be most honest, on the day you're clinching your plea.
You know, I'm going to
Is that
object
a
to,
question?
I'm going to have to
Yes.
strike that.
And that was the day in which you were clinching your plea, wasn't it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You were there for the interview based on the information you provided the prosecution to clinch your responsibilities related to your plea, to provide them a statement of the truth.
Yes.
And you said, I saw him in passing. Correct?
Yes.
They followed up with that. How did he seem? So now they want to know, like, is there anything else that happened on that day? The day Matt's driving out to Utah? You know, we really want to know what's going on that day.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that and ask that it be stricken. Speculating as to any of our intentions.
I think you need to
And they said, how did he seem? I'll accept it. And they said, how did he seem? And do you remember what you said?
No.
He seemed fine, like normal, like any other day. Do you remember saying that?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Do you agree you said that?
Yes.
He doesn't have kids, so my kids are a lot.
Yes, I remember saying that.
And so he just keeps to himself and just avoids me and my rambunctious kiddos.
Yes.
And then they said, what was his demeanor? Was it different after sushi? So they really get on the line here, don't they?
Yes.
They want to know about after sushi, don't they?
Yes.
Do you know why that's important?
No.
Well, would you acknowledge that this would be your first opportunity to have a face-to-face with your co-conspirator murderers once you find out Matt's on his way? Right?
My first opportunity?
To be face-to-face with your co-conspirators.
Yes.
Because mom's at work, isn't she? When you found out Matt was coming from California.
Yes.
Yeah. And so they asked. And then do you remember what your response was when they said, after sushi?
No.
You said, no, I don't think so. His demeanor wasn't different. Did you see him after sushi? Maybe. Isn't it true you said maybe?
If that's what's written, yes.
He seemed fine. Isn't that true?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
He seemed happy.
God, he got grata. Y'all see them pants? Them pants grabbing all up in there. I need to stop looking at butts. All right. I don't know who had me looking at his butt yesterday. Oh, gosh. Who was that? Which one of you guys had me looking at his buns? Made me rewind it and everything. And now he got grata. His pants is grabbed. His pants is grabbing it all. Oh gosh. Also, the cameraman is doing bad shots. Like, I don't want to look at everybody's butt. Dang. I mean, it's grabbing it. He got grata. He need to pull it out. Oh, wait. Talk about ass grab. All right, my guy. He got it, baby. I know, and every time the mom get up or we go to break, they always zooming in on her behind, her rear. I don't know what is going on with our poor little cameraman, but that is not the angle we want to see. I mean, unless it's him. All right.
So during your interview, June 12th, you voluntarily come forward to be honest. They ask you about after the sushi between mom and Kevin. And they said, did you see him? And your response was maybe. Is that accurate?
In what's written, yes.
And what you said,
Yes.
is that accurate? And you also said he seemed fine. Is that accurate?
Yes.
He seemed happy. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sorry. All right. Judge, I just taking the whole room here, sorry. Sorry, Judge, I've misplaced.
Take a moment and just check your notes. You're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to stand up and stretch a minute. while Mr.
Yeah, this sushi was a big thing last time, Martina. That's how I feel like, oh my gosh, if y'all don't stop with this doggone sushi. But I guess it's a very point of contention in regards to Kevin, what he knew, what he did not know. And so I think that's, dang, I missed the joke. Dang it.
Was it the paper that maybe fell on the floor, Mr. Facebook?
Oh, I actually just had it, and someone used it underneath my pictures. I found it, I'm sorry.
That's all right. A lot of moving pieces, you understand.
No, she was laughing. I don't think crying.
And then further, there was a lot of questions that the detectives and the prosecution had about Kevin, right?
Yes.
And the reason they had questions about it was because we all know Kevin is the one who shot the gun, right?
Yes.
And so they want to know, obviously, what your communication with Kevin is like. So they asked those questions, didn't they?
Yes.
And they said, tell me everything about that part of it. And do you remember what you responded to by saying?
No.
You said, I didn't talk to Kevin that much. Remember that?
Yes.
And they asked, so anything else that was said about that? And he responded, the conversation between my mom, between Tracey and Kevin, I really don't have much knowledge of.
Correct.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, you certainly had knowledge about some alleged meeting in the yard where Kevin agreed and you had a conversation about it.
Between the three of us.
Is there something you didn't know about Kevin as a result of this case?
I had no idea he used cocaine.
Indeed, Kevin was under the influence of cocaine the night of the shooting. Isn't that true? It's okay to just give a one-word answer, yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. And when Kevin came out and shot your husband, the father of your children, he was under the influence of cocaine, wasn't he?
Yes.
Kate, isn't it true that you came to prosecution to be honest?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were going to present to them your honest statements of what you knew best?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were going to come to them with your best ability of memory?
Yes.
Isn't it true that in your first interview with the detectives and the prosecution that you gave them your honest answers?
No.
Now you're saying you lied.
I wasn't 100% truthful, correct?
Isn't it true that you came to them and informed them that you didn't have communications with Kevin during that June 12th interview?
I'm sorry, what's the
Isn't
question?
it true? I'll restate.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Isn't it true, Kate, that your versions of the events have constantly changed based on the narrative that the detective was informing you of the conspiracy?
No.
It has not changed?
I don't agree with the word constantly.
okay, that it is numerous times changed to conform with the narrative of the detective for the conspiracy?
No.
No. Isn't it true that Kevin just decided to remove from your life the hardest part of your life, being Matt, and he came out and shot Matt?
I'm not sure I understand the question that you're saying.
Isn't it true that you built up this fear of Matt amongst your family when you came to Utah?
My family had first experience.
Is that a yes or a no, Nay? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Isn't it true that Kevin knew you were fearful of Matt?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Kevin felt a obligation to protect you from Matt?
Objection, speculation.
Isn't it true that Kevin sent you a text advising you that he would protect you from Matt?
The word protection was never used.
What did he use?
He said if, I don't recall the text message, but he said that he could be home.
He could be home. And what did you think that implied?
That he would be there to protect me, not necessarily shoot Matt, but to protect me.
Thank you. And it wouldn't be to shoot Matt because you didn't know that was going to happen, right?
Not in that instance.
No. In that instance, thank you. That instance was when he was in Wendover, right?
I believe that's where he was.
Yeah. And he was in Wendover while you were in Utah.
Yes.
And so when you say not that instance, you're actually contradicting yourself because you say the whole time you were in Utah, it was the plan to kill Matt.
No, that's not what I stated.
Okay. And that while he was in Wendover was when you had the conversation about him not using the word protect, but you felt it as being a protection, right?
From day one, he was going
Yes.
to protect me.
That Kevin said, I'll be back in case Matt comes, right?
Yes.
He never had to say that before, did he? You can say no if that's the truth.
On the very first night I got there, Kevin told me that he would sleep on the couch. Because
So Judge, I would ask that you strike this because she is not answering the question.
It's not a response. We need to ask the question, answer the question that's asked you. So re-ask the question, please.
Your understanding of that text was that Kevin was going to be a protection for you when Matt came to the house.
Yes.
And isn't it true that when he was in Wendover, Matt was not coming back at that time?
Correct.
So your inclination or your statement that him shooting Matt is just not an accurate statement, is it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I think is a poorly phrased question. I'll retract. When Kevin was in Wendover, you were texting with Kevin, and we've seen the texts in this trial, correct?
Yes.
And part of those texts was he offered to bring you weed, didn't he?
I asked him to bring me weed, yes.
So that's a yes.
He didn't offer to bring me weed. I asked him to get it.
Okay. Because at that time you're still smoking daily.
Yes.
Didn't have your trailer though, did you?
Nope.
So you're just still a daily smoker.
Yes.
So much so that at one point Kevin had to send you a text saying, hey, I smell it, right? In the house.
Yes.
Yeah. And isn't it a fact that Kevin was there to be your protector because of the fear of Matt that you presented to your family?
Yes.
You presented it to Tara Lynn. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You presented it to Tracey.
Yes.
Physical fear, right?
Yes.
And you presented it to Kevin.
Yes.
And based on that fear is why Kevin shot and killed Matt. Is that right?
No.
Oh. He didn't do that based on your fear of Matt?
No, he did that on the basis of getting rid of him.
On the basis of what?
Getting rid of him.
Okay. Because a divorce would just be too hard. guess. Is that your answer?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. So Brent, I believe you indicated you had some brief redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Thank you.
Okay, you were just talking with the defense attorney about your marijuana usage. right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that the marijuana usage caused you memory issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did marijuana cause you to make up memories?
I don't know.
Or just make things fuzzy?
Makes things fuzzy.
It doesn't create memories in your mind, does it?
No.
You were also just asked just a second ago, divorce would have been too hard, right?
Yes.
You were asked extensively yesterday by Mr. Facemeyer about Tracey's several divorces and how those seemed fine, right? Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
You talked to a divorce attorney.
Yes, I did.
It wasn't just Google, as you were asked. Google wasn't your lawyer, was he?
No.
You talked to a lawyer.
Yes, I did.
And you told the lawyer about your financial situation, right?
I did.
About your DV conviction, right?
Yes, I did.
About all the concerns that existed, right?
Yes.
And how'd you walk away from that consultation feeling?
Defeated.
Was divorce an option?
In my head, no.
The recording of that call, you sent that to your mother, didn't you?
I did.
I may have misspoke yesterday, so I want to correct this. The recordings of you and Matt on the phone, did you record this with your phone or with your iPad?
With my iPad.
Okay, while you were on the phone with them?
Yes.
Okay, so those recordings would have come from the iPad?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Defense asked you a question kind of towards the end that your story has changed several times to conform to the narrative of the detective. I want to break that up. Has your story changed over time?
Yes, it has.
Has it changed to conform to the narrative of the detective?
I don't believe so.
Why has it changed?
Because I've remembered things differently and I want to be more truthful.
Would you agree that in June of 2025, when we first met, would you agree you minimized your involvement in the case?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree you minimized Kevin's involvement?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree you even minimized your mom's involvement?
Yes.
Why?
I believe I was attempting to protect them and not realizing that I was actually hurting myself.
Okay. Would you agree that even up through the first day of Kevin's trial, you minimized Kevin's involvement?
Yes.
Why?
Again, I wasn't thinking and I was trying to protect him.
You feel bad for Kevin?
Yes.
Why?
Because he put his life on the line to protect me from what he thought was a threat.
Brother.
Thank you. Any recross? Oh, yeah. Thank you. All right, Ms. Restelli, you may step down. Counselor, can I see you up
Thank
here
you.
for a moment, please?
Okay, while they are approaching, I'm glad it wasn't no direct, redirect, direct, and redirect, and all that stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break. Well, yeah, we know. We're going to take your lunch break early now. We're going to stay and do some legal matters and attorneys tonight in the courtroom. So just keep my admonition in mind about forming an opinion about the case, talking about the case, doing research. Just be back in time so that we can start hopefully about 1:30. That in mind?
All rise for the jury.
It would be something else if they had Kevin come in here and testify now that he'd been found guilty. Oh boy. Now that would have me like, what the heck?
Mr. Brown, was there anything you needed to put on the record, or did you want to talk with your partner?
I was just going to ask that she be released from her subpoena so she can go. No? Okay.
Release her from transport. She can go today, but not.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Release for today. If we need her back, I'll have the state and Mr. Facebar coordinate with you again. Fair enough? Yes. Thank you. All right. So I believe we have Mr. Scott Williams on the line, who is Mr. Ellis's attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Uh-oh, yeah. Uh-oh, he must go testify. Why is his attorney on the line? Oh, no. Oh, shoot.
And Judge, we are asking for the prison to bring Kevin into the courtroom.
He is going to testify. Holy crap.
Is he on another floor?
No, everybody can't flip on mama.
Ms. Williams, good morning. Thank you for working around our schedule today. I know you've been in trial.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see everyone.
We got some feedback. Just a second. Could you say something again so we got feedback from you still?
Good morning.
Good morning. That's much better. They're bringing your client down from another floor, so it'll take just a moment or two, and then we'll bring you right in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no. We get to see Scott again? Oh, no. No. You know, Kevin didn't even testify in his own trial. He cannot testify against mama. Mama. Oh, gosh. We cannot. Oh gosh, that was the worst case scenario. Mom need to plea. Oh my gosh. I would have never thought. Holy crap. I hope he's not gonna test. Oh gosh. Mama done then. Because Kevin about to get up here and talk about the sushi.
It's gonna take a moment because we can't have them cross paths.
We about to hear about the sushi, y'all.
She locked up in this holding cell.
Yes, what Mr. Brown did.
Holy moly.
They can't bring Kevin down and bring him straight in.
We're just keeping them separate so that they don't have the ability to talk to each other. We have deputies coming to do this. It's just taking a little.
All right. Why don't we do this, counsel? Let's just take a brief recess, Mr. Facemeyer, so it's not everybody here. Probably about 5 minutes to get him down, and then I'll come back in as soon as I get your client. Did you hear what the problem was?
Yes, Judge.
I'm asking Scott, Mr. Scott Williams. Did you hear what the problem was?
I did, yes.
All right. So let's take that brief recess, and then when you've got Mr. Ellis here coming, I'll come back right immediately. Thank you. We're in
All
recess.
right.
Oh my gosh. I think I might have tinkled in my pants. Like that got me nervous. Mom just let it go. I think she better let it go. Like Teddy P said. Looks like another love TKO. Oh gosh. I'm telling you, she gonna have to let it go. Teddy said it the best. Looks like another love TKO. I know. Oh, she tried to control some stuff that took control of her. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know about that good old Teddy P. That's when you know you done. When you start singing Teddy P up in the house. You be like, you gotta let it go. Oh shoot. I, I think when I heard Kevin A come up, I almost peed. I think I tinkled in my pants, Tanya. Because I can't believe this. Like, I'm nervous for her. Like, we could not be doing this. Like, this is too much for me. Oh, goodness. You know, because when we watched Kevin's trial, and just so y'all aware, we watched his trial in pieces and parts because the way they streamed it, it wasn't, I don't remember it being gavel to gavel, but it was kind of, you know, whatever. But I do know Kevin did not testify in his own trial, so I'm just trying to figure out. I guess now that he didn't been found guilty, maybe he got a deal. Like, I don't know if he needs a deal. Like, he already convicted, right? So what would they do? Give him less time? Damn. Now I know she had to know that Kevin was gonna testify, so I don't know why she here. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. I think she better let it go. Looks like another love TKO. Oh, he be like, oh gosh. Yeah, he's been convicted. That's why I don't know why. Oh man. I don't even know what to say. I guess it ain't nothing for me to say. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oh man. SD, you ain't here? Hey, Derek.
Currently perfected a notice of appeal. In his particular case, I believe he clearly has a Fifth Amendment right that he can assert. And consistent with my advice, it is intention to assert that Fifth Amendment right in blanket fashion. He would assert that to any question asked of him by the prosecution or any other attorney in this proceeding.
Thank you. Is that good? Is the state offering any immunity, or Mr. Pomeroy?
The state is not offering immunity, Your Honor, but for the record, it's my understanding that in the hypothetical case that were we to offer that immunity, Mr. Ellis would still elect to not testify, even if the court ordered him to do so. And I believe, again, that Mr. Williams could proffer that.
Mr. Williams.
I believe that would be the case. I appreciate and agree, however, with the state that is the invocation of his Fifth Amendment right does not require them to then provide immunity, subject him to the potential penalty that might be associated with a contempt finding, and that we are not to that stage, and appreciate not having to get to that stage. But were they to provide immunity, yes, my understanding is, now this would not be related to my advice, of course, but that he would not answer questions anyway.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ellis, do you wish to abide by your client's, or excuse me, your attorney's advice and assert your Fifth Amendment rights?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. All right, the record reflect Mr. Ellis is asserting his Fifth Amendment rights as advised by his counsel. Anything else you wish to put on the record, Mr. Pomeroy?
We're good for now, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Facemer, anything on behalf of the defense you wish to put on the record?
Nothing.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen. All All right, anything else we should discuss before we recess for lunch today?
Can I approach?
Can I be excused?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, Council, come forward.
Yeah, that's got it.
I wonder how long their lunch break gonna be today. 5 hours? Yeah, they brought him all that way for nothing. Oh, he had me worried. Mama must have knew. That's probably why she didn't do anything, because Mama said she taking it to trial. So I'm so glad that he not testifying against her, because I was like, oh my gosh, please don't do this. Like, please don't do this. That was my whole thing when we was talking about this. Like, please don't. I cannot mentally take it.
All right, Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the court knows, we previously filed a motion to admit certain evidence subject to Rule 804 for when a witness is unavailable. We're asking the court now, based off of the invocation of privilege, to find that Mr. Ellis has asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege, and Mr. Ellis is now an unavailable witness pursuant to that rule and its exceptions.
Mr. Facebar, anything from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. It's been briefed and discussed and anticipated how it would go.
All right, thank you. All right, so as the court in a minute had discussed with the parties in chambers on the first day of trial, with us moving to this point today, I will find that the defendant is an unavailable witness based upon his exercising of his Fifth Amendment rights in totality. I think there's a few cases that allow us to move forward with the proposed testimony or the recording that we're going to use that I've referenced. And also getting to that point is U.S. versus Small 605 F3D 765, and then Salt Lake City versus Rocky Chad Williams, that's 2005 Utah Act 193, discussing the use of these out-of-court statements that were made by Mr. Ellis. So with that in mind, that'll be the order. The court, there won't be a written ruling as much as we're in the middle of the trial. I think it's pretty clear where we are at this point. Anything else, Mr. Pomeroy?
Could we please release Mr. Ellis from his subpoena?
Any objection, Mr. Facebar?
No objection.
All right, so Mr. Ellis will be released from his subpoena as well. Anything else we need to put on the record before we take our lunch break?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. Facebar, anything else from you for the record? Anything else you need to put on the record before we take our lunch break? All right, the doors will be open about 1:15. I'll see everybody back just before then with the goal of starting at 1:30. We're in recess.
All right.
Okay, so they are going to start at 1:30. They got the longest lunches ever in the world. I don't know what that's about. I guess it's good for the jury. But so we got about an hour till they get back. So what I do want to do is, I'm not sure if the brother is going to testify or not. We were in the middle of his testimony yesterday. I am going to put that back on. Yeah, because it's about an hour. Let me make sure. We don't have enough TiVo time to get past it. That's what I can tell you. And I already showed y'all my little thing with the girl going to a trial today. I guess I don't think they're showing a trial. I'll try to see. I don't think it is. I don't think they're showing it. Yeah, she didn't, the funny thing is that he claims self-defense and he didn't never take the stand. So I'm assuming that's probably why he lost his case. So I'm assuming she's pleading self-defense. She need to take the stand. So this is the brother who testified in Kevin's case the last time. Remember when he came in to testify, the prosecution team called him at the last minute. I'm assuming that he will come testify in this trial now that they know what his testimony may bring to the table. And just keep in mind with his testimony, he's also going to be telling us in regards to, at first he was supposed to be there that night to be the protector, and that Kate and Tracey were providing him with details and explaining how angry, how upset, how all of these things, like placing these different things into his mind, said in regards to Matthew. Right here on the stand, this is one of the brothers, Lynn. One of the brothers. He testified in the last trial for Kevin. I'm assuming he'll testify this time. But let's go ahead and listen to what you talk about my dictator costume lady. Yeah, her trial starts today. I just don't know if they live streaming it. I don't know. I don't know what the dynamics behind it is and how they're doing it. I tried to see if they were live streaming it, but I can't. I don't see it anywhere. So I'll continue to try to see if I can find anything so we can watch it. But I wouldn't mix it with this one anyways. But yeah, I'll try to see if I can find something on it for us. Maybe we can watch it, take it to trial after dark where I can be very immature. Okay. All right, let's listen to the brother's testimony.
Because it's not like we had full-on conversations every time.
He's a brother-in-law.
But he was a brother-in-law, yeah.
In a close family. Was your family close? With the extended family? I mean, extended family's been invited a lot places.
I can't really speak for everyone else. Me personally, I wasn't like super close to them. I didn't talk a lot with them.
Okay. Did you like talking to Matt?
I didn't. I mean, to be honest, he would just bring up subjects that, I can't say I would enjoy talking to him, but I didn't dislike talking to him. It just wasn't my cup of tea.
What kind of things would he talk about?
Mountain biking, his property, and just various random things.
Okay. Did he talk a lot?
Yeah, he was a talker.
Did you find him to be annoying?
I guess, yeah, sometimes.
Did you and Kevin ever talk about Matt?
Probably, yes.
If Kevin thought what Kevin thought about Matt?
I mean, he wasn't best friends with Matt, but we're brother-in-laws, and we're still family. But they weren't best friends or anything like that.
Did Matt gravitate to anyone in your family?
No one in particular that I can think of.
Did you talk to him the most of anyone in your family?
No, I wouldn't say I talked to him the most. I would say I put up, I try to be a nice guy. And so, if he's talking to me, I'm going to have a conversation with him back.
Was he nice to you?
Yeah.
Does your family have a nickname for Matt? A nickname?
Yeah. Yes, there was one at one point.
What was it?
Olaf.
Why did you call him Olaf?
Because they wanted to talk about him in front of the kids and not give away who they were talking about.
Why did you choose the name Olaf?
That I really can't tell you. I had no part in picking that name.
It's not because he talks a lot?
Nope. Not that I'm aware of.
When did you find out that Katie was leaving Matt?
I can't really remember. It was probably right before or as she was coming out to California. My mom would have let me know that, hey, Katie's coming out here.
Is your family pretty open?
Yeah.
They don't really hide a lot of things.
I mean, I like to think that, yeah.
But you knew Matt was coming out before Matt was coming out?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get together after that? After he came out, did you guys meet Katie or kind of have a get together with Katie?
Why don't you pull the mic closer?
Sorry, After Katie came out, did you see her?
Yes, after Katie came out, yes, I made plans to go over there and see her and actually try to do some grilling and have some good times.
How many times did you see her while she was out here?
I mean, on many occasions. Like I said, I would go over there all the time, and she was there a lot of the times.
Which sister were you closest to?
Closest sister would probably be Rachel.
And what was Kate doing with her time when she was out here?
Hanging out, hanging out with her kids, doing things with them. I know she started dating.
Do you know if she planned on going back, or what was your understanding of why she was out here?
I knew she was unhappy with her marriage. I don't talk to her about that type of stuff. So I wasn't really sure on what her plan was.
Let's talk about July 12th. Do you remember July 12th?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you talk to anyone in your family that day?
Yes.
Who do you remember talking to?
I definitely remember talking to Rachel.
Okay. Did you find out Matt was coming out?
I think it was on a phone call because I was at work that day. And I believe Rachel called me and let me know that Matt was driving out to Utah.
Okay. And did you know that Matt might come out to Utah at some point?
There was an idea that he might come out here to try to see the kids and Katie.
And was there any people talking about that before the July 12th?
Yeah, a little bit. We were just, yes.
What was your understanding of that conversation?
That he might be coming out and that there's a possibility because of the situation that he might be upset.
And what's the situation?
That Katie's wanting to leave him and that he wouldn't be happy with that.
And what did you talk about how to handle that situation?
To the best of my ability, from what I remember, there was a very loose plan for at least me to show up because Kevin and Jacob already lived there, to have me go over just to make the peace and just make sure nothing happened.
Okay, was that before that day?
Yes, I believe it was maybe a day or two beforehand. We had briefly discussed it. It might have even been my idea to hey, do you want me over there?
You remember who you talked to about that with?
I can't remember.
Okay. So on the 12th, July 12th, 2024, you got a call from Rachel.
Yes.
Do you remember what that call was about?
I believe it was her telling me that Matt was driving out and that I believe I asked her if she still wanted me to go over that day, and the decision was no, that I wasn't needed.
Did she say why?
Because Kevin and Jacob were going to be there and they didn't feel like they needed me.
But she didn't say why?
No.
Did she ask you anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Sorry. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Have you responded to the states in 19? You recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's some text between me and Rachel on July 12th.
Okay. Are those all the texts you had with her that day?
Most likely. I can't say 100%.
The best of your memory?
Yeah.
State would move to admit and publish States Exhibit 118.
Any objection? Okay. So ordered. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, let's talk about the first text first. You got the text message at 2:33:40 p.m. Is that right? That from Rachel?
Yes.
Do you know if the phone call was before or after that?
I think the phone call was after that. Was right after that, I think.
Okay. And what does Rachel ask you? Or what does Rachel say to you?
She's trying to figure out where to send Rory, whether she was going to have Rory go to her house or to my house, but I have Bunny Rapids and she has allergies. And
did she say anything about why she wanted to send Rory to your house?
No.
You don't remember anything else in that conversation?
I mean, with the phone call afterward, it was most likely because Matt was coming over and they didn't want Rory to be, have to deal with anything that happened.
Did you only talk to Rachel once that day?
Yes.
So would it make more sense if the phone call would have been before the text messages?
I guess. I really can't remember the timeline. It was so long ago.
Okay. But you do remember talking about Rory possibly coming to your house?
Yes.
But you don't remember why?
Like I said, just because Rory is, she's not good confrontation, and we didn't want her to have to deal with anything like that.
Okay. And then if I could have you look at the next page. You get a text messages. What time did you get those text messages at?
9:30 p.m.
Okay. And what was Rachel telling you, letting you know?
Yeah, she just informed me that Matt is close, and he should be there in about 30 minutes, and that Rory is at her house, and that Kevin, Katie, and Jacob are there.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. At that point in that last text message, did you feel any concern or need to go over?
At that point, no, because they were telling me that Kevin, Jacob, and Katie are all there, and that I'm basically not needed. Is the idea that I got.
Were you scared of Matt?
I was definitely nervous. I wouldn't say I was scared of him, but I was definitely nervous.
Nervous because of the situation?
Nervous because of the situation, and I knew that he liked to drink, and so I was just worried that with the anger, and if he was drinking, that something might happen.
I'm sorry?
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, Tim.
Good morning.
May I call you Tim?
Yes.
I'm going to make an assumption here, but you're kind of nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Take a deep breath. I'm going to just ask you some follow-up questions. I obviously can imagine why you're nervous. This is not an ideal situation for anybody in a family. If you need a break, just let me know, okay? Now, as the state was asking you questions, you were indicating it's hard for me to remember, can't remember. Now, nobody contacted you to interview you until this month, was it?
Yeah, it was last Monday.
But you did go, obviously you had conversations with your mom, we just saw, or with Kate the night that this happened, correct?
With Katie or with Rachel?
I'm sorry, with Rachel.
With Rachel, yes.
And you actually went over to the house the next day, right?
Yes.
And you saw your mom there?
Not at the house. I went and met them at the hotel.
Apologies.
And then I went over to the house later.
Say that again?
I did go over to the house later that day after they said we could.
And you went over there, you asked if they needed anything.
Correct.
They asked if you could maybe bring them some food.
Yep.
Katie was freaking out.
Yes. Yeah, she was crying. She was inconsolable at the moment. And point, yeah, she was freaking out.
But your mom wasn't.
No, my mom was really calm.
I think at one point you described her as chill.
Yeah. Yeah, we were joking around. Trying to lighten the mood.
Looking back with everything you know now, you look at that interaction a little bit different, I imagine.
Correct.
Now, we talked about Kev being playing pool, and you said he was good, but he wasn't just good, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was going to tournaments.
Almost pro?
Yeah.
Now, and I appreciate the way that you were, and correct me if I'm couching this in the wrong terms, you're very careful to describe your interactions or your relationship rather with Matt.
Yes.
And I imagine that's out of respect.
Yeah.
And so when you say you're cordial with him and you had a relationship with him, superficial, would that be fair?
Yeah. We got along.
Got along. You'd visited him and Kate out in California, right?
Correct.
And you would have some interactions with them.
Yes.
Like in any family, you saw a couple of things that made you uncomfortable.
Correct.
Sorry. The way that both of them, both Kate and Matt, maybe talk to each other.
Yeah.
Wasn't your idea of how a marriage should be.
Correct.
Okay. But just observations.
Yes.
Not casting judgment. Correct?
Correct.
You saw how they would interact with their kids.
Yes.
At times you didn't like how they interacted with their kids.
Yes.
Again, not casting judgment, right?
Correct.
Just observations.
Correct.
Now, you indicated that, and I don't know if it was you who described yourself as this way or the family, but you were more the peacemaker.
That would be me describing myself.
Okay.
But yes, I like to think of myself like that.
Okay. Have you always been like that in your family? We all have our roles.
Yeah, I like to think so.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that you had a good relationship with your family as a whole?
Yes.
And at any one point, you all knew what was going on in each other's life to some extent.
Yes.
You have no reason to think that what you're being told is going on in your family's life is wrong, correct?
Correct.
Now, at one point, you learned that Kate is coming over.
Yes.
From California to Utah.
Yes.
Now you start hearing bits and pieces.
That is a good Martina. I completely forgot when we were watching Corey Richardson's trial that, because he has a different partner that he with, because right now he's with Scott. So it's him and Scott Williams that are representing Kevin. But I completely forgot that he was in this trial when we were watching Corey. Good observation. Gosh, Utah must not have that many. I don't know how they PDs go, but it's crazy because Corey Rich's other attorney, the one that they were calling like from the Little Mermaid, I can't remember her name, but she also is representing Tyler Robinson. And Scott, who was a PD, he also represented Megan. So they just doing so many crimes in Utah that these attorneys are just being recycled. Like they just really in all these high profile cases. But good eye. I'm so glad that you mentioned that. And I'm looking and I'm like, right. All right, let's go back in. Sorry about that. Wow, interesting. Gosh, Utah just got the same attorneys. They doing too many crimes down there.
Of why?
Yes.
And those are genuine concerns that are being expressed to you.
Yes.
And you believe those concerns.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're coming from my family, so I have no reason not to believe it.
And you don't have a history with them that would make you second guess it.
Correct.
So when they tell you these things as the peacemaker, you would say you were level-headed?
Yes.
Your approach to these problems are as a problem solver.
Yes.
How can I help?
Yes.
So when you're getting calls indicating he's on his way, you make a mental note of that, correct?
Correct.
You say, how can I help?
Correct.
And you offer that help.
Yes.
As he's coming over from California to Utah, you already have an idea of the problems that are going on.
Yes.
You don't know that Kate is speaking with Matt.
I know they've had phone calls, but not like.
Yeah, I'll rephrase. You don't know what they're talking about.
Correct.
You believe that he's coming over because he is upset at your sister.
Correct.
Or taking their kids.
Correct.
Without his permission.
Correct.
To another state.
Yes.
Now, you could understand why he would be upset.
Yes.
So the fact that you've also seen him in other situations where he's reacted in ways that you don't necessarily feel comfortable with, it's not far off to have a genuine fear.
Correct. Yeah.
So when your family tells you that they want to get Rory out of the house, you being level-headed think that's a good idea.
Yes.
Apparently, you even offered for her to come over to your house.
Yeah, because I'm closer.
Because you're closer. Ultimately, you weren't needed.
Yeah.
Now, I want to hit on this. Mr. Watabi asked you whether your family's open, whether you guys are open with each other. Correct?
Yes.
And you said, I hope we are.
Yes.
You haven't seen what's been going, what these jurors have seen over the last couple of days.
No.
You haven't heard.
No.
But you have, since this happened, become aware of a lot of information.
Yes.
You know that certain members of your family were not open with you.
Yes.
Were not what? Open with you. That they were hiding things from you.
Yes.
That they were telling you that something was happening when something else was happening.
Yeah.
That they wanted you to be there thinking something, that something bad was going to happen, when in fact, that was nothing, there was nothing further from the truth.
Yeah.
I imagine there's a bit of betrayal there.
Yes.
Now, you didn't agree with what Kate was doing by dating.
No, I did not.
Were you surprised that you were just called last week?
Yes, I was.
And you were surprised because you never got to tell your side.
Yeah. I felt like I had a piece of the puzzle and no one came to get it.
Now, when you heard that that you weren't needed because Kev, as well as God, his name,
Jacob.
Jake, were going to be there. State asked you whether that concerned you or anything. It didn't.
No, because I figured, Kevin's my older brother. And I felt like I could count on my older brother. And if he was there, everything would be fine.
Now, you've never seen Kevin to be violent.
No.
Like, I think, would you describe him as, if he's there with you, if you guys are out and somebody's pushing you, he'd be your protector.
Yeah, he would step in.
You could count on him for that.
Yes.
Moment's notice.
Yes.
Now, to be fair, you didn't know what could happen that night.
I had no idea what would happen.
You just knew and genuinely felt that something could.
Yes.
Having heard what did happen, you were blindsided.
Yeah.
Shocked.
Yeah. Mortified.
Since that day, I'll withdraw the question. Will I have 1 second, Judge?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you, Tim.
Redirect.
Yes, please.
Were you aware of an air tag being placed in Matt's truck?
After the fact, yeah.
How after what fact?
I believe after he started coming out here, I was told that there was an air tag that they could use to track him.
Before July 12th, right?
What? I can't.
Before July 12th?
Judge, I'm sorry. Move the approach.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge.
So you were not on the air tag. Is that correct?
Did I have the ability to track?
Were you tracking that?
No,
Were you there the night of July 12th?
no.
You believe Matt would have been upset because Katie took the kids and came to Utah without his knowledge, correct?
Well, I mean, he knew he was coming out here, or she was coming out here, but not the exact reason why.
And that would make him upset?
Yeah, if you did find out, yeah.
And how far did you live from Tracey?
Like 5 minutes.
So if you were afraid or concerned, you could have been there quickly.
Yes.
So you weren't that concerned?
I mean, I was concerned. I can't remember the exact phone call, but I definitely remember, well, I would have said, if you need me, call me. Because that's what I always say. If they had needed me, I told them to call me.
You testified earlier that there was a plan at one point for you to be out there, wasn't there?
A very loose plan, yes.
Before July 12th, correct?
Yeah.
And what was your plan on going over?
Just to be there, just to, if they started fighting, to be able to mediate.
Were you going to take a gun with you?
No, I don't own a gun.
So on July 11th, or on July 11th, there was a plan, be it loose, for you to go to the house.
Yeah.
And be there if Matt came.
Yes.
Then on July 12th, you were told not to come.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Recross, 3 for good.
So I showed y'all that one just to kind of so y'all can understand. Like, he was called in at the last minute. He was the one that they had him part of the plan too. Is he was supposed to be coming over in order to kind of help with everything. But I guess at the last minute they decided, no, we won't have him come over. We'll just have Kevin do everything. And then the other sibling that was staying in the house, they kind of got rid of that sibling also. So we have about 20 minutes or so till they get back from lunch. Let me put us back over here. Let me put us back. I am going to let me share. Oh, okay, here we go. I'm going to put back on, we can listen to some of her testimony. Her goofy self. Yeah, I guess unless y'all want to, I don't know how many people miss our little look. Let's see this. When did they come back, Martina? Yeah, Martina got it right. Yeah, they're not back yet. I can't get enough. I gotta figure out. I heard that Martina put in there Cat Not Williams, y'all know my girl. I heard she is covering this trial. I don't know if they have like footage or anything for it. I better stop playing this. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get in trouble. I keep playing this stuff. Okay, no, I'm not going to play it. I'm going to get back into, we are going to go and rewind back and listen to her on cross-examination, how he was tripping her up. How do y'all think that he did as far as the, face, side of the face. How do y'all think that he did, far as kind of tripping her up in regards to what she recounted, what she stated, when she stated different things in order to kind of like remove herself from the situation and blame it all on Tracey, her mom. Like Tracey was in the driver's seat. Yeah, we have about 20 more minutes and then we'll be back into court. Yeah. Yeah, 1:30 their time, and it'll be 12:30 Mountain Standard Time. So, but I think that the defense did a good job. I'm not sure how much the jury is going to take away from it because the text messages were so damaging, in my opinion. The text message between the two were very damaging. I don't know how you get away from that, how you remove Tracey away from that, besides saying she was just playing. It was just a joke. And then, so that would be my biggest thing that they would have to overcome in regards to that. You say you didn't quite hit the desired effect. I think it's a given that she minimized her involvement. It doesn't lessen Tracey involvement by the text messages. Yeah, I think that those text messages were really damaging for Tracey. I don't know how she gets around that part of it, even if he is trying to say, hey, Caitlyn doesn't remember things the way they were. Caitlyn was working for herself. Caitlyn was just trying to get the best deal that she can possibly get in regards to this incident happening. So I don't think the jury's going to look at it like, Caitlyn was just like this, like she a total liar and like her mom didn't have any involvement, because I think the text messages are so damaging. Thank goodness Kevin decided that he was going to plead the fifth, no matter if they gave him immunity or not, that he was not going to be going up on the stand and snitching on his mom, unlike Caitlyn here is doing. He said, no way, no how. I don't care what y'all give me. Take me back to my cell. I'm pleading the fifth. So I think that we're even talking about, even if they wanted to give him immunity, that he was not going to be taking it. So there's that. But yeah, I just I think that what he tried to do, it wouldn't work with them text messages, but to remove Tracey from it. But let's go back and listen to some of her testimony. We only got about 15 minutes, so we'll listen to that.
I'll approach the witness, Your Honor.
Of course. Yep, ongoing permission.
All right. So Kate, I've provided you page 1 of a letter, and at the top of that letter, it says what? The very top.
Plea offer letter,
Correct. And what's even above that?
Utah County Attorney.
Right. So this is a letter drafted, it appears by the Utah County Attorney. Is that right?
Yes,
And it's a plea offer letter to you, right?
correct.
And what's the date of that letter?
May 16th, 2025.
All right. I'd like to offer this as an exhibit, Your Honor,
Any objection?
No objection.
and to publish that to the jury.
What exhibit number is this?
2, I think.
Okay, defense exhibit 2 is received without objection.
Thank you. And as a published, Your Honor, I think my witness will have that available to her on screen as well.
Let's give the Switobic's paralegal just a moment.
As they prepare that, I just want to ask a couple questions, if
Of
you're
course.
okay. Excuse me. Kate, do you know what the importance of the date of this letter is? May 16th, 2025.
No, I'm not.
Are you aware, or let me better state, do you recall what your case was doing in and around this time of May 16th, 2025?
I don't recall.
Do you recall coming to court with your attorney and scheduling a preliminary hearing?
I believe I was scheduled for a preliminary hearing.
And do you know when those preliminary hearing dates were?
No, I do not remember.
If I told you that those preliminary hearing dates were May 20th and 22nd, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I would not.
Does that sound right?
I honestly, I don't recall.
Do you recall that we scheduled 2 full days for that preliminary hearing?
I don't recall.
Do you understand what a preliminary hearing is?
I do.
And what's your understanding?
That all the evidence and discovery is presented to the court, and they decide whether or not they have a case against us. Excuse me.
Right. And so at that hearing, evidence would be presented to your honor and not to a jury, right?
Correct.
And the purpose of a preliminary hearing is not to determine guilt or innocence, is it?
Correct.
It's just to determine whether there is sufficient evidence for you to be charged with what you're charged with.
Correct.
And that hearing was coming up on May 20th, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I would ask the court to take judicial notice that there was a preliminary hearing scheduled on May 20th, 2025, scheduled for 2 days in Mr. Stelli's case.
Any objection?
No objection.
So noted, thank you.
Just so we don't have to worry about that any longer. Are you aware that there was a preliminary hearing that took place in relation to your mom, Tracey, on May 20th?
I'm aware that she had a preliminary trial, yes. I do not remember the day.
Sure. And so this letter, now we have it exhibited before us, was before that date of the prelim, right?
Correct.
And as you see, this letter is an offer for a settlement, right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding when this letter was presented to your attorney, it says, "Dear counsel," that this was in and around the time that you were preparing yourself to cooperate to then tell your story of the events surrounding the death of Matt?
Yes. Excuse me.
Thank you. I don't think that was you, but thank you. And it takes a lot of work for a prosecutor to put on a case for 2 days, right?
Correct.
Object to speculation.
You see a lot of work being done for, thank you, I'll accept the objection. You see a lot of work that's being done by the state presenting this case today, is that right?
I can assume so.
Yeah, they have lots and lots of exhibits.
Yes, they do.
They have a binder full of stuff for people to look at, the jury, myself, yourself, the court, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't take 10 minutes to put this kind of stuff together, does it?
No, it does not.
Right. And so the state made an offer prior to your preliminary hearing and prior to the time that they had to present these exhibits for the preliminary hearing, correct?
Say that one more time.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm going to have to rephrase it.
Okay.
No, and I do think this was asked and answered. She said the date was the 16th. We have an admission that the preliminary hearing was on the 20th.
Do you remember what you did on May 20th?
I was taken to court and I met with Judge Griffin in his chambers and forewent my right to a preliminary hearing.
Thank you. In the law, we call it a waiver. Is it true that on May 20th, you waived your right to a preliminary hearing?
Yes.
And did you waive your right to a preliminary hearing because of this offer that you received from prosecution?
I did.
And you did not have to go through a preliminary hearing and endure the evidence that they were going to present to the court at that time?
No, I did not.
But you did know at that time that you waived your preliminary hearing, the evidence that they were going to present on your case. Is that right?
I was given discovery, yes.
And so you knew the evidence they were going to present at the preliminary hearing.
not all the audio or picture files, but yes, the discovery.
You certainly were aware that you had taken texts and you had done your texts and you had sent them to Tracey and Terralyn and you had taken copies of phone recordings and you knew of that, right?
Yes, I did.
And you knew that the police had that.
Yes, I did.
And in this letter, it indicates that you're currently charged with murder, conspiracy to commit murder, obstruction of justice, commission of DV in the presence of a child, counts 4 and 5. A little further down on that page, if we could. And so you were informed that that's where your charges, which you already knew of, correct?
Yes.
And now the agreement by the state on what the plea offer would be, correct?
Yes.
Which was murder from a first-degree felony to a second-degree felony, conspiracy to a second-degree felony, which remained, and then felony discharge of a weapon, first-degree felony, right?
Correct.
And in May, you knew that you were going to have to provide in the month of May a statement to law enforcement and the prosecution to preserve this offer.
Yes.
And you were able to prepare for that. And how did you prepare for that? Did you talk to your attorney?
Yes.
And you talked to your attorney so much that he came up with a proffer letter, which is Exhibit 1, right?
Yes.
And the proffer letter was drafted on or about June 6th.
Correct.
Which we have seen before. And that gave you a couple weeks to speak to your attorney, to get the story of your under or recollection of the events surrounding the death of Matthew prepared for enough to speak with prosecution, right?
Yes.
So you had a couple weeks between the plea offer, you had a couple weeks between the offer, and then you had 6 days until your actual interview, right?
Yes.
And your purpose before May 16th, before your preliminary hearing, you had told your attorney, I want to give the truth.
Yes, I did.
I want to have justice for my children and for Matt.
Yes. And his family and his community and everyone involved.
You actually didn't say that at the time. You actually said the truth and justice for Matt and your children, right?
That was my main reason, yeah.
And so you had a lot of time to prepare and to recall and to remember all of the events surrounding this.
Correct.
And during the interview on June 12th, the prosecution asked you questions.
Yes, he did.
Based on that interview, you ended up entering a plea.
I did.
And in the plea, you pled, as shown here in this report, this letter, to murder and conspiracy and felony discharge, right?
Correct.
And then after the plea, the court set it for sentencing. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know what the benefit of pleading to these 3 charges would be as opposed to the 5 charges that you were charged with originally?
No.
You didn't.
I knew that some charges were removed. I don't know what every charge carries.
When you pled, were you aware of the benefit of, well, let me ask this question. I would strike that. Did you know that when you were pleading to the 3 charges in this letter that are indicated right there, that you would be going to prison?
Yes, I did.
When you agreed to this, were you in prison?
No, I was not.
You were actually in the Utah County Jail, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You were in the Utah County Jail for how long? 8 months, 10 months?
11 months.
11 months, thank you. And so in your 11 months, you knew that your time in jail in the county would stop at some point if you took this plea.
Yes.
And that you would be changed to a prison inmate rather than a county inmate. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And that wasn't a real question for you. You knew that was going to be the case if you entered that plea.
Yes, I knew I was going to prison when I got arrested.
And that was my question. My question was, when you entered your plea, you knew that your entry of the plea of those 3 charges would require you to go to prison and not remain in the county jail.
Yes.
And did you know what the time difference between those 5 charges you were charged with and those 3 you were pleading to would be in difference to how many years you'd spend in prison?
As far as I knew, life was always on the table.
So you are under the impression today that you are going to be in prison for the rest of your life.
No, I am not.
So when you just said, I know that life is always on the table, what do you mean by that?
In Utah County Jail, when I was given this letter, I knew that I was going to be charged with this felony discharge of a firearm, and that's a felony 1. And the felony 1s carry a life sentence.
It's a 5 to life, right?
I am not sure of what the parameters are, but I know it carries a life sentence.
It's just life. You'll go to prison for the rest of your life, right? You'll
can
never
assume
get out,
so.
will you?
As far as I'm aware, a life sentence is 35 years.
Oh, who told you that?
Inmate.com.
Who?
Inmates, other inmates, I've heard that they say a life sentence is 35 years.
And that's what your attorney told you too, that you'd spend the rest of your life in prison with this plea, didn't he?
He did not tell me I would spend the rest of my life in prison, no.
Then why are you saying it now?
Because I knew it was on the table. I knew it was an option.
Do you remember testifying at the trial previously with Kevin?
I do.
Do you remember talking about how you knew how many months you actually were going to spend or years you were going to spend based on this plea?
That is a guideline. Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes, it is guideline.
I'm sorry. The question is, do you remember telling the jury at that trial how many months and or years you presume you'd be spending in prison?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell that jury that you'd be spending life in prison?
I don't recall whether I told them that or not.
Okay. This will take me some time, Your Honor.
That's fine.
This is a transcript of your testimony at the trial of Kevin Ellis. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oops. With transcripts at the end, are you aware that the transcriber will put in the words and when they appear in the transcript?
No, I am not aware of that.
Would you like to see it?
If you think it's necessary for me to see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object. This is outside the realm of her knowledge of how a transcript works. And there's
I
nothing
think
to
she's already
refer.
told us that she doesn't know, so I think that's on the record.
And what does that page describe?
W words and Y words.
Right. And so those have numbers next to each word, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
What do you think those numbers indicate?
You said that it indicates how many times it is said.
If I told you that it indicates the page and line of each page in which that word was said, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I would not.
If I told you that this page under Y has the word years. Would you?
Okay, let me see if I can put us back live into the courtroom, see if they're back yet. Probably. Yes, they are. Good. Okay. Okay, we back live in the courtroom.
Counsel, let me before I call the case, then I have some questions. State versus Grist, case 241101170. What's the plan for this afternoon, Mr. Otavi?
You want to take it? Go ahead. I'll be taking the first witnesses there, Judge. The plan is to take Officer Garrett, then the medical examiner, Dr. Ho, then the DNA expert, Rachel Williams, and if there's time at that point, we would take Diane Restelli.
Anything else you need to put on the record, Mr. Bismarck?
No, Your Honor. If I may put on the record, Your Honor, only that the court remembers the issue of the autopsy photos. We're using the same photos as Mr. Ellis's trial. We've already reviewed those with Mr. Facemeyer.
All right, any objections? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, let's bring the jury in then.
Probably look around the room before I ask.
All rise for the jury.
Welcome, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you had a pleasant lunch. We're going to jump right back into it. Mr. Elroy, I'll let you lead off with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Officer Garrett.
Garrett, if you come forward, please. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, penalty of perjury, that the testimony given this matter cannot be true, correct, so help you God? Okay, Counsel, do we need this easel up during this testimony?
I think at this point, Your Honor, we can take it down.
Let's do that, please.
Excuse me, Judge. Were you needing this piece of paper, or was counsel needing this?
Mr. Facemeyer, I believe that's his exhibit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Garrett. Would you please inform the jury of your name?
David Guerra,
Thank you. And could you spell your last name for the record?
Guerra.
And I know I've called you an officer and we can make assumptions, but tell the jury where you work.
American Fork City,
As a what?
as a patrol officer.
How long have you been a certified law enforcement officer?
A little over 3 years now.
Okay. And were you a patrol officer in July of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to be a patrol officer?
Patrol officers take calls for service for any citizen within our jurisdiction.
And that could range from a crime to a medical emergency to welfare check.
That's correct.
Lots of different things, right?
Yes,
Okay. Were you on duty July 12th, 2024?
I was.
In that evening, were you called out to reports of a gunshot?
Yes.
About what time was that?
A little after 10 p.m.
Did you write a report about that incident?
I did.
Did you review that report before coming to court today?
Yes.
And in fact, you've already testified about this in another case, haven't you?
Yes.
Does your department issue body cam to patrol officers?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body cam on July 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And did you review that footage?
Yes.
And the state identified a file as Exhibit 41. Had you had a chance to review that before today as well?
Meaning the body cam?
Yeah, your body cam.
Yes.
Okay. And was that an accurate copy of your body cam?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, state moves into evidence Exhibit 41, Officer Garrett's body cam.
Any objection, Mr. Facemeyer? Thank you, so ordered.
Thank you. And we'll play portions of that in a minute. I have a few questions first. Okay. So let's just slow it down a little bit and talk about when you were called out to the scene, okay? Do you recall the location you were called to?
Are you specifying like an exact address?
Just whatever you remember.
I was dispatched to a high density housing in American Fork.
Okay. And high density housing. So what type of houses were they?
Townhomes.
Townhomes. Do you remember if they were attached townhomes, detached townhomes?
They were attached townhomes.
And how many in a unit?
I'm not for sure.
If I suggested it was a triplex, does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the particular unit you were called out to, did you eventually determine who lived there?
Yes.
Who lived there at the time?
The defendant, Miss Grist.
Okay. And did Ms. Grist live there with anyone else?
Yes.
Who?
In this matter, it would have been her son, Kevin Ellis, and her daughter, Catherine Restelli.
Do you recall whether any other children had lived in the home at that point in time?
Yes, it would have been Catherine Restelli's 2 young children.
So this is just for context, and you can just tell me in kind of general terms. What was the information you had when you responded? What was in your mind?
I mean, the initial call was that a neighbor who shares the same wall, or the walls are connected with the complainant, stated that they believed that they heard multiple gunshots coming from Miss Grist's townhome.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the neighbor who called in?
Her name was Caitlyn, I believe.
And do you know where Caitlyn lived in relation to Ms. Grist?
Just adjacent, right next door.
Was that one of the adjoining 3 in the triplex?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got there, were you the only officer or did other officers arrive with you?
I had 2 other officers arrive at the same time as me.
And who was that?
Officer Neal and Officer Laycock.
Okay. When you arrived, let me back up. Apologize. Do you remember whether you were told about whether there was a suspicious truck in front of the home?
Yes, the complainant stated that she stated there was, quote, a sketchy truck outside in front of Miss Grist's home.
And did you look for that truck when you arrived?
Yes.
And was it there?
It was.
Did you make any observations about the truck?
I noticed that the hazards were on and that there was a piece of cardboard underneath it.
Would you please publish to the jury the first clip of his body cam? Okay. Yeah, pause it. I'll tell you when to start over. So we're gonna have to start it over because the screen didn't quite get it. But before we do that, do you see a date and timestamp in the top right corner?
I do.
Are those accurate dates and times for the body cam that your department issues?
Yes.
Okay. If we could start it over so the jury can see the whole thing. Okay, so that was that truck. Please put on exhibit 27. This was previously admitted. Is this that same truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I assume after this you approached the actual home?
I did.
Okay. And as you approached the home, did you make any observations of note in your mind?
I noticed that most of the home, meaning the exterior of the home, was dark. The porch light was not on. However, there was a light inside the home that was on, believed to be somewhere in the kitchen area, so in the rear of the home.
Okay. Please put on exhibit 42. You'll probably want to pause it until the jury screen has it.
Did you say 42?
I apologize. Yes. Actually, 42 is a still image, so if you just put 42 on. Okay. This is a still image of your body cam. Is this what the house looked like when you first arrived there?
Yes, it is. I apologize. The porch light was actually on at this time.
That's perfectly fine. So from the exterior, their porch light was on. And as you can see, you're in from the photo, you can see the front room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the front light was off there.
Yes.
But one of the rear lights in the kitchen was on.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm jumping ahead slightly, but after whatever was done that we'll get to in a second was done, did officers document the scenes through photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after first aid and some other things that happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could we show 51? Okay. Do you recognize this one?
I have not seen this photo until today.
Okay. But is this a photo of that residence?
Yes.
Okay. But it is slightly different than how the residence was when you first approached.
That's correct.
But other than the lighting and a few of those issues, it is the same residence.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibits 42 and 51.
Any objection? Submitted, thank you.
Now publish 51, please. Okay. And you'd agree this is a clearer shot, but the lighting is not the same.
That's correct.
All right, let's take that down. We'll talk a little bit about your entry into the home. I assume that you got into the home.
Yes.
Okay. So what exactly did you do when you got to the front door?
I knocked on the door.
And did anyone respond?
Yes.
Who responded?
Kevin Ellis.
Did you say anything to Mr. Ellis?
I introduced myself, and it appeared as though Mr. Ellis was in a lot of stress. And I asked him multiple times what was going on.
Okay. Do you recall if he said anything, and if so, what he said?
He very quietly said he had a knife.
And I'm assuming this would have been recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
We could publish the second clip from his body cam.
RP's on 112. How's it going? What's going on? Can I come in? What's going on? What's going on?
Is that the part of the body cam where he said that the guy had a knife?
Yes.
You obviously, at the end of this clip, entered the home. There's a body, so please take that. Okay. The end of that ended with you entering the home, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you entered the home, did you make any observations?
I noticed the victim face down on the floor.
Okay. Did you make any other observations at this exact point?
I noticed that in the right hand of Mr. Restelli that there was a pocket knife.
Okay. Is Mr. Restelli the name of the man whose body you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember his full name?
Matthew Restelli.
Okay. Did you check on any signs of life on Mr. Restelli?
I did.
Okay. How did you do that?
I went in his neck area to see if I could feel for a pulse.
Did you feel a pulse?
I did not.
Did you observe any breathing?
No.
Please play clip 3 from the body cam.
Where is she? What's going on?
He came into the house. My daughter's here. This is what my daughter's
Okay, can you step outside, please? Will you get medical? Ma'am, go outside. Go outside, please.
There's a gun right now. There's a gun.
5J46, we have a man down. He's possibly echo.
What does possibly echo mean?
In police terms, there's no signs of life.
You called for assistance, but acknowledged there was no signs of life.
That's correct.
And in that body cam, we heard a woman's voice say a couple things, one of which is he came into the house. Whose voice was that?
That would have been the defendant today, Ms. Grist.
And we saw in that body cam video a knife. Is that the knife you were referring to a moment ago?
Yes.
After you checked on Mr. Restelli's body, did you do anything else?
Yes. I, in a very loud voice, called out who I was, meaning I was a police officer with American Fork, and that if there was anybody else inside the home, to make it known.
And did anyone respond?
Yes.
Did you eventually learn who it was that was responding to you?
Yes.
Who was it?
That would have been Kaitlyn Restelli.
Okay. Did she obey your commands?
Yes.
Did she say anything of note at that point?
As she reached the landing, she immediately broke down in tears. I asked her if there was anybody else on the second level of the home, and she stated that her 2 children were.
Okay. Were those 2 children eventually found upstairs in the home?
Yes.
Was she escorted out of the home at that point?
Yes.
Okay. After Ms. Restelli, I guess we have some overlapping names. So to clarify, Catherine Restelli, after she was escorted out of the home, do you recall checking Mr. Restelli's pulse a second time?
Yes.
Okay. Play clip 4, please. Put that back up, I'm sorry. Briefly pause it about halfway through. Okay, right there. Very quickly here. There's a knife in Mr. Restelli's hand, correct?
Yes.
Up until this point in time, had anyone disturbed or moved in any way the knife in Mr. Restelli's hand?
No.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. After Mr. Ellis and Ms. Grist and Ms. Restelli were removed from the home, were you asked to do anything else?
I was asked to start CPR on Mr. Restelli.
And to administer CPR, did you have to move his body?
Yes.
Did you have to move the knife in his hand?
Yes.
Was that you who removed it?
Yes.
Where did you place it?
I placed it on a kitchen counter that was behind me.
How long did you administer first aid to Mr. Restelli?
Less than 2 minutes.
Okay. And to clarify, you were the first person to start that process.
That's correct.
Did it appear to you that anyone had attempted to administer first aid to Mr. Restelli prior to you?
No.
Why not?
Just with my experience, I have performed CPR in multiple individuals, meaning being the first person to administer CPR. And when you first start CPR, you will hear some bones crack in the sternum. And that is what I heard. And as you continue to do CPR, the chest gets, per se, flatter. But again, I heard the cracking of the ribs and the sternum. And then as I was continuing my chest compressions on Mr. Restelli, I felt as though I was getting lower into his chest. And yeah.
Please play clip 5.
Compressions?
Yes, compressions.
Take that down. Thank you. So that was the clip of you removing the knife and then beginning CPR, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before you removed the knife, did you or another officer document that knife in a photo?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who it was that did that?
That was Officer Laycock.
Okay. Can we show the witness exhibit 43, please? And then just the witness. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Connor, may I approach? Certainly. Mr. Pomeroy, I think that got cut off.
Asking me to remember the question, Judge. That's right, 43. Do you see exhibit 43 on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is that's a photo from or a still frame from your body cam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness exhibit 44. That is not from your body cam. Is this one of the photos taken by Officer Laycock?
That's correct.
And it's an accurate copy of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we please admit exhibits 43 and 44?
Any objection, Mr. Frank? No objection. Thank you.
Okay, if we could publish 43. It's on. Now, if you could please move to 44. Now, we previously admitted exhibit 22. Could you show 22, please? And officer, this is the knife you placed on the counter.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we can take that down. May I approach the witness? Thank you, Judge. Officer, I've handed you what we have identified as State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the pocket knife that was just shown and the same pocket knife that was in Mr. Restelli's hand.
Okay, so this is the actual physical knife.
That's correct.
State moves into evidence exhibit 46.
Any objection, Mr. Caseware? No objection, Your Honor. Thank you, so admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we'd like to publish this to the jury. How would you like us to do that? We could have.
Same way we did it last time. Why don't you hold it and you can walk up and down and show it to them. Let's not pass
Okay. May we invite the jurors in the back row to stand up for that?
Gentlemen, ladies, please stand up. Maybe walk around to the other side so the back row and that corner can see it easier as well, please.
Garrett, could we invite any juror that wants to see it a little bit more to raise their hand, and I'll walk by again.
Does anybody need to sit closer? So please raise your hand. All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Just one more question about that knife. Do you see some pink handwriting on it, on the
Yeah.
blade?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that handwriting is and what it's identifying?
In all honesty, I do not.
That's fine. But other than that pink writing, is it in the same condition as it was on that night?
Yes.
Could we please put exhibits 43 and 44 back on the screen? And publish as well. There we go. Okay. Did you make any observations about the position of the knife in Matthew Restelli's hand?
It wasn't until after things were cooled off, meaning when tensions weren't so high, when the adrenaline wasn't running. Yes.
Okay. And what was that observation?
That the knife was, meaning the blade was pointed towards Mr. Restelli.
Okay. Does that have any significance to you?
Just with the circumstances after hearing that Mr. Restelli was presumably coming to maybe, quote, burglarize the home, and that he was, shot in self-defense from Mr. Ellis. I believe the knife could have been pointed a different way, meaning in a more aggressive way.
Okay. The knife, I mean, you have it right in front of you. Does it have essentially a hand grip or a finger grip or anything on it?
I do observe a hand grip.
Okay. Given how you would have expected a knife like this knife to be held, does that match how it's actually being held in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And in the photo, you just think that the blade is turned not in a direction you would have expected?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. After the paramedics had taken over the first aid, did you do anything else on the scene?
Yes. I exited the residence so that the paramedics could have their space and perform life-saving measures. During that time, I exited the residence and got out some yellow caution tape and set a exterior perimeter of the residence.
Okay. And other than the perimeter, was there anything else you did on this case that night?
Later on during the investigation, I was approached by another detective to re-enter the home, to go onto the second level along with Ms. Restelli to gather the children.
Okay. And anything else?
No.
Okay. And we previously discussed that the scene was documented in photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would recognize those if we showed them to you?
Yes.
And you could describe some of them if we showed them to you?
Yes.
Your honors, I have it. I move to admit exhibits 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and those were all accepted. Just to make this easier, I'm now moving to admit in a batch exhibits 47 and then exhibits 51 through 85.
Any objection to that
Your Honor, those were discussed prior to them being introduced. We have stipulated to such.
Thank you, Mr. Pacemeyer. So ordered.
Thank you both. Please publish 47. Okay. Well, sorry, wait a moment. No, you go ahead. We're waiting for the screen to show it. Okay, there it goes. What is this an image of?
This is the common area or the living room of Miss Grist's home.
Okay. And specifically, it's from your body cam?
Yes.
And this is as you were leaving the home after completing your CPR responsibility?
Yes.
Show 51, please. Sorry, 52. Okay. So these next few are scene photos. Just tell us what each photo is as we put it up, okay? So what is Exhibit 52 showing?
It's just a different angle of the common area living room of Miss Grist's home.
Specifically, is it the angle from the front door?
Yes.
Okay. 56, please. And this photo?
It's a very similar still shot from my body cam. This is pointing to the front door.
Okay. This would be the angle, say, from that dining area towards the front door.
Yes.
55, please. Okay. And this one, what is it showing?
Again, a different angle pointing into that little hallway that I initially walked into.
Okay. And you can barely see some feet in the photo. Is that Mr. Restelli?
Yes.
Okay. 57, please. And what part of the home is this a photo of?
The kitchen and dining area.
We can take that down. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Cross?
No question, Chairman.
Thank you. You may step down, officer.
Thank you.
Actually, I apologize. I do have a few
Okay.
questions. Sure. Just kidding. I apologize.
You're okay. Judge, is it okay if we give this back to counsel?
Yeah, Mr. Pomeroy, would you come get the knife, please? Mr. Pomeroy, here we go.
You want, or I can give it to the case officer.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Judge. Officer Guerrero, good afternoon.
Hello.
You state at the time of this event that you were an American Fork police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And you remain such?
Yes.
And you've been an officer now for 3 years.
Yes.
And to be an officer, did you go through post officer training? How did you become an officer?
I went through a satellite academy through Utah Valley University.
Okay. Did you get a certificate or a degree or?
A certificate.
Certificate. Great. And from there, you got hired on by American Fork City?
Yes.
All right. And as you concluded your responses to this event, you have responsibility still after you leave the scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And as part of your training, you're informed that you will write police reports related to stops and to your police work, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, we have a police report from you that you drafted, correct?
Yes.
And in this police report, and it says American Fork City Police on the front, and then you assign it your personal case number, I guess, and then write a report. Is that right?
Yes.
And when did you draft this report? Do you recall?
It would have been the same evening or during my same shift.
Right. And do you ever, not ever is a bad word, but is it often that you will complete reports same shift and get them completed?
Yes.
And what's the reason that you do it so close in time?
So that you don't forget the details.
So you
Just
don't
based on
forget.
my experience.
Yeah, and you were probably instructed that as part of your training as well, weren't you?
Yes,
That the longer you go, the less details you remember.
exactly.
And that if you wait for a long time to write or think or talk about details, you forget the details. And so you're instructed as a police officer to write them as close as possible so that you have good and best memory. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Please call your next witness, Mr. Montgomery.
State calls Dr. Amanda Ho. And could we please excuse Officer Garrett from his subpoena?
Will you excuse? Yes. Thank you, sir. You're good to go. Good afternoon, Dr. Ho. If you'll come stand roughly in front of me, I'll swear you in. You swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, penalty of perjury, that the testimony you give this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God. And please have a seat up here. I know you testified before in front of me. Let's just keep my prior admonitions in place. Should be water for you as well.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Your drive down fine? I'd like you to take a moment to introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name, where you work, and so on.
Yes, my name is Dr. Amanda Ho. I'm a medical examiner at the State of Utah Office of the Medical Examiner in Taylorsville, Utah.
You. For the audio record, just please spell your last name.
Yes, my last name is spelled simply H-O.
And you're a medical examiner. Is your official job title assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What degrees do you hold?
I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree and a medical doctor degree.
And where are those degrees from?
My bachelor's degree is from Rice University in Houston, Texas, and my medical degree is from the University of Texas Southwestern in Dallas.
Okay. After medical school, did you receive specialized training related to pathology?
Yes, so after medical school, I went to, I did a pathology residency training program here at the University of Utah and ARUP Labs. After completing my general anatomic and clinical pathology residency program, I completed a one-year subspecialty fellowship training program in forensic pathology, specifically at University of Texas Southwestern in Dallas.
In pathology, and then you mentioned anatomic pathology, and then you mentioned forensic pathology.
Yes.
Could you define each of those terms for the jury?
Yes. So an anatomic and clinical pathology residency training program would qualify me to be a hospital pathologist. That is someone who is examining specimens at a hospital and making diagnoses and running a hospital laboratory or a medical laboratory.
And did these trainings, these residencies, include training in autopsies and how to perform a postmortem examination?
Yes, so the general anatomic pathology residency training program will train a pathologist to do autopsies in cases of natural death. These autopsies are usually performed in the hospital at the request of the family. A one-year forensic pathology fellowship training program will train someone to perform forensic or medical legal autopsies, specializing in non-natural causes of death.
The medical degree, are you licensed to practice medicine?
Yes, in the state of Utah.
And do you have any board certifications with specific reference to pathology?
Yes, so I've pathology medical board certification in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
And the forensic pathology, that's a subspecialization of the other.
Yes.
Do you also participate in continuing medical education?
Yes.
Does that include conferences and training on forensic pathology?
Yes.
How long have you worked as an assistant medical examiner?
Approaching 6 years.
And in those 6 years plus your training, how many cases have you worked on?
I've performed approximately 1,800 total postmortem examinations. That number includes cases where I perform an external examination of the body only, as well as cases where I perform a full autopsy.
Sorry, how many full autopsies approximately have you done?
Full autopsies, let's see if I have the number. I've performed approximately 870 full autopsies.
And not since you've been fully accredited and certified?
Correct.
Okay. And we mentioned there's a difference between the postmortem examination and the full autopsy. And it sounds like one of those differences is that the postmortem is just the external examination.
Right. So in a case where I would do a full autopsy, or I would say an autopsy has a postmortem examination potentially has two parts. An external examination of the body, and then if warranted, making incisions, examining the internal organs, and that would be considered a full autopsy.
So the main distinction is the full autopsy is just more inclusive.
Correct.
It's a deeper examination into what happened.
Correct.
Okay. What is involved in each of those briefly? What's involved in an external examination? What's involved in an internal examination?
Yes. So when a body arrives at our office for an examination, the external examination of the body will include examination of the body as it's received, dressed, as the body is received from the scene of death. Then the body will be undressed, cleaned, photographed, and I will examine for any signs of injury, any identifying markings like scars and tattoos, and then any evidence of medical disease, like, for example, swelling of the legs. Then, if warranted, I'll proceed with the autopsy portion of the examination, which includes making incisions into the body, removing the organs, and examining the organs to diagnose any natural disease or injury.
You've mentioned a few things that you're looking for in an autopsy, but from that higher level, why is an autopsy performed?
An autopsy is performed. The ultimate goal in performing an autopsy at our office is to determine the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay. Are there other questions an autopsy can help answer?
Yes, the other goals in performing the examination and autopsy at our office would be to establish someone's identification, and in cases where a body comes to our office unidentified, and to gather any evidence that may be needed.
You mentioned cause of death. What does that mean?
The cause of death is the natural disease or the injury or the toxic exposure in the case of drugs that led to someone's death.
How is that different from manner of death?
Yeah, the manner of death describes how or the circumstances under which the death occurred. In Utah, as in most states in the United States, we have 5 options for a manner of death. The death can be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined, if there's not enough information to choose one of those preceding 4 options.
Let's just take a hypothetical really quick. If someone died by a gunshot wound, that would be the mechanism of death.
Yes, that would be the mechanism or the cause of death.
And then you potentially could determine that it was accidental, it was suicide, it was homicide, or it might be undetermined.
Correct.
And then obviously, probably gunshot wounds aren't natural, but there may be times that you find someone, it's a natural cause of death,
Correct.
maybe a heart attack or something.
Correct.
Now, when you're making these two determinations, what type of information do you consider?
We consider investigative information that was gathered at the scene of death or gathered from law enforcement investigation into the circumstances of death, information from medical records, any background information that we can obtain. Consider autopsy findings and examination findings, and then any laboratory results that we order as part of the examination.
And that would include potentially photos from the scene of the event.
Correct.
Let's move on more specifically to this case. Did you perform an autopsy related to this case?
Yes.
Was that on Mr. Matthew Restelli?
Yes.
When did you perform that autopsy?
I performed that autopsy on July 15th of 2024.
And where was it performed?
That was performed at our office, the Office of the Medical Examiner in Taylorsville, Utah.
Does every autopsy follow a standard process?
Yes.
Did you follow that process in this case?
Yes.
Please explain to the jury what the standard process is.
So the standard process, as described before, involves examining the body as received, dressed with any EMS or medical resuscitative paraphernalia present, taking photographs at each stage. So photographs of the body dressed, photographs of the body undressed, cleaning the body, photographing the body again, noting any findings on the body, such as injuries, measuring, describing them, taking notes, then proceeding with the internal autopsy examination of making incisions, removing the organs, examining the organs for medical disease or for injury.
I believe a moment ago you mentioned photographs. Are photographs part of the autopsy process?
Yes.
Okay. And were photographs taken during Mr. Restelli's autopsy?
Yes.
We're going to show these only to the witness. If we could show her exhibits 95, then 96, then 97. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Go to 96, please. You recognize that?
Yes.
Go to 97, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's take them down. What were those?
Those were photographs of injuries that were present on Mr. Restelli's body upon examination.
State moves into evidence exhibits 95, 96, and 97.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. So heard. Thank you.
During the process, I'll ask that differently. What is a body diagram in the context of an autopsy?
A body diagram is a sheet of paper on which we can make handwritten notes or sketches, drawings to aid in our written report, to aid in understanding of any injuries, disease, or findings on the body.
And did you create a body diagram specifically for Mr. Restelli's autopsy?
Yes.
Please show the witness 94. Is this an accurate copy of the body diagram you created in this case?
Yes.
State moves into evidence exhibit 94.
Any objection? No objection. Thank you. So ordered.
And before we get into a discussion of this autopsy, you eventually produced a report about the autopsy.
Correct.
Stating your findings and conclusions.
Correct.
And if we could show the witness 93. Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is that your ultimate report?
Yes.
State moves into evidence 93.
Any objection? No objection. So ordered as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take that down now. Okay, so we discussed the process or the steps of an autopsy. I would like to direct your attention to your external examination of Mr. Restelli. Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Restelli's body?
Yes.
What type of injuries did you observe?
I observed that there were a total of 7 gunshot wounds.
Are there physical characteristics that would enable you to distinguish between an entry and an exit wound?
Yes.
What are those characteristics?
In general, injuries can vary, just like natural disease can vary. But in general, entrance wounds on the body tend to be round. They tend to have an area of abrasion or scraping of the skin around the margin of the wound. They can have what we call firearm residue or soot or gunpowder particles on them. And then in general, an exit gunshot wound tends to be a linear wound or a star-shaped or irregular wound rather than round. They tend to not have any abrasion or scraping of the edges, and they would not have any firearm residue such as soot or gunpowder particles on them.
Applying those principles, applying that knowledge, were you able to identify of the 7 gunshot wounds, what was an entry wound, what was an exit wound?
Yes.
If we were to show you the body diagram, would that be helpful in you describing which is which?
Yes.
Okay, if we could now publish 94. I'd like you to use this body diagram as soon as it's on the screen for everybody to walk the jury through which of the 7 are entry and exit wounds.
Yes, so there's a total of 7 gunshot wounds. Of those 7 wounds, 3 of them are what I would call perforating. That means the bullet entered the body and then exited the body. 4 of those wounds are penetrating wounds where the bullet entered the body but did not exit. So we have 7 entrance wounds and 3 exit wounds for a total of 10 injuries to the body related to gunshot wounds, but they add up to 7 gunshot wounds. So I've separated them out in my report into gunshot wounds of the torso, a gunshot wound of the left hip, and a gunshot wound of the right forearm. For the 5 gunshot wounds of the torso, the entrance wounds are A, B, and C on the back as lettered on the body diagram, as well as G and H on the right side of the chest are also entrance wounds. So that's 5 entrance wounds. There's 1 exit wound on the torso, that's letter D on the diagram. And then there were 4 bullets that were recovered from inside the torso. That's the chest and abdomen. So 5 entrance wounds plus 4 bullets plus 1 exit wound. There's the gunshot wound of the left hip, which has the entrance wound labeled as E on the diagram and the exit wound labeled as F on the diagram. And there's a gunshot wound of the right forearm with the entrance labeled as letter I and the exit labeled as letter J.
Really quick, I see there's a key in kind of the bottom middle of this body diagram. Looks like there's an acronym. Could you explain the acronym?
Yeah, so for the key, I've used the acronym GSW as an abbreviation for gunshot wound. So you can note that entrance gunshot wounds are marked with a circle and exit gunshot wounds are marked with an X.
Were there internal injuries associated with these gunshot wounds?
Yes.
What internal injuries did you observe?
Yes, so for the gunshot wounds of the torso, again, that is the chest and abdomen, there were perforations of the right lung, the left lung, the heart, the diaphragm, the liver, the stomach, the spleen, and the left kidney. There were perforations or fractures of multiple ribs, and there was blood in the pleural or chest cavities and blood in the abdominal cavity, as well as blood in the pericardial sac around the heart. For the gunshot wound of the left hip, the bullet passed through the skin and subcutaneous tissue, but did not enter the abdominal cavity and did not fracture the left hip. It was a fairly superficial wound. For the gunshot wound of the right forearm, the bullet passed through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscles of the right forearm, along with the ulna bone of the forearm. That's the bone in your forearm that runs along the pinky side of your forearm.
You mentioned bleeding. Would you consider the amount of bleeding you observed significant?
Yes.
And based off these injuries, both the external and internal examination, were you able to identify the general direction of travel for any of the bullets?
Yes. So for the gunshot wounds of the torso, once the bullets entered the chest and abdomen, their paths overlap. So I cannot tell based on my examination exactly which entrance wound matches up with which bullet recovered in the body, or which entrance wound matches up with the exit wound D. But I can tell a general idea of the trajectory based on the entrance wound characteristics. Is there a particular wound you'd like me to describe?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we all understood what you just said. Let's focus on the torso for just a second. Okay.
Yes.
And on the back, there's entrance wounds A, B, and C. On the front, there's entrance wounds G and H, and there's an exit wound D.
Yes.
Did I understand correct that basically for those 5 entrance wounds, you can't tell which one caused the exit of D?
Correct.
But even though you can't do that, you
report into gunshot wounds of the torso, a gunshot wound of the left hip, and a gunshot wound of the right forearm. For the 5 gunshot wounds of the torso, the entrance wounds are A, B, and C on the back as lettered on the body diagram, as well as G and H on the right side of the chest are also entrance wounds. So that's 5 entrance wounds. There's 1 exit wound on the torso, that's letter D on the diagram. And then there were 4 bullets that were recovered from inside the torso. That's the chest and abdomen. So 5 entrance wounds plus 4 bullets plus 1 exit wound. There's the gunshot wound of the left hip, which has the entrance wound labeled as E on the diagram and the exit wound labeled as F on the diagram. And there's a gunshot wound of the right forearm with the entrance labeled as letter I and the exit labeled as letter J.
really quick, I see there's a key in kind of the bottom middle of this body diagram. Looks like there's an acronym. Could you explain the acronym?
Yeah, so for the key, I've used the acronym GSW as an abbreviation for gunshot wound. So you can note that entrance gunshot wounds are marked with a circle and exit gunshot wounds are marked with an X.
Were there internal injuries associated with these gunshot wounds?
Yes.
What internal injuries did you observe?
Yes. So for the gunshot wounds of the torso, again, that is the chest and abdomen, there were perforations of the right lung, the left lung, the heart, the diaphragm, the liver, the stomach, the spleen, and the left kidney. There were perforations or fractures of multiple ribs, and there was blood in the pleural or chest cavities and blood in the abdominal cavity, as well as blood in the pericardial sac around the heart. For the gunshot wound of the left hip, the bullet passed through the skin and subcutaneous tissue, but did not enter the abdominal cavity and did not fracture the left hip. It was a fairly superficial wound. For the gunshot wound of the right forearm, the bullet passed through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscles of the right forearm, along with the ulna bone of the forearm. That's the bone in your forearm that runs along the pinky side of your forearm.
You mentioned bleeding. Would you consider the amount of bleeding you observed significant?
Yes.
And based off these injuries, both the external and internal examination, were you able to identify the general direction of travel for any of the bullets?
Yes. So for the gunshot wounds of the torso, once the bullets entered the chest and abdomen, their paths overlap. So I cannot tell based on my examination exactly which entrance wound matches up with which bullet recovered in the body, or which entrance wound matches up with the exit wound D. But I can tell a general idea of the trajectory based on the entrance wound characteristics. Is there a particular wound you'd like me to describe?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we all understood what you just said. Let's focus on the torso for just a second. Okay.
Yes.
And on the back, there's entrance wounds A, B, and C. On the front, there's entrance wounds G and H, and there's an exit wound D.
Yes.
Did I understand correct that basically for those 5 entrance wounds, you can't tell which one caused the exit of D?
Correct.
But even though you can't do that, you can still tell us somewhat general trajectory of the entrance angle.
Correct. Multiple of the entrance wounds on the torso have some abrasion on the edge of the wound that tells me which direction the bullet was traveling as it entered the skin.
Okay, so for the torso wounds, what were the general trajectories?
In general, the trajectories of wounds A and B are right to left and back to front. The trajectory of the bullet creating entrance C is left to right. For G and H, they are front, or G is front to back, H, the trajectory is right to left.
And just to clarify, when you give these directions, is that reference point from Mr. Restelli's reference point or from a viewer observing the body?
That is as Mr. Restelli would have experienced it. So when I say right to left, it's from Mr. Restelli's right to his left.
Thank you. Let's move on to the other wounds, E and F on the hip and I and J on the forearm. I think a previous answer may have implied it, but let's state it concretely. What can you tell about the trajectories of those wounds?
Yes, so particularly for the wound of the forearm, I'll have you note the position of the body in the diagram. You see the diagram shows someone standing upright with their arms down by their sides and their palms facing forward with their thumbs facing away from the body. That's what's called anatomic position. So when I'm giving trajectories, it's the trajectory of the bullet in the body if the body were standing in that position. So the trajectory of the gunshot wound of the left hip is downward, left to right, and slightly back to front. And the trajectory of the gunshot wound of the right forearm is back to front. Again, if the palms were facing forward, back to front, slightly downward, and slightly left to right.
Thank you. We're going to move on to a different topic now. You can take down the body diagram. That probably would have been helpful, Judge, but I think we're past that point.
You got other pictures coming up.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Let's publish Exhibit 95. I'd like to talk for a moment about the wrist or forearm injury you observed. Okay. Is this a photo of that injury?
Yes.
What's the blue object that we see?
The blue object is a flexible rod that we use as part of the postmortem exam to match up entrance and exit wounds and to demonstrate the path of an injury through the body.
Okay. So basically it helps indicate some of the characteristics about the wound.
Correct.
And we have an entrance and exit wound here related to the points that you pointed out before, which letters, which is the entrance, which is the exit on this photo from reference. And I'm asking you in this photo to do our reference point looking at the photo, not Mr. Restelli's reference point.
Correct. So you can see that the rod is passing through an injury on the back of the forearm. That's the side of the forearm closest to the back of the hand. And it's also passing through an injury that's on the side of the forearm closest to the palm of the hand. So the wound on the back of the forearm, that's the left of the forearm as you're looking at the picture, is the entrance wound. And the wound closest to the palm of the hand is the exit wound.
Thank you. Move to exhibits 96 and 97, the side-by-side. We have both exhibits on the screen at the same time. Is this that same injury?
Yes.
Okay, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
And so this would still be Mr. Restelli's right forearm?
Correct.
Wrist area. How did this wound affect Mr. Restelli's skin?
So it perforated the skin as the bullet was passing through.
How did it affect any tissue in the arm?
It perforated muscle and subcutaneous tissue within the arm.
How did the wound affect any bones that are in the arm?
The ulna was fractured. That's the bone. The pointer doesn't show it too well on the TV type screen, but that's the bone that runs along the pinky side of your forearm. It's one of two bones in the forearm.
From reference point of this photograph, that would be the lower bone.
Correct.
And you said it fractured that bone.
Correct.
Did the bone damage any of this? Sorry.
Before you start, Dr. Paul, I think this on switch is on the side of that.
Yeah, it's so I can get the pointer to show up, for example, on the wall, but I bring it down and it just doesn't reflect very well off the TV screen. But I think I can go ahead and verbally describe what I'm saying.
Thank you. Did the bullet also damage any of the surrounding muscles?
Yes.
What muscle or muscle group was affected?
I'm not sure that I understand your question.
Would it be accurate to say that the flexor muscles were affected?
Yes.
To what degree were they affected?
So I can't,
I don't mean that from a biomechanical sense. I mean that, was it a light abrasion? Was it complete destruction? Was it a perforation? Do you understand the question?
so in general, muscles in this portion of the forearm would have been to varying degrees perforated, lacerated, that means torn, or contused, that means bruised.
So contusion's a bruise, a laceration is torn, a perforation, that might be like punching a hole in a piece of paper.
Correct. It means that a hole was punched through something.
So all in all, the injury involved damage to skin, bone, soft tissue, and muscles.
Correct.
So we can take that down now. Thank you. So what role do the flexor muscles play in hand function?
The flexor muscles in general are going to allow you to close your hand and fingers into a fist, as well as to bend your wrist towards your forearm.
Do the bones and other soft tissues of the forearm also play a role in hand function?
The bones play a role in that the muscles attach to the bone. That's their attachment point to work off of.
So let's take it at the high level first. Based off all this damage, would you have expected there to be some impairment in grip strength in Mr. Restelli?
Yes, to some degree, but I can't exactly specify to what degree his grip function would be impaired.
Exactly. But we could say that the perforation of the ulna in some way affected the ability of the muscles to function. Would that be fair to say? We don't know the degree, but it would have affected to some degree.
The fracture of the bone may or may not have had an effect.
Okay. And then how about the perforation and laceration of the muscles?
Yes, that would have had some effect.
Did you review any of the police photos of this scene?
There was one photo provided by our investigator that was not taken by our investigator, but that was provided to our scene investigator by law enforcement.
You have that one queued up, sorry. Is this that photo?
Yes.
So that photo was previously admitted as State's Exhibit 44. We're going to put it on the screen for a moment. There we go. And this was identified as Mr. Restelli's body at the scene.
Yes.
And you can clearly see a knife in that hand.
Yes.
Is that the same arm that sustained that injury?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to clarify a couple points. Autopsies can't determine when that object was placed in the hand.
Correct.
It can't tell if Mr. Restelli himself picked it up or someone placed it.
Correct.
It can't tell whether he had it in his hand before or after his death.
Correct.
But it can tell you that his grip strength or his ability to hold the knife would have been affected to some unknown degree.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down now. One more question about the internal examination. Did you observe any natural disease that would have contributed to Mr. Restelli's death?
There was no significant natural disease that would have caused or contributed to his death. No.
Was toxicology performed as part of this?
Yes.
Were there any substances detected in Mr. Restelli's body?
Yes.
What was detected?
So detected was caffeine as well as delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, which is the active or psychoactive ingredient in marijuana.
That sometimes is referred to as delta-9 THC.
Yes.
How long does delta-9 THC remain detectable in the body?
It varies according to how heavy or frequent a user of THC someone is. It can vary from, it can take anywhere from a few days, 3 or 4 days, to greater than 6 weeks for it to completely clear out of your blood.
Okay, that sounds like a very kind of wide detection window.
Yes.
And you couldn't say where in the window he may have used.
Correct.
Or even what state he used it in.
Correct.
Okay. Did he detect any alcohol in his system?
No.
And did any of these toxicology results change in any way your conclusion about the cause and manner of death?
No.
Okay. Let's get to that ultimate conclusion then. Based on your autopsy, your training, your experience, were you able to determine the cause and manner of Mr. Restelli's death?
Yes.
What was the cause of his death?
The cause of his death was multiple gunshot wounds.
What was the manner of his death?
The manner of death was homicide.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ho.
Hello.
Dr. Ho, you stated that on your examination of Mr. Restelli's body, you located tetrahydrocannabinol. Is that right?
Yes.
More commonly called marijuana, right?
Yes, it could be natural or synthetic.
You've heard other words for THC, haven't you?
Yes.
Pot, weed,
Yes.
right? And so when they're talking about THC, we're talking about that substance what people use to have a hallucinogen experience, right?
Correct.
And did you do a nanogram testing of the tetrahydrocannabinol in this body?
Yeah, the toxicology laboratory did quantify it.
Thank you.
Yes.
And on the alcohol, you said that there is no alcohol in the body. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you explained that THC can be in the body for an extended period of time, right?
Yes.
Up to 6 weeks, I think you said.
Yes.
How about alcohol? What's the dissipation level of alcohol in a human body?
It depends on what level of alcohol is in the blood.
An example, if my blood tested positive for alcohol at a 0.20, that's 20% alcohol, that would have a longer time to completely dissipate out of the body than a 0.10. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that what you meant by your answer?
Yes.
So do you know what the dissipation level of alcohol is in a body, a percentage per hour, per 2 hours, per 6 hours, or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. May this witness be, any redirect first, Mr. Palmer?
No need, Judge. Thank you. And she can be excused.
Any objection excusing Dr. Ho, Mr. Fitzgerald? No objection. Thank you, Dr. Ho.
Thank you.
Mr. Palmer.
State calls Rachel Williams. Yes. And Judge, just forecasting here, I expect this to be a relatively short witness. Relatively, maybe we could take the break after this witness, if that's okay.
Any objection, Mr. Fitzgerald? All right, thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. If you come stand in front of me, I'll swear you in briefly. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, on penalty of perjury, that the testimony given in this matter will be true, correct, so help you God. Yes. Please have a seat up there. You know, you testified before. keep in mind those past definitions about verbal responses and direct responses as well. Thank you. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Judge. Maybe this will make it go a little bit quicker. This witness produced 2 reports, exhibits 98 and 99. I'd like to move to admit them now. I don't think there will be objection.
No objection. Right, exhibits 98 and 99 are admitted without objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, thank you for being here. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them your name, where you work.
Yes, so I'm Rachel Williams. I'm a forensic scientist at the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, which is also known as the State Crime Lab.
Thank you very much. What would you like us to call you today? Ms. Williams, Rachel?
You can just call me Rachel.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Rachel. So you stated you worked at the Utah State Crime Lab, is that correct?
Yes.
As a forensic scientist?
Yes.
Is that the official job title?
It's called Forensic Scientist 2.
What degrees do you have?
So I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry.
And did that coursework include education related to DNA analysis?
Yes.
And then after you received your degree, did you receive specialized training to perform your job?
Yes.
Can you just give a brief description to the jury of what that training is?
Yes, so I've attended multiple different forensic conferences, and then also I received on-the-job training. So I went through a in-depth training program that had required readings and presentations, written and oral examinations. I had to practice analyzing mock samples that were similar to casework samples. And then at the end of everything, I had to complete like a final test to show that I learned the skills necessary to do those disciplines.
And do you receive ongoing training as well?
Yes.
Are there ongoing proficiency tests as well?
Yes, so the DNA analysts, we have to take 2 proficiency tests per year.
And how long have you been working as a forensic scientist?
So I've worked there since September 2019, so about 6.5 years.
What are your day-to-day job duties?
So I am trained to do sample prep, so that's getting samples ready to be processed through the lab. I'm also trained to do DNA laboratory work, so that's taking the sample, running it through the lab to generate a DNA profile. And then I'm also trained in DNA profile interpretation. So that's where we are taking reference samples from the individuals and comparing those to evidence samples to make comparisons and calculate statistics.
And is the state lab accredited?
Yes.
And what does that mean to be accredited?
So accreditation means that the laboratory is meeting certain international and national standards. And accreditation provides confidence that the laboratory is producing quality results.
Great. So you work with DNA, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. And you had lots of education to get to the point where you're at.
Yes.
And DNA and statistical analysis sometimes includes some complex topics.
Yes.
Okay. So 2 things just to preface off these questions is first, I'd invite you to treat me like I'm 5 years old, right? Explain it in very simple concepts for us, if you could. 2, in the same way, it's okay to correct me. If I ask you a question that's dumb or wrong or just not the right words, just tell me I'm not asking the right question, okay? Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, so let's just start off. Explain what DNA is to the jury.
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA is found inside your body and you get half from your mother and half from your father. And your DNA profile is unique to you. And your body uses your DNA to determine how you look and how your body functions.
It's kind of like the blueprint for your body, right?
Yes.
And where in the body is DNA found?
So DNA is found inside of cells. So cells are like the building blocks that make up your body.
And that's this. Can DNA testing be used to compare DNA taken from an object to DNA taken from a person?
Yes.
So if I wanted to take DNA from an object for comparison purposes, how would I do that?
So typically the object can be submitted to the laboratory and we can swab that item. So we use, it's kind of like a Q-tip where it's a cotton swab. And then we'll rub that along the item to collect any potential DNA. And then from there, that swab will be run through the lab and we'll generate a DNA profile from that.
And I hope this isn't too dumb, but obviously when you swab an item, the DNA comes from where you swab, not from a place you didn't swab.
Yes.
So if you swabbed, for example, the front of an item and not the back, you'd be getting any DNA that was on the front of the item.
Yes.
But nothing from the back.
Yes.
Okay. So how is a DNA sample typically collected from a person?
So we have either a blood standard or a buccal standard that we'll use. So a blood standard is they'll draw the individual's blood and then they'll typically spot it on like a filter card, and then we'll take a cutting of that filter paper. And then a buccal standard is a swab taken from the inside of that individual's mouth.
So assume for a moment we've gotten some standards that we want to compare. Briefly explain how that DNA testing is performed at that point.
Yes, so the sample, we will cut part of that swab and put it into a tube. And then that tube, we will add chemicals to it that break cells open and release the DNA. Then we'll add some other chemicals that will clean the sample and get rid of any cellular debris and leave just the DNA behind. Once we have that DNA isolated, we'll do a step called quantitation. And the quantitation step will measure how much DNA, if any DNA is present. From there, we will do a step called amplification. And that's where we're creating millions of copies of that DNA and to get it to a detectable level. And then our last step is the separation and detection step. So that step separates the DNA fragments by their size, and it goes through an instrument where it gets detected. And then at the end, we get a graph that is the DNA profile.
Okay. So the 4 steps were an extraction, breaking open the cells, getting the DNA, the quantitation, the measurement, the amplification, you're copying the DNA, and the separation and detective step. And that end result is a DNA profile.
Yes.
That graph that you referred to.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more what that means? What exactly is a DNA profile? What's the significance of that graph?
So on the graph, it has like an X and a Y axis, and then there will be different tall, skinny peaks that are detected. And so those peaks will be indicating which DNA was found. And so the DNA profile as a whole will have multiple different peaks at all of the different locations that we were testing. And then we can analyze that profile and see which DNA was detected and see if it was a mixture, meaning it's DNA from multiple individuals, or if it's just a single source profile, meaning that there's only one individual's DNA detected.
Maybe to put that in simple terms, it sounds like a DNA profile is a visual representation of the DNA on an object.
Yes.
And you mentioned something about objects that may have DNA from one person or more than one person. No, Your Honor, that's just an attorney. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there. We had that brief comment from you about potentially one person or multiple persons. So if you have an object that has DNA on it, but the DNA comes from more than one person, what's the outcome of these steps? Is it multiple profiles? Is it one profile that represents all the people? What do you get?
So that one particular swab will just have that one profile associated with it. So within that one profile, we're seeing multiple different peaks that indicate the DNA, and that would be a representation of all the people's DNA that contributed to that DNA mixture.
Is there a word to describe that type of profile?
So we call those mixtures.
Okay, so a single source profile would be when the profile only has one person in it.
Yes.
And a mixture is a profile that has multiple people, 2 or more.
Yes.
Let's talk about that statistical analysis briefly. how do you actually compare, once you have the profile or profiles to compare, how do you see if there's a match or not? What are you doing in the statistical step?
So I analyze all of the evidence samples first, and then after I've analyzed those evidence crime scene samples, I will then compare them to any submitted reference samples from individuals. And from there, I will do a visual comparison to see if it looks like any of those reference profiles could be in that DNA mixture. If I cannot exclude that individual from the sample, then I will calculate a statistic called a likelihood ratio. And so this likelihood ratio is the statistic that compares two alternate propositions or explanations for that observed DNA profile. And so the likelihood ratio statistic will change its value depending on which propositions I'm comparing. And so, like, for example, if I had a single source profile that was from one individual, I could potentially do like hypothesis 1 is that the person of interest contributed to the DNA profile versus hypothesis 2, an unknown unrelated individual contributed to that DNA profile. So then from there, whichever one of those propositions is a better explanation for the DNA profile observed, the statistic will be higher in favor of that proposition versus the other.
When you have an object that has some DNA on it and you test it and you generate that profile, do you have to make any assumptions about that profile before completing that statistical analysis you just talked about?
Yes, so based on how that DNA profile works, based on how the DNA profile looks, I'm going to make my best assumption as to the number of individuals in that DNA mixture. So I look at the profile as a whole, and based on how many different peaks were detected in that profile, I'll make my best assumption as to if it's a 2-person mixture, 3-person mixture, 4-person mixture, or a single source, meaning it comes from one person.
Okay. And once you make that assumption and make a comparison, you describe the likelihood ratio, which is just the chances it's one proposition versus another.
Yes.
And the stronger the proposition is, the more likely it is that proposition 1 is that over proposition 2.
Yes.
And to clarify, a likelihood ratio doesn't tell the jury the probability a specific person handled an object, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it doesn't tell
just exclusion, and it doesn't have a support for that. That means I didn't calculate a likelihood ratio statistic for that, because when I did my visual comparison, where I compared the reference samples to the evidence samples, it visually did not look like that individual's DNA was in the mixture. So I just did a flat out exclusion and didn't calculate a statistic for that.
Okay. We can take that down. Let's turn to the knife that you tested, or that was tested. What type of knife was swabbed?
So the knife was a Evatac camouflage folding pocket knife.
Okay. And again, a DNA profile was generated from the knife.
Yes.
And it was compared against the profiles for Matthew Restelli, Catherine Restelli, Kevin Ellis, and Tracey Grist.
Yes.
How many assumed contributors were detected on the knife?
4.
Okay. Again, that means we're assuming 4 individuals are present on the knife.
Yes.
And you documented the comparison of that mixture vis-a-vis the 4 named individuals we've been talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of Exhibit 98, which is your first report, file name, report 4? You have
Yes.
that with you? Okay. I believe it's on page 3 in the summary. Was there a conclusion about the likelihood of all 4 individuals being present in that DNA mixture together? And by all 4, I mean these 4.
You're referring to the summary section?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, so the
This one. Sorry, you may.
Okay, yeah. So it says the DNA analysis provides support that Matthew Restelli, Catherine Restelli, Kevin Ellis, and Tracey Grist are possible contributors to the DNA mixture obtained from the swabs from, oh. Oh, okay, sorry.
Can I approach the witness?
Was it the summary section?
The same information's in two places. That's the confusion. Yeah, she was, and it doesn't matter because it's the same information. She's already at it. We'll just go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you're in the summary section, and we were just noticing that the summary obviously reflects that that information appears twice. That's
Oh, okay.
perfectly fine. So for that comparison of the 4 individuals together, what was the final result or conclusion?
Though there is support for the combination inclusions of Matthew Restelli, Catherine Restelli, Kevin Ellis, or Tracey Grist, all 4 individuals cannot be present in the DNA mixture together.
Okay. So in plain English, that phrase that all 4 individuals cannot be present in the DNA mixture together, that just means all 4 are not on the knife together in the profile generated from the swab.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to the analysis done in this report, you did an analysis in a second report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we just talked about comparing the profile, assuming 4 people on the knife compare, and we're looking at these 4 individuals all together versus 4 unknown persons.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also do an analysis with combinations of 3 people, 3 of these people plus an unknown person?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a result regarding the combination of Matthew, Kevin, and Catherine? You may need to turn to the other report. I understand.
One sec. I'm sorry, which combination were you referring to?
Matthew, Kevin, and Catherine.
So though there is support for the individual inclusions of Catherine Restelli, Kevin Ellis, and Matthew Restelli to the mixed DNA profile, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together.
Okay. And was there a combination test run of Matthew, Kevin, and Tracey?
Yes.
And what was the result of that one?
So though there is support for the individual inclusions of Kevin Ellis, Tracey Grist, and Matthew Restelli to the mixed DNA profile, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together.
Okay. Again, trying to put this into plain English terms. So far, the results are those 4 people are excluded from being on the knife altogether at the same time.
Yes.
And then the combination of Matthew, Kevin, and Catherine is excluded.
Yes.
And then the combination of Matthew, Kevin, and Tracey is excluded.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to go back to the first report that you did. Did you also run analyses for the combinations of 2 of the 4 individuals plus 2 unknown people?
Yes.
Okay. For what combinations of 2 people, 2 of these known people, was there support, and what level of support was there? And would it help if we put that on the screen for everybody to help you discuss that?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be Exhibit 98, page 3. And it's going to be the top half of the screen. Scroll down slightly. Oh, slightly up. Right there. Thank you. Okay. For what combinations of 2 was there support, and what was the level of support?
Would you like me to?
And you can even just use that part at the top. That's
Okay,
fine.
yeah, that's. So there was very strong support for inclusion for the combination of Matthew Restelli and Catherine Restelli with 2 unrelated individuals. There was very strong support for the combination of Matthew Restelli with Kevin Ellis with 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And then there was also very strong support for inclusion for Matthew Restelli and Tracey Grist with 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Each of those 3 combinations of 2 have very strong support.
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at the rest of the report and there's numbers attached. There's likelihood ratios attached, correct?
Yes.
And one of them is a number times 10 to the 17th, 1 times 10 to the 20th, 1 times 10 to the 17th. Those are very big numbers, right?
Yes.
But even still, can you say which of these 3 combinations is more likely than the other?
No, even though the 10 to the 20th is a bigger number than 10 to the 17th, it still falls within a very similar range and it's still within that very strong support category. So just because that one is higher doesn't necessarily mean that that is the explanation for the DNA profile.
Okay. Could one possible reason for that be because those 3 individuals, Catherine, Kevin, and Tracey, are close family members?
Yes, so since they share DNA, because they're biologically related, in the DNA mixture, it could appear that one individual is in there because a different individual is in there, since they would have some of the same DNA fragments that we're looking at. So that can kind of influence the result that we're seeing with that statistic.
Okay. And to state this one last time in plain English, make sure we got this correct. There's very strong support for the notion that Matthew and one of these 3 individuals contributed to the DNA on the knife.
So the wording for the statistic is specifically that the probability of observing the DNA profile is more likely if it was the one option versus the other option.
But that's compared to unknown individuals.
Yes.
Right. And each of these 3 standing alone is very strong compared to just unknown individuals.
Yes.
But trying to compare those 3 can't be done. The DNA analysis does not allow you to make a conclusion as to which of these 3 is most likely.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah. So you ran a hypothesis of Matthew, Catherine against unknown. Matthew and Kevin versus unknown. Matthew and Tracey versus unknown. And
yes.
Each one was very strong support.
Yes.
But the DNA testing cannot say which of those 3 is the strongest idea or strongest hypothesis.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross.
Williams, thank you for being here today. DNA is complicated, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is very complicated. And but it's become more and more popular as years go on. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's because the science is changing or improving as years go on.
Yes.
And but DNA is not a perfect science, is it?
Yes.
It is a perfect science.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said it is not. Yes, it is not.
And an example, I've had my DNA tested. You know, I sent it to Ancestry, or I don't know, as a Christmas present. You know of those things, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So my whole family did it. You know, we sent their DNA in. And when I got my result, I was told, you know, what part of the world my DNA came from. You're familiar with this, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, I was also told who I was related to, right?
Yes.
And that's a popular use of DNA, isn't it?
Yes.
And I found out I was related to my son through DNA. Does that surprise you?
No.
No, that's natural, isn't it? He's my son. And I found that out through all my kids. And that's what a lot of people do, except instead of close siblings or children, they sort of reach out for family to see who might be related in some way. You've heard of this, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So when I got my DNA result, I was told I was a certain percentage of Great Britain. I was a smaller percentage of like Germany area. And I had this like little percentage of Morocco and, you know, a little percentage of other places in the world. Have you heard of this?
Yes.
Yeah. This is probably not the first time you've heard of someone getting a DNA result and having ideas of where they're from, right?
Yes.
A few years later, I got an update. Have you heard of these updates?
I mean, that type of DNA testing isn't the type of DNA testing that the crime lab does.
Have you heard of these kind of updates?
I personally haven't had any experience with that, so.
Okay, my
sorry,
question
no.
is, it's difficult for you, I'm sorry, but have you heard of these kind of updates? Where people get DNA and it tells them from where they're from in the world?
I'd like to make an objection. I can approach if you prefer.
Guess what, guys? I did a DNA test and I figured out that my mom was still my mom and my dad was still my dad. What is he talking about? And why is he starting off that way? What in the hell? I did a DNA test and I found out my son is my son. Okay, duh. Like, duh. Like, unless you wasn't the baby daddy, like we expect that to happen. I don't know what he's questioning about that, what that was all about. Gosh. And she like, look, dude, we don't even do that type of DNA testing. This is not a 23andMe kit.
So you've heard of people getting their DNA tested to tell them where they're from in the world, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of people getting like updates, giving them some differences from what the original perspective was of where they're from this world, right?
I think so. I haven't had personal experience with that, so I don't know. And I don't do that type of testing, so.
I guess that's a no.
Yeah.
Okay, so no one's ever talked to you about having a DNA test to find out where they're from in the world? No one.
Sorry, could you maybe rephrase that?
Sure. No one has ever talked to you about a DNA test from where they're from in the world. Is that what you're
Yes,
testifying?
I've had people talk to me about that before.
Thank you. And you've heard of some of these results being changed as time has gone on. Isn't that true?
Not in my personal experience, I haven't.
You've never heard of anyone tell you that until me, myself, has now provided that information to you.
Yes.
Wow. No further questions.
All right, any redirect?
Just a couple. You were just asked about DNA testing of the vein of Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and so on. And you stated those are different tests or different type of testing. What's the difference?
Yes, so the testing that the crime lab does is called STR testing. So STR testing stands for short tandem repeats. And these are repeated sequences in your DNA that repeat a variable number of times. And the number of repeats that you have at that location is unique to you. And so our analysis is we are looking at those number of repeats and that generates your DNA profile. The ancestry type testing is a different type of testing called a SNP testing. And so that is a different type of testing. Our STR testing is in regions of your DNA that don't code for anything. So that information is not going to tell you where you're from. It's not going to tell you how that person looks. It's not going to tell you anything about their medical history. So we're basically analyzing regions in the DNA that are almost like filler regions, like they aren't actually coding for a protein or anything like that.
So establish their different tests. It's fair to say these two different types of tests look for different things.
There are types of tests.
And we talked about the state lab being accredited.
Yes.
You know if 23andMe is certified for legal process?
I don't have personal working with anything 23andMe.
You know if it's designed to be used in criminal cases?
Not to my knowledge, I'm not sure.
But your testing is certified and used in criminal cases.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Recross?
Absolutely. All right, Ms. Williams, Have you ever participated in training for DNA testing? And what is your training for DNA testing?
So I had on the job training, so I completed a whole training program for that. And then I also attend forensic conferences. We talk about DNA testing. And then through my college degree, I took courses about DNA.
And where did you go to college?
I went to Brigham Young University.
And when you went to BYU, did you take coursework in DNA extraction?
So DNA extraction was a topic covered in my class. I didn't have a specific class called DNA extraction, but that was part of our biology curriculum.
Yeah, I didn't ask if you took a class on DNA extraction. I asked if you participated in any DNA extraction at BYU.
Like during a lab course?
Did you go to BYU?
Yes.
Did you participate in any DNA extraction while you're going to BYU?
No.
Okay. Did you have any lab work while you're in your college studies in relation to DNA?
Yes.
And what kind of lab work did you do at BYU for DNA?
So during my biology course and also during my instrumental analysis class, I learned about DNA techniques. And then we also, during my biology course, we learned about different ways to detect DNA.
And what were those ways?
So for example, one of those was gel electrophoresis, which isn't a method that we use anymore, but that was one of the topics covered.
And was this lab work?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You described earlier RSTR testing, right?
STR testing, yes.
STR, I'm sorry. STR testing and SNP testing?
SNP testing is a different type of testing done at the lab. That's for like the 23andMe type of testing.
So you mentioned those, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn about STR testing at your time at BYU?
Yes.
Okay. And did you participate in any lab work on that STR testing at BYU?
No.
When did you first do lab work in relation to your STR testing experience?
I did it when I was hired at the state lab.
And so was it on the job experience at the state lab?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any SNP testing while you were at BYU?
No.
Did you ever know about SNP testing at BYU?
Yes, I had heard of it.
Have you ever done any studies on it at all, or is this just something you heard through word of mouth?
I'm not trained in SNP testing.
That wasn't my question. Do you remember my question?
I can't remember your exact phrasing.
Okay, my question did you learn about SNP testing while you were at BYU, or did you just learn about it through word of mouth?
I can't remember exactly, but it was probably just word of mouth.
Okay, and in your coursework at BYU, how many classes did you take that engaged in DNA testing or DNA, the science of DNA at BYU?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
More than one?
Yes.
More than three? And what I said is, how many classes did you take that had part of it DNA?
I can't remember exactly right now.
Maybe 5?
Yeah, maybe about 5.
Okay. And in your studies at BYU, your bachelor's was in biology, is that right?
It was biochemistry.
Biochemistry. Were you ever informed at BYU while you were in biochemistry about the fallibility of DNA, about it sometimes not being perfectly accurate?
Yes.
You had some professors in biochem at BYU, right?
Yes.
And they would inform you as part of your coursework that it's not a perfect science, right?
Yes.
And do you still agree with that?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, please excuse the witness.
You agree as well, Mr. Facemark? Yes. Thank you. You're free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a recess. It's about 3:30. We'll call you back in about 10 or 15 minutes to do our last little sessions for this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, so they are rising for the jury to take their last afternoon break. They thought that was going to be quick, but no. He want to compare 23 and me's and 24 and me's to he the baby daddy, to that's his mama and daddy, to
Please be seated.
they don't even do the same test.
Right. Mr. Tabi, Mr. Pomeroy, Mr. Brown, anything we need to put on the record for the state before our break?
How late are we going today, Your Honor?
4:30-ish. If you think it makes sense to
4:30-ish.
break today at this point, you can just twist my arm
She's going to be an hour and 10.
She's right around an hour, hour and 10.
for direct.
Yes, sir.
And so if we can have that extra 5 to 10,
Yeah, I'm
we'd
not
end
going
direct
to
today.
yell at you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
All
Judge.
right. Let's come back then about 22 and be ready to go. Well, a little before that, so we're ready to go right at 22.
Okay.
All right.
All rise.
Thank you.
I don't think we had no TiVo time. Let me check. Nope. No, we are live in the courtroom, but I know what we do have.
Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in check. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the free. We the California's rolling deep all night. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you're lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. Now she vibing with us, no need to roam. Anywhere we at, yes, Susie home.
Shamrock, yeah, Shamrock checking in from across the map. Different time zone, but she bridging the gap. Y'all good every time, yeah, she mean that. Heart so big you can't teach that. Algorithm running, she keep it alive. Dropping love in the chat, keep the whole thing thrive. Quiet power, steady hand in the dark. Every stream glowing, got a Shamrock spark.
Yeah. Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock, Shamrock.
Junkie, 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 junkie.
Susie, Shamrock,
Girl,
Shamrock.
we the California, say the name twice. Show up every stream, yeah, we never think twice. From the traffic jams to the ocean tide, from the lost links to the worldwide ride. Californians, yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, can't remix this.
I'm gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna just I need that whole beat right there. That whole beat, like for a good little 3 minutes. I'm gonna have to just record it over and over and over again, so I won't have to keep hitting it. Because right now I got to keep hitting it, so I'm gonna have to just figure out how to record it over and over and over again, so we can get at least 3 minutes of this action going on.
She throws preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade. Cross-exam queen, nunca tiene afraid. And that dance so spicy. Cali mistakes close, she brings the fuego, everybody knows. Cuando Jason llega, ay caray, she flirts poquito. He just says hi, sweet relax. Aquí vamos otra vez, SD drops of fuego and the chat says yes. She's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a cumbia at the pool. Screen. When she pops on camera, we all say que show. Latina sparkle with that California glow. Los mos la quieren, they hype her name. She adds flair y sabor to the game. ¿Qué onda, gente? And here comes the fun. El chat se enciende like under the sun. When she teases Jason, boy, behave. But without a chaos, this chat ain't the same. Bailalo, mija, with your Tex-Mex vibe. Bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive. Stay with the groove, don't ever stop. Shake up the stream till we're all on time. She's fuego, fuego, let her run the show. Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns the live stream to a Latin dance floor. Fuego, fuego, Esti's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. Beach girl sparkle, courtroom delight. Esti keeps the chat shining bright. Sweet pea, the mods, we all agree. Take it to trial, ain't the same without Esti.
When the live stream flickers on and Sweet Pea takes a stand, Lynn is already there, coffee in hand. She settles in for the long trials, the twists and the turns, with a loyal heart and steady eyes that never miss a word. She's a constant in the courtroom, a familiar shining face, always ready for the arguments, the tension and the pace. And when the evidence is messy or the stories sound untrue, she leans forward just a little. Lynn knows what to do, 'cause Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, every suspect, every tale. Melody Ferris guilty, she says without fail, but Dr. Rachel shakes her head. Sure, the son is to blame, still Lynn stands firm, her verdict stays the same. Oh, she brings the truth with a calm, steady light, and her presence is a comfort on every trial night. She listens with devotion through each objection and plea, through the cross-exams and pauses. She's where she needs to be, in the sea of courtroom chaos where sometimes flare. Lynn remains unshaken, a voice of reason there. And though the check may chatter and the theories may divide, Lynn's perspective never wavers. She speaks with honest pride. She keeps the room grounded when emotions run loose. A quiet force reminding us she's here to find the truth. Yes, Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, that's just her way. From the first opening statement to the end of the day, Dr. Rachel can argue the son's the one at fault, but Lynn won't budge. She's rendered her final thought. We appreciate her always for her loyalty and her proof, 'cause the church shines a little brighter when Lynn brings the truth.
Dry always seal. Susie in the chat, don't miss that, don't miss nothing. I said, yeah. Log in early, she already there. Chat roll fast, but she don't even care. Trial on screen, notes all tight. She clock every detail morning to night. Karen read facts, she got the file. Timeline sharp, receipts on dial. Ask one question, she got three. Breaking it down like legally. Don't blink, don't lag, don't step away. She ain't miss one stream, now one day. Like run that around, name that case, yeah, she hold it down. 911 clips, she already knew before the host even gives the clue. Inside jokes, yeah, she locked in tight. Every verdict day, every late night fight. Mods look over like Susie got it. If knowledge of sport, she already spotted. She don't wanna miss a second go by. Refresh that feed, keep one eye. Life outside, yeah, maybe later. Right now it's court and the chat getting greater. Yeah. Susie locked in, she stay online. If it's life court, she front row prime. For more hit, yeah, she feel that heat, but she still got answer before you can tweet. Hands up if you know she right. Live track queen in the chat all night. Bald head love, yeah, that's a lane. Cool, calm, collected, no stress, no strain. No strain. Cool, calm, collected, no stress, no strain. Take it in a jar, yeah. Live trial queen, yeah, that's you.
Would you please? Thank you. You want to let the officers know as well, Freddie. All right, looks like we've got everybody. You have your witness.
She's in the restroom. She should be back shortly.
When she's here, we'll call.
She's here.
All right, let's bring the jury out, and then I'll call. We're on the record. All right, if we're on the record, I'll call it State versus Grist, case 241101170.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Counsel, please call your next witness.
Your state called Diane Restelli.
Ms. Restelli, if you come forward, please, I'll swear you in. Just roughly in front of me. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, penalty of perjury, that the testimony you give in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat up here. You know, you've testified before. Just please keep my last instructions in mind, especially on giving direct answers, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Restelli.
Good afternoon.
For today's hearing, how would you like to be referred? Mrs. Restelli?
Mrs.
Okay.
Restelli.
Okay. Mrs. Restelli, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Diane Restelli. His last name spelled Restelli.
And Mrs. Restelli, did you know a person by the name of Matthew Restelli?
Yes, he's my son.
Mrs. Restelli, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 32, which is a photograph. One moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. They can't do anything out without you. You're the brains of the outfit.
That's my fault. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Sorry, Mrs. Restelli. Sorry, Amy.
Exhibit 32, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if we just show that to the witness, you recognize who that is a photograph of?
This is my son, Matthew.
Is that an accurate depiction of him? State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 32.
Any objection? Thank you. So admitted.
And how old was Matthew when he died?
42.
And did you raise Matthew?
Yes. My son, my husband and I, Tom.
Tell me a little bit about your family. Did you have other children?
Yes, I have 3 sons. Thomas Paul, the third, is my oldest, and he lives in Denver. Obviously, Matthew lived in Temecula, and I have my youngest son, Jonathan Mark, who lives in Trabuco Canyon near me.
And were you actively involved in raising Matthew as a child?
Absolutely was involved. Because I had 3 sons, I didn't get to do the girl things. So I even joined the Boy Scouts, you know, and participated in camping and Boy Scout activities. I did everything I could to be a part of their lives at athletics. Matthew was a mountain biker, so I would take him to the mountain biking races so he could, you know, race competitively.
And do you know what if Matt was left or right-handed?
Matt was left-handed.
And were you involved in Matthew's life when he was an adult?
Absolutely. I pretty much saw him maybe once every 2 to 3 weeks. You know, he was very much in my life. You know, he lived with us as an adult before he was married or with anyone. And, you know, he was part of our life and helping me do a lot of things. You know, he was my mechanic for my SUV. He was my repairman. He was my confidant to talk about a lot of different things. So yes, I was actively involved in Matthew's life, even to the point that he would call me every night and give me a rundown on his activities of the day and what kind of things were going on in his life and talk about his children.
And how close did you live to him?
I lived about an hour away from him.
And what was his personality like?
Matt, Matt loved the outdoors. You know, he just loved, you know, sharing pictures of little spiders, and you know, he just had a really cute personality. He was helpful. He was caring. He was personable, and he had a lot of heart. You know, when anybody was in need or had a problem, he tried to see what he can do to help. I mean, he was always helping stranded travelers on the road, giving them water, helping them start their cars, helping them tow their truck out of a ditch or fix a tire. And this is Matt. He was a very caring individual. And I have to say that he promised his dad on his deathbed in 2020 that he would look after me, that he would keep track of me and help. And he absolutely did that.
And was he married?
Yes, he was married to Kate Restelli.
And do you know when they got married?
They were married, I think, in 2016, I think it was.
So did you interact with her often?
Yes. When I first met Kate, you know, she was kind of like dressed more like a goth, you know, very dark, she's very tough, had a very tough language ability. And, you know, coming from a professional background, you know, trying to model, you know, having some positive, good behavior that she could learn from a mother-in-law, you know, some positive things. And it was hard. It was hard because she had that rough edge. But she started to do some better things, you know, learn how to cook and do some better baking. So I think I felt like I started to have a really good relationship with Kate. But, you know, she always had that undertone of roughness that was really hard to get to that core.
And how many children did Matthew have?
Matthew had 2 children with Kate and 1 child, Lucas, from a previous relationship.
And I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 33, which is a picture I could show the witness. You recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that picture of?
That's the family. They're on a tractor that Matt had fixed and overlooking the hills in Temecula in the wine country.
Does it accurately represent the picture of him and his kids?
It does.
State would move to State's Exhibit 33.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
Move to publish.
So ordered.
Did you have a chance to observe their family dynamic?
Yes, I did. Since I was out there off and on, you know, I would be there, bring them food, bring them food for dinner, spend the night on some occasion. And I was able to see just, you know, some of that rough edge, you know, that Kate always seemed to have. And I even witnessed it in how she talked and treated my oldest grandson, Lucas. And it was uncomfortable. And I could really tell when Kate was getting worked up, you know, and that we had to really be careful about what kind of words and what we spoke to her about. And I'm pretty good at that, you know, being a retired college professor in the nursing field. I'd had a lot of, you know, mental health training and knowing how to talk to people to make sure that you can, you know, keep them calm and not get worked up. But Kate was a real challenge in that regard.
Mr. Facemeyer and Mr. Batawi, can I see you up here for a minute, please?
Yeah, I wonder if she has the kids, the grandkids. I wouldn't be surprised if she does. Oh wow, they about to have her step out already.
We're in the jury room for 5 minutes, hopefully not.
Oh, the jury to step out.
All right. Just let Faye know when you're ready.
One moment, Your Honor. Can we approach it again?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Where did everybody go? Do you have to go to a bathroom break? I seen them approach the bench. They left the jury leave out of here and wow. You say they all ran, Chrysler? Georgia, welcome, welcome, welcome here. I see. Oh, gosh. Yeah, so the mom is going to testify, just so y'all know. Elise and Kevin Strauss, she testified about her conversations that she had with that old Tracey after her son passed away. And also she'll probably testify to, you know, more of what she's doing right now in regards to that old winch. I'm going to call her a winch. Caitlyn. She said that she was very hard, very mean. And we heard her in the conversations when she was recording her conversations with Matt, how mean she was to the kids. She was real mean to the kids in the background. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that may be why they doing a sidebar, because maybe she going too into that relationship part. Because I don't remember her saying these things the last time during trial. In regards to the stuff in regards to that old Kate, that old wench. Yeah, she a little wench. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe so only. I don't know, but I know that I know the way that Tracey tried to play Mama Matthew after all of this happened was like diabolical. Like, you talk about like putting a nail in it and then just hammering it down. Like, that's what they did. I don't know. They gone and she was supposed to only be like an hour and a half witness.
Yeah, yeah, lights on, shadow awake. What's the move tonight? Sweet pea in the room, yeah, you know the vibe, right? Quick, shot, yeah.
I see heads moving. You know, I gotta play some music. As soon as I play some music, they decided they want to come back. So this be right on cue. So no worries here.
Yeah, lights on, shadow wake. What's the move tonight? Sweet pea in the room, yeah, you know the vibe, right? Quick, sharp mind cutting through the noise. Got the whole room laughing when she drops her voice. Eyes on the screen and she reads the whole room. From drugs to facts, she's ahead of the boom. Not just talk, yeah, she bringing receipts. When Sweet Pea speaks, everybody hits repeat. She don't just show up, she sets the tone. One laugh from her in the chat's blown. Smart, funny feelings, yeah, that's the code. Main character energy fully in mode. Whoa. Sweet Pea, say it louder when she enters the scene. Sweet Pea, got the jokes, got the facts, got the mean. When she talks, everybody leans in. Sweet Pea, yeah, you know she always wins. One line of queen, yeah, she never miss. Turn a quiet room into a viral clip. Brains and humor in a perfect blend. When Sweet Pea starts talking, that's the trend. Say it again, who runs the chat? Sweet Pea, yeah, that's that. Sweet Pea, yeah, you know she always wins.
I guess it's determined that I'm gonna get limited ad.
Late night glow from 1,000 screens. Everybody watching, nobody seeing the same thing. One line drops, tension in the air. Half truth, half theory. Somebody already there. We don't just scroll, we decode. Read between what they said and what they showed. Quiet minds with loud ideas. You feel it shift when the chat appears. Not here for drama, not here for the show. We're here for the patterns that nobody else knows. We're the signal in the noise. Low voices, sharp choices. Every thought hits like a flare in the dark. We're the signal in the noise. No scripts, just voices. When the chat moves, yeah, it leaves a mark. Someone jokes, someone pulls the facts, someone notices what they tried to hide in the gaps. No spotlight, but the room feels tight. Truth doesn't shout, it arrives quiet. Different minds, same frequency, not followers, we're a community. They think it's random, they think it's luck, but patterns don't lie when you look long enough. Say it's soft, say it's slow. Who really runs the flow? Not the screen, not the host, it's the chat. Yeah, you know.
It's after dark, where the filters fall, where we talk about the things you don't say at all. Sweet Peas in the chair saying, tell it how it is. We unpack real life, not just courtroom biz. It's opinions, confessions, messy and true. Real talk, real laughs, and a grown-up view.
Let's go back on the record in the matter of state versus,
Well, get back on the record then.
excuse me, 01170. Counsel, I specifically said to the jury, we've had a legal issue come up. I'm going to excuse you for the day.
Damn.
Tomorrow, ready to go by 1:30 sharp. For the rest of the week, then, Mr. Watabe, are we on track? A little behind? What are you thinking?
Yes, I think we still potentially could finish Friday, if not Monday. I don't think we go past Monday on the state side.
All right, and then I'll ask you to coordinate with Mr. Facemeyer then on Friday, so he'll know, because he'll want some time to take a little bit of time to decide whether he's going to call any witnesses or whatever. So we want to give him that courtesy instead of just, I don't want to just stare at you and go, okay.
Judge, I think it's been a very equally moving any conferences on this. so-
No, you guys get along really, really well. I'm not worried about that at all, but just kind of give him a heads up so he's got a good idea of what he needs to be expecting as we get even closer to Monday, please. Anything else from you today, then, Ms. Fraser?
No, you're right.
All right, and I do mean that seriously. You've all got along extremely well, and I really appreciate that. It's very, very obvious, and I'll be mentioning that to the jury, and I hope the audience has noticed how well you've been able to work together in professionalism between both sides. So thank you. We'll be in recess then for the day. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Well, I think that part of the reason why he did recess is because they were planning on leaving at 4:30 their time, right? And they don't want to keep the jury too long. The prosecution team had already stated before we went on break that they were going to need about an hour and a half, a little bit over an hour and a half of direct examination of her, and then they ran into some bumps. So I guess instead of them, because it's 4:00 there, instead of the judge keeping the jury late or anything like that, he just decided to kind of let them go. So that's what I'm getting from that portion of it and why that happened. So that's why I think that he let them go, because of whatever legal issue they had kind of put a bump in the plans. It put a little bump in the plans, Let's see here. And y'all know tomorrow it starts late. So tomorrow this trial does not start until 12:30 Mountain Standard Time. So what I am going to do is I am going to start streaming early tomorrow. So we're going to do TT in the morning. So we'll get some Stouch done in the morning. Oh, well, thank you. I try to be sometimes. So we will we're gonna start streaming our TT trial in the morning. We'll be on day 7. Let me see real quick how long day 7 is. Just for shit and get, let me see. Day 7. Yeah, so it look like day 7, from what I can see, is 4, 5, 6. It look like it's almost at 6 hours for day 7. And day 8 looks like it is 3, about 4, wait, 3, about maybe 4.5 hours. So I think that what we'll do is we will we'll start early. We'll watch it on 1.2.5. That way we can get through with day 7 and 8. Yeah, because it's about 20 days from what I can see. Yeah, I think it's about 20 days worth of testimony. Okay, so yeah, that's what we're gonna do. You say good night, I'm out. Have a good one. So we'll start early with those two for TT in the morning. I do think that and we'll see what we have. I know I need to do some updates on Alicia Andrews' case. Like, it's all types of stuff going down on there, and we need to go over that stuff. She's gonna have a hearing coming up May 11th. I'm trying to see if I want to wait to closer to the time and kind of review all the stuff before we go into her next big hearing that she's going to have on May the 11th. That's going to determine a lot of things. Or if we wait. Oh, let me see with the trial in Alabama, because they should be done. Let me see if they got any updates on that on our First Amendment trial. Let me see. They not coming for me. Don't worry. Oh, Leon, they say you can get those costumes at it's at the Halloween store. It was at Spirit Halloween. For those that were asking. Yes, sold at Halloween stores. I kind of figured it. Let me see if I can find out what's going on. Because the trial started today. I just don't know. It doesn't seem like they live streaming it, so all I can do is like provide updates. I would love to see what the outcome is going to be on this. Let me see. Let's see. Let me check NBC 15 News. Yeah, I don't see anything just yet. I did also check our girl Shonda to see about her appeal status. Nothing going on with that just yet. Just so y'all aware, I am still keeping it up. What's the name of the store, Sweet Pea? Spirit Halloween. Yeah, it was Spirit Halloween. Yep. Spirit Halloween. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to keep an eye on it to see how that turns out. Cause I'm telling you, like, they trying to take it all away from you, boo. Ain't no first speech. Yeah. All right. I am. What is Spirit Halloween? It's a Halloween store. They usually it's online. Like, let's see. Y'all see it? This is it right here, Drunky. Oh, look. You can get the no glove, no love one. Or you can just go as a triple. What is this? A triple extra large condom? I don't know. You can be whatever you want to be. They even got hard salami. Do anybody want to be hard salami? They better not have this one. Let's see. Oh, thank goodness. I was about to say, please don't tell me they got a vajayjay on here, because I was going to have all types of issues. Because we was going to have all types of issues. But yeah, I guess if you wanted to be one, you could be no glove, no love. This was last year, so I no telling where she got hers from. Oh, look, see, they got the inflatable in Florida. It's called Tricky Dick. Y'all see that? They are sold out, but Amazon has it. I Am Shop said that's where it's at. You say check Amazon to see if it's cheaper. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness, what a costume name. Tricky Dick. Look at this one. This is crazy. Look at this. Now, who doing all this? Y'all see this costume? Oh my goodness. Do y'all see that? Like, who want to be that? Oh man. I cannot. What is this? Oh, that's corny. Oh, look, my pen is huge costume. Y'all see that? Did y'all catch that? I didn't catch that because I'm like, that's corny. But y'all see that? My pen is huge costume. The big baby costume. Let me see if I can find that one. This is one of these, y'all. That is creepy. It's $100. Yeah, that's creepy. Yeah. I know you into costumes, Drunky. Do not, I repeat, do not get any of these costumes that we are looking at now and be mowing the neighbor's lawn. Please, they are going to call the cops on you. I promise you. If y'all don't know, Drunky likes to dress up and go mow the neighbor's lawn. So please, not. No. It's either, oh, wait a minute, or is that just Sharon? I know somebody like to do that. Oh, gosh. Don't. Do not. Viewer discretion advised. Let's see here. Okay, so we'll have an early start. This will probably be good for the people on the East Coast. Right? It's Drunky. I thought it was. She said it's that big old Santa Claus. Oh, man. So we will get up early and we'll start with TT. 7 and 8 tomorrow, and then then we'll do our live feed for this trial tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, and other than that, I think that takes care of everything that we need to do today. Okay, let's do this. Let me get on our outro song. And I want to say thank you to the mods. Shout out to all the new members, all the new subs. I truly, truly appreciate you. Shout out to the chat for hanging out today. You could have been anywhere, but you decided to hang with me, and I truly, truly appreciate it. Let's get into our outro song. And guys, we will tap in early in the morning.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white cloth way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside with take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, try support her with pride. Melly shows up for family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors, straight up sublime. Barbara, biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvier, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A Courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. To couldn't ask for more.